Hello everyone and welcome back for the final day of the Esports Racing World Cup. What an event it's been so far. We've gone across the globe, we've gone across sim racing platforms, and we've now landed in the land of the rising sun in the V8 supercars on iRacing to close things off. Day number one was Unicorns of Love versus Veloce in the finals. Two new teams yesterday where Roman Grosjean Esports dueled Redline to the end, but it was Redline that emerged on top. It's Redline that have the lead, 4 points clear of the rest of the field heading into this final day of action. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined by Lewis McLeod and Luke Crane for the action once more. And Luke, this format will go under revision. There's no doubt about that as we head into the Esports Racing League, but even this first iteration of this competition has just produced some exciting moments that you really couldn't even script.
Absolutely. I've done a lot of sim racing events in my time. This has absolutely been the most fun for sure. Again, yeah, there'll be things tweaked because I'm not saying things are broken, but there are things that maybe could be done a touch better. But ultimately, what a foundation we've got here. And yeah, props to VCO. They've taken a chance, and I think they've really pulled off something magical here today.
Lots of prize money on the line, Lewis. $50,000 across the 3 days, $10,000 across of each of the sims before $20,000 goes to the overall championship. Not a bad prize haul for 3 days of action, if you put it that way, because of course there's that random element. You know what car it is, you don't know what track it is until about 90 minutes before.
Yeah, I mean, we know that prize money in sim racing is a big deal for a lot of these teams. That's what they're here to play for. You know, their yearly wages, etc. This is what pays the bills for the team. So it's important to have championships which have large amounts of prize money, and what we've got for this weekend is fantastic. But I was saying this yesterday that it's not just about the prize money for this. Winning the series, taking the title is worth its weight in gold as well. To be the best team in sim racing across the three platforms, something which we haven't really seen before. You know, we can always speculate, we can always guess, but now we get fact, proof. It's going to be this team.
And we have lots of big teams that wanted to be in that conversation, but as mentioned, it was Redline that took victory yesterday, and after taking third on day number one, they're now ahead of Roman Grosjean Esports in our overall championship. Luke, let's talk a little bit about the teams. Lots and lots of big names, but because of the way this format works, we see drivers and teams specialize in one simulator. Heading to iRacing, though, where we're now in the V8 supercar, which is, let's be honest, not where a lot of the teams really focus on here on iRacing. It is wide open, and really, this could be the closest day of action we've seen so far.
It's a special day, it's Super Sunday, hence I've brought the pink out. But you're right, I think that point you just made there, it's iRacing, so a lot of these teams are going to be very much specialized in the platform, but it's a V8 supercar, which is something that isn't overly used as well. And the fact that they found out the track, 90 minutes before the broadcast, I'm not saying that anyone may have influenced the vote or anything out there on Twitter, Max, but yeah, they don't have too much time to practice, so you really do see the raw talent show its head, really.
Absolutely, and again, reminder that you voted for this track. With the help of Max Verstappen, Okayama has taken the victory by 60% over Watkins Glen, which would have produced some fun racing in upstate New York, but lost out instead. We go racing in the land of the rising sun. Lewis, let's talk about this format once more for those new to this Esports Racing World Cup. Many races lie ahead of us, but we split the 22 teams up into two groups of 11 for our heats, which will get underway very shortly.
Yeah, beautiful thing with this is that day three, we start again all the way back to zero, all the way back to the heats. We split them in half, 11 teams apiece. We're looking for the top 5 in heat 1 and the top 5 in heat 2, depending on where the top 2 of each car finish. They will score points and then move themselves over. The second chance, the final time for some of these teams that will be seen today. 2 of those move over into the quarterfinals. Then we halve them. We go from 12 down to 6, from 6 down to 2. And then it's all about 1v1 and who is going to come out on top. Focusing on the heats, though, we know, seeing how these races have gone, 11 teams. That means it's 33 cars. We've seen chaos at Mount Panorama. We've seen chaos at Silverstone. I get the feeling that we're going to see some more chaos in Heat 1 and in Heat 2 around here at Okayama as well.
Here's a look at the teams. We've got big names from across of all the different platforms, but look out for the iRacing specialists. Altus, for example, from Australia. this might be their car. Simon Feigl competed in the V8 Supercars official E-Series. Apex Racing Team, BS Competition, Core Sim Racing. Of course, RHG Redline as well will be strong. Don't count out Williams Esports, maybe even Veloce, who have got Dion Fiallo joining them for today's action. And a reminder as well, the way that we split these teams into their heats is based on the result of how things stand from now. So Redline, well, they're leading the championship. They'll go into heat number 1. RAG, they're second. They'll go into heat number 2. Mathematically, if Redline finishes last in this, Luke, which let's be honest is very much unlikely, it is wide open. You could even see someone like John Lacey Esports down in 14th win this. Realistically, though, we're likely looking at Redline, RHG, Veloce, BS Competition, maybe even Unicorns of Love. Not many teams up in that championship fight. There's lots of pressure on those teams to try and make sure they're there if Redline loses out.
Yeah, well, the top 4 are the only teams that have made it right through to at least the quarterfinals 2 days in a row. Unicorns of Love have just about got themselves that opportunity because they won day 1. It wasn't a good day for them yesterday, so it's going to be unlikely for them to really grasp hold of this opportunity. But Team Redline, can anyone beat them? Effectively, they need to just isolate this competition and get to the semi-finals. Get to the semi-finals, and then basically if you finish anywhere from 5th, you're pretty much golden to go out there and win the whole thing. But the nature of this competition, with the heats and the second chance, you can find yourself in trouble here very, very early. If you end up in that second chance race, only 2 teams go through out of 12. Yeah, that is not where you need to be.
We're going racing at Okayama, 2.3 miles in length. Plenty of interesting corners with lots of overtaking zones. Luke, I can't wait for this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice and wide open. It's kind of a strange one, really. It's like a GP layout, but it doesn't look like it around the outskirts. It's like in the middle of nowhere. So it's nice and wide. You're going to be seeing a lot of curbage usage as well. There's some undulating braking zones, so people can take chances downhill and uphill in different parts of the circuit. So we really are going to see the best. And yesterday, you know, if you go door to door or wheel to wheel, as we saw, it doesn't tend to go well. But with these cars, it'll be a little bit more forgiving. So expect it to be frantic, but expect it to be very exciting indeed.
Well, I think we're just about ready to get underway. This is going to be exciting.
Well, I'm going to step away then, lads. It's down to you. You're going to be taking us through the heats and indeed the second chance race, and I can't wait to see how it goes down.
So here we are, day 3 of the Esports Racing World Cup, and what a tournament it's been so far, and we're so glad you're joining us here live on VCO Esports. Luke mentioned it, lots of elevation change here, Lewis. This is going to be tough for the drivers. Remember, this car, no ABS, no traction control. They have a little bit of in-car adjustments which they may be able to use, but ultimately, this is a driver's machine.
It's a tricky, tricky beast to drive. An awful lot of power going straight to the rear axle. Not too much downforce, more so than even when I started watching V8 Supercars. There's still a bit going over the top end, but it's a car that promotes great drivers, not necessarily great racing, except for what you can do on the track. It's not exactly as if you get behind them and you hit a button and suddenly you're ahead of them. You've got to do it yourself. And that's why we love this style of racing. It's about what you can do with your feet and your hands.
Let's run you down the starting order for this first heat of the final day here on iRacing in this V8 Supercar. Redline, they lead the championship. They'll lead us to the green as well. Enzo Benito, Patrick Koltzman put it on the front row. Carl Jansen and Chris Lullen will line up alongside 3 Redline cars in the top 4. Incredible. They'll be in control of this race and their chances of the championship. Ricardo Rico and James Scott, we did say watch out for Altus. They'll line up alongside one another, 5th and 6th positions, while Emily Jones jumps in 7th. She also competed in the V8 Supercar Series, while Triton Racing have 2 cars inside the top 10. There is Altus. Bo Albert wants some luck. Simon Feigl wants to try and make sure Bo's head doesn't drop in that Altus team house. Dion Fiallo lines up on the edge of the top 12. While we'll circle through the rest of the grid. Veloce back in 13th as well. Another Triton car back in 14th. Carrington Gunes for Core is in 15th alongside Gergo Baldi. This type of racing, not totally out of his wheelhouse. Lots of elbows out racing expected. Alex Moliar has been sensational so far in this tournament. He'll line up alongside Mika Hakimi through the top 18. We'll scroll through the names here, Lewis. This is going to be tense. Lots of teams have dominated this qualifying session. They need to get through these opening laps safely.
Yeah, Redline well in control of the session so far. Everyone else a bit more of a question. A few teams up there indeed. The likes of Logitech, Gialtis Esports, of course. Cora not an awful position. Arnage have one up there, but the rest of their cars are towards the back. It's what we've seen. You've just got to go out there and do your job for the team and just hope your teammates follow through as well.
For Redline, I mean, what more can they do here, Lewis, other than just wait? Remember, you cannot go until the green flag here. It's going to be a long wait till that green flag drops.
Yeah, patience is definitely required from them. It's going to be a difficult run. Turn one's a little bit of a decent stretch down, but I'm sure we're going to see some 3 wide plenty of times on this track.
Ready to go on the final day here in the Esports Racing World Cup. Green flag flies, and there comes already 4 abreast down into turn 1. Redline control the field though. 1, 2, and 3. Core around the outside trying to get some positions. Look at them funneling their way through. Attila Bushy's gone off the track, as has Eamon Murphy. Plenty of chaos and carnage, excuse me. Redline though, look at that start coming under fire from Ricardo Rico, who has been in the wars with Redline in the past. He'll have the inside into the right-hand hairpin.
Yeah, a little bit of argy-bargy there between Ricardo Rico. Now finally Carl Janssen can actually get back down the inside. Look for Emily Jones with plenty of experience. Oh, there's massive Yiga Rogorognikov for top racing. 1 car and 1 team that wasn't looking so bad in this outfit, but now things aren't looking so strong.
Yep, that lost the rear wing as well, in towards the braking zone at the hairpin. Looks like Patrick Holtzman is being boxed out here. It's a good thing that Lullum has started well. Simon Feigl gets involved in stuff as well. Every braking zone at the hairpin, plenty of chaos and carnage once more. Looks like, at least for now, though, we're getting through this opening lap somewhat safely. Look on the left side as well. You'll see the team logos. Try and follow the teams where they are in this race. 11 teams, 5 advance, 6 go through to that second chance race where 2 will advance along with them. Watch as Dominic Bly tries to make something happen. I think there was a big puff of smoke as Mika Hakimi may be involved with Veloce Esports.
Yeah, Isaac Gillison being sent around. We did also see Mateusz Tuszkiewicz sent off down into the hairpin at the end of the back stretch. So for Triton, they were actually looking really, really strong. We're focused on Dominic Blyer, who's inside the top 10. His teammate, Jagodzinski, is not too far behind. So for Triton's, things are still all right, but they could have done with 3 up the order. Core Racing finally looking like a Core Racing car. Corentin Gunez is now on the attack of Bo Albert.
Bo Albert's at least survived lap number 1, didn't get that far in either of the first 2 days. He'll be smiling somewhat, and remember, James Scott is up there in 7th as well, so for Altus it's looking good. And the positions of where the drivers are at, the lowest team scores are what will get you through. The top 2 score out of your 3 drivers, so much pressure to make sure you're in good positions. Redline lead the way. I think Mitchie Tauscher has had his own issue after dramatic day number 1 for him. The Unicorns of Love, we always thought they would struggle. We always thought they were here for some fun. Does look as though it's going that way. Triton Racing under fire from the Mirror Esports car. Plenty of excitement here, and that's the thing we're seeing here, Lewis. You can pass basically everywhere on this track.
Yeah, Alex Samoya, who we're focused on right now with 2 Mirror Esports either side. Of course, his teammate, we did see Yiga Rogorognikov with a bit of a moment, but now Samoya's down the inside of Gergo Baldi. You said Gergo Baldi's got plenty of experience with touring car racing. That is an absolute yes, but it's more in the front-wheel drive rather than the rear, and Gergo Baldi's made a mess of that. He's opened the door for his teammate Zoltan Suti to potentially go through as well as we ride on board with Jimmy Antunes. And oh no, Feigel's been sent around.
That's the team manager, but of course it's the 3rd of the Altus cars. You'll spin it around quickly and get back pointed in the right direction. Remember, 635 horsepower in these V8 supercars. Not as much as what we had yesterday in that Formula Pro car in rFactor 2, but plenty to spin up the rear tires and launch yourself around if you're not careful. You do need to watch out. Arnage competition. Jimmy Antunes down the inside of 2 of the Mirror Esports cars. He'll get 1, he'll get 2.
Yeah, that was a big, big move there from Jimmy Antunes. Watch out for the Ballas Esports car that's directly behind Zoltan Suti, Romanenko, Konstantin Romanenko, who we ride on board with right now. Ballas had a great day yesterday, courtesy of Manuel Biancalilla, who helped them to victory, who helped them to progress through into the semis. Bit of a moment there from the 44 of Zoltan Suti, nearly into the rear end of team leader Gergo Baldi. A little bit dicey in this pack, but what great racing we're having. We said this V8 supercar is hard to drive, and that's what provides the racing we're seeing.
Redline, Core, Altus, and Triton look good. Mirror's in the equation as well. Arnage as well is up there. So those are the teams that we're watching for. Remember, 5 advanced. Core looking to the inside, further back in the pack here, but fighting with the Ballas car. We said you could pass anywhere, but there's a couple of places you don't want to make your move happen because you'll lose time. You really put yourself in a difficult position. Side by side, they'll come down in towards Redmond corner. Leads you into a second hairpin. If Core can get the power down nicely, they'll have the inside line, and there comes the move. To the inside looks Oscar Mangan.
Yeah, nice little tidy one there. So whilst Romanenko was sort of tripping up over the two-mirror esports car, I will say Zoltan Suti is struggling to get this car stopped. He's nearly cleared his teammate off the road. The all-Hungarian outfit of Mirror Esports, Norbert Michelitz's team. I think that might be one of the Unicorns of Love that's off in the background as well. Carlos Martin potentially was saying that Unicorns of Love are just here for a little bit of fun. There is Carlos Martin, normally an open-wheel driver, but now having a little bit of entertainment in some touring cars rather than his open-wheeled standard.
Look at that rear end being hung out as they come in through turn number 1. One thing to note with some of these teams as we look at the Triton racing car and now jump on board with Veloce and Gillinson is the fact that iRacing IDs are sequential. So whoever joined earliest has an ID around 10,000. Some of these drivers, for example, the Unicorns of Love drivers, almost 700,000. So they are well versed in other sims, very new to this one as we jump on board with Veloce Esports.
What's your number?
It depends on which account.
Roughly. Oh.
Yeah, I'm one of those players. Oh, who was that? Romanenko, I think is off the track.
Yeah, Romanenko going to rejoin a little bit. Watch out not to get a 5-point penalty. Jumping straight inside his teammate, though, and assisting Bonacorsi to hold on from the 221 Veloce car. We're back on board with Carlos Martin, someone who is not super new to iRacing. He has had a go before, but he's trying to knock wheels with Attila Bushi.
Look at the damage on the front end of that Mirror Esports car, almost 2x2. They come into the corner. Unicorns of Love gets contact and comes around. They'll just about hold on to that one. But my, oh my, it's getting physical in the best way possible right now. This is the type of racing these cars are designed for. Short, fast, frenetic races. Yes, maybe a little too elbows out, but yeah, that's what we expect. You don't normally see this much damage on them. I've had a go when this supercars were new, when we released the Holden and the Mustang not too long ago. Penalty for Veloce, 2 points. Raymond Murphy for causing a collision. So for Veloce, that could be a fairly big deal depending on their positions, although I don't think they've got cars that are high enough to really worry that. No, I think both their cars below the top 20, so they'll be going into that second chance race. Plenty of work for them to do, but still, here comes Gillinson on the attack to the outside heel look as they sweep around Altwood curve. Long way around, but you can get the power down that little bit earlier, but at least for now, Romanenko will hold on. And I was talking about 635 horsepower. Romanenko feels the full force of that, and around he goes, losing a little bit of time. Look at them fanning out, though, as they come down in towards the hairpin at the end of this long back straightaway in front of them. A couple of moves coming forward as one of the Arnage cars looks to the inside. I believe that's Pinces. Yes, it is. Look at him trying to now go the long way around. You'll have to defend from behind as well, because here comes one of the top racing cars. Do you imagine if we were in the that original Ford Falcon, the one that was released, what, 7-8 years ago? That thing was an absolute dog to drive. Are you saying these are a bit more? Are you saying these are much better? They're much easier to drive. I much prefer them. I say they're easy to drive. They're still insanely difficult, but that thing, woohoo, that would keep you awake at night. I promise you that. I did remember having a go on it a good few times. Even the supercars that came on afterwards. These ones do drive a lot more as you would expect, a lot closer to what the real thing really should be like. They are fantastic to drive. Rob Bourne with Top Racing going to get past Adam Pinces a bit further down the order. The reason why, by the way, we're not focusing at the top, because despite that gap being half a second between the two teammates, and let's be honest, Chris Lullum is not going to fight Enzo Benito as he's leading very strong. Veloce, more issues. Eamon Murphy, I think this time, is the one that's dropping down. One thing I'm trying to follow, where is the second of the Yas E drivers? Emily Jones is up there in 6th. 18th. Okay, so they're still in the equation, but according to Luke Crane, they would need Reminick to work his way up to 14th, which is going to be difficult. He's about 5 seconds back from Jimmy Antunes, who's running in 14th. As it looks like Oscar Mangan and Gergo Boldi are side-by-side. Top Racing, a couple of penalty points to them, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter. Here is that battle. Oscar Mangan in the middle with Jimmy Antunes in front, Gergo Boldi behind, and the Irishman didn't enjoy his rFactor 2 experience. I think that puts it mildly. He didn't feel so confident coming into this one either. This is definitely not where we usually see the Irishman driving, but he's getting up to speed quite nicely.
This is kind of one of those things that I like the idea of, though. We can't necessarily do it with ACC because mostly it's just GT3.
Oh.
That's what happened to Yiga Rogov. Oh, came across his teammate as well. Oh my goodness. It was the contact between the two top racing drivers down the order. Oh, don't hit your teammate.
Then we're going to watch what happened with Simon Feigl in that Altus team house. We're seeing more and more team houses become a thing, and is Core Racing now going to have a couple of penalty points maybe added to them? Believe that would have been Oscar Mangan.
No,
remember. Okay, well, Quarantine Gunes is in 10th. Carl Jansen is up in 3rd, so they're looking somewhat comfortable. Here's what happened to Veloce. There's the horsepower, and then gets tagged around by Mirror Esports for good measure as well. This is crazy. This is what we love.
Yeah, the problem with drifting it off the corner like that, we'll see this is the one that we caught up with. So Simon Feigl once again getting tapped around a little bit just on the exit as the two mirrors were side by side.
3 wide.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, I'm going to say there's not really much they can do about that. Simon Feigl probably doesn't know they're 3 wide. The two Mirror Esports are still side by side in the middle. I don't know if Zolt and Suti was still struggling with his brake properly at that point. But with the other ones, where they're leaving the corner and then getting tapped, the problem is if you leave the corner, you slide off the corner, you're seeing some more side by side. Oh, and seeing big one as well. And that would send Jimmy Antunes with Gergo Baldi straight off the road, coming out of the hairpin into the 2 double lefts. Antunes into the barrier, and that is big for Arnage Competition.
And even bigger is the fact that Adam Pincez, who was somewhat being able to back up Jimmy Antunes, has been off the road as well, so he's gonna now struggle. Arnage will struggle. Contact initially, they get squirrely, they get sideways, and then they end up in one another again, and both running off the road. But that's likely worse, of course, for Arnage Competition. Back on board with Antunes as he wrestles this Holden Commodore around the final couple of corners. Looking set right now with 4 minutes left on the clock. Red line, potentially Core. Yas Heat as well are in the mix. Triton might be there as well. According to Luke Crane and his very quick maths, a Redline, Core, Altus, Triton, and Yas Heat. So that's how we're looking right now.
Yeah, sounds about right. Right now, obviously, this is chopping and changing all the time with 3.5 minutes left. You never really know where it's going to go. The highest Mirror Esports driver will focus on Gergo Baldi. He's the 2nd highest in 17th position. He's got to defend a fair amount, though, from the Veloce driver of Isaac Gillison, who surely, if Isaac Gillison gets by, I know obviously they're not really going to be working together in this because it's them working separately, but he's probably not going to get up and attack Balazs Reminic because Veloce, Yas Heat, Veloce teams, surely they wouldn't. Either way, they're going to battle it out for position regardless because Isaac Gillison wants to get past Gergo Baldi, the 2-time WTCR Esports champion.
Look at them. Look at the way the car just pitches down under the braking force. Gergo Baldi a little bit squirrely. Will let the Veloce car go on through. Up to 17th now for the recovering Isaac Gillinson. Looks like a couple of more issues further down the road for the driver's name that I'm not even going to try to pronounce because I will absolutely butcher it.
Which one?
You know which one I'm talking about.
Which one?
No, don't you try. Don't you try
yes,
this with me.
Luke tried that one with me yesterday. I was too wide.
Yeah. On board with Jimmy Antunes, look at his screen. He's got like a wrap around the bezel. He's got that, whatever you call that, the anti-bezel kit as well. Really immersive experience. One thing that I'll note here, he's not using a manual sequential shifter, which these cars do have. He's using a Formula wheel as well.
Do they stay? See, this is the thing with the Gen 3 cars. I'm pretty sure they were getting. Well, obviously, this is not a Gen 3 car. This is a Gen 2 V8 supercar. So, fair enough. It should be a stick sequential. But I'm pretty sure they're switching to paddle shifters. So
I think they are.
They're fighting it though.
No, but they're still going to have the blip. That's one thing I did want to bring up with 2 minutes on the clock. Yes. These cars require a blip to downshift. You don't have to get off the throttle to go up through the gears, but as you slow the car down, you need to blip properly, and we may see some engines being blown as a result of that, because if you over-rev the car, you overstress the engine, even in a 10 to 15 minute race, you will have that engine just drop out from underneath you.
Yeah, well, Patrick Holtzman, whilst he's been driving around at the highest level, wasn't settled for 4th position. He wants to make this our very first 1, 2, 3 in a race as Patrick Holtzman gets up into 3rd for Team Redline. That is pretty impressive, showing their dominance within this car, and that is a shot across the bow for everyone else here. If you want to come and take this title from Redline, you are going to have to work very, very, very hard indeed as we head onto the final lap of this race.
It will be the final lap, and one thing that I'll just point out, guess who's a member of Team Redline? Person that Lewis, you commentated on yesterday. Certain Shane Van Gisbergen.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. Just the 2021 V8 Supercars champion who dominated after Scott McLaughlin, of course, took his talents abroad to compete in the.
Are you saying that he only dominated because?
No. I'm just saying.
That's what I told him.
Oh, okay. You can say it to his face. I don't want to get into that conversation, but they were. It was so fun watching the two of them duke it out. Now, I'm not saying there's not competition, but Van Gisbergen across the season is just untouchable. I think he won almost half the races last year.
An absolutely fantastic driver. I have no doubts that he's passed on a little bit of advice to these lads to be like, right, you know, prepare yourselves like this, do it like that, just drive further than yourself, you know, those kind of things, the base stuff. Of course, all the stuff that they know, right? They don't, you know, these guys aren't idiots, they're idiots, they know how to wrestle a car to its very limit, but still, picking the advice of someone who has raced this car for years, who has raced this car to its highest level and understands it in and out, you definitely want it. And it kind of shows when Redliner 1, 2, 3 in a race, even as strong as this is a dominant way to start day 3.
We were talking about Enzo Benito as the third driver yesterday. Not necessarily on the same pace as his Redline counterparts, but today he'll take the victory in heat number 1. Redline 1, 2, and 3. They're in control of this championship, and they've dominated the first race. As we say hello to Redline, Corsa SimRacing should advance with them, barring any penalty points, mixing things up. Yassi in the mix. Altus finally getting some redemption. They should advance directly into the quarterfinals. My oh my, if that's an indication of the type of racing we're in for though, Lewis, they're just going to get increasingly physical as we work our way through the day.
Yeah, we know, so to go with the format once again, we know the heats are always quite physical. They're always a bit elbows out. The quarterfinal tends to turn that up to 11 as well. The semi-finals things start to calm down. The finals are slightly elbows out, but it does make an awful lot more sense. You know, you're battling for the big prize. The thing is, Redline, whilst they've won that, how many times have we spoken about some other teams where they're just sort of not showing their full hand just yet? Logitech DLC Esports might be in that kind of boat as well, where their experience within the car should keep them well in control a bit later on. Definitely one of the teams that's going to be fighting for that final spot. But if I'm R8G right now, I've seen that and I've gone, oh, damn.
Yeah, that's the bench rock being laid down. Here's the results out of Heat 1. Redline 1, 2, and 3. Remember, it's only the top 2 drivers that really count, but if you're in control like that, well, what a statement that is to R8G. Corsa SimRacing and Carl Jansen in 4th, with Ricardo Rico completing the top 5. Emily Jones, great to see her up in 6th position. Balasak Remenik will have to try and match her performance over the rest of the day. James Scott, new recruit to Altus Esports. He finishes in 7th with Triton Racing in 8th. Bo Albert finally finishes a race, and he finishes in the top 10. Oh, he will be thrilled at that one. Dion Fiallo for Veloce Esports will complete the top 10 here, while down in 11th, Karin Tengun is the 2nd of the Corsa SimRacing cars. Bit of contact for him. Will we see some penalty points being applied post-race? Top Racing and Alex Smoliar, Formula driver in the real world, but clearly very capable even in a V8 supercars, while the 2nd Triton machine is in 13th. They're looking very, very good. Oscar Mangan for Core in 14th, with Mirror Esports, Yassit Veloce, the 2nd Mirror car, Arnaud, and Simon Feigl in the Logitech the Altus Esports cars through the top 20. And we'll scroll through the rest of the names here, Lewis, because ultimately, we've never seen a race like this in these heats in the previous 2 days, where teams have been able to dominate like this. We see so many teams struggling to get the performances from the entirety of the roster, but today, not just Redline, even Corsa SimRacing Altus looking very comfortable.
It was fairly close on the opening day when we went with the Unicorns of Love at Bathurst. It was, you know, they were very much in control in the first heat, and I think they got a 1-2-4 if I remember correctly, or no, actually because Leonard Tonkin was a little bit further back. Nearly got a 1-2 anyway. But either way, not seen a team this strong, because we always speak of who's the third driver, who's the weak one, because they're actually, in this case, the most important. Who's the weak link in Redline right now? Anyone? Really? No.
Luke, I mean, we were talking about maybe Redline being the favorites. We didn't think they'd dominate like that, though. Incredible.
Yeah, but let's talk about day 1 and day 2. The team that were the strongest in the first few races didn't necessarily go on and be incredible at the end. So it's all about hitting your stride at the right time. It's just all about getting yourself to the quarterfinals, right? By any means possible. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 is great. are the drivers in P3, you know, we saw indeed in their overtake for there to be a 1-2-3 for Redline, but are you defending if you're in P3 or P4 right there? Not really. You just want to make sure you get to the next phase, because you just do not want to be in that second chance race.
Absolutely, and we're getting ready for heat number 2. Remember, all the teams that competed in heat number 1 that finished outside the top 5 in terms of the team points will head to that second chance race. We'll see the second half of the teams getting ready to go once more. Again, qualifying for these races is about 5 minutes in length, so it's not much time, but kind of counter to what we saw in the VCO Pro Sim series, where it was 1 lap the track to yourself. It is open qualifying, as many laps as you can get under your belt in those 5 minutes, and already the word has been from some of the chatter, Lewis, that, well, 5 minutes Okayama, craziness expected, craziness delivered.
Yeah, I mean, we've been back and forth on this qualifying format. These things are stuff which is an always evolving thing. We change it. It's been slightly different how it was in ACC, slightly different how it was in rFactor 2, slightly different as how it is here on iRacing when it comes to the length of that qualifying session. For me, in this, when we've got so many sessions to get through, I like a short session. Get in there, get your qualifying, get out. Right? It doesn't need to be more dramatic than that. I liked how he did it for VCO Pro Sim when it was all about that Super Pole, just the single lap caused plenty of drama. I remember at Hockenheimring when Josh Rogers failed to get a lap onto the board, had to start from the very back, created a great race. And those kind of things are what spice it up. There's obviously room for various formats. But for me, 5 minutes, it's enough. You've got time to do 2 laps if you play your cards right in the session. And let's be honest, it's a bit dramatic, and well, we're all about that.
So we are getting confirmation that there are no more penalties to be applied for heat number 1, so we'll get the results very, very shortly for you here on screen as we work our way through into the second heat of the day. Confirmed results have been published. Of course, Redline 1, 2, and 3, they're definitely moving forward. The question really is who else will go through with them. Veloce was looking comfortable at one point until we saw a couple of their cars having issues. And I think what we are seeing, Luke, is that even teams that are getting up to speed with iRacing are getting up to speed with this car as well. There are only a few mistakes induced by the relative difficulty of the car and the amount of horsepower it's got.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say getting used to the competition as well, because similarly to yesterday, 22 points or 21 points is good enough to get you through. And it has been every single day. And this, by my calculations again, could be well off the mark. 22 points is going to be enough to get you through. So 22 points is that threshold. So at the start of this competition, everyone's a bit like unknown. Well, how many points do we need? Right now, it's kind of like, especially for race number 2, because you've already had 5 qualifying races across the weekend, it's kind of like, right, well, we need to aim for 21 points. So if you're in a P11 and P10, you're pretty golden there. You're pretty confident that you're going to go through, regardless of everything else happening around you. So I think the longer the competition's gone on, the more experience these drivers have. They kind of know what they need to do. So it should really clean the races up as well.
Well, we're just trying to get the results showing correctly for you, but I can tell you that it is Team Redline, Core Sim Racing, Altus Esports, who must be thrilled to finally be able to advance directly, along with Triton Racing and Yas Heat. So that's going to be the points out of this first of these heats. Again, we've got one more heat to go. It includes the likes of RAG, BS Competition, Williams, all very strong iRacing teams. Of course, don't count out Apex Racing Team as well. Plenty of strong drivers there that we'll see getting up to speed with this car. They did decently in rFactor 2 given their relative inexperience. One thing that Lewis, you and I said that we were going to dig into a little bit more and dig into the teams is some of the liveries that we've seen this weekend so far.
Yeah, let's be real, right? We've got a list for you of teams which really do need to be told off in this format. If you go back to day 1, look at Mirror Esports, how on ACC it did really look like a Mirror Esports. It was white with a little bit of highlights. It's not a Mirror Esports. Where was it? Fix your livery, sort it out. This is one thing that about this is that it's the test of the livery designers as well, to keep up with all the different simulators as well as the drivers, as well as us. Core, what was yesterday about, lads? What happened? It was a white and red car. I want to see a Core Sim Racing livery in rFactor 2. John Lacey, Esports Academy, Geordie Spheres, I'm sure you're watching, I'm sure you're paying attention. Today, we'll see it. Love the livery. It's a bit too dark, though.
Here's those confirmed points out of heat number 1. Team Redline, Core, Logitech, Triton, and Yasit, as mentioned, are going on through. It will be Arnaud, Veloce, Mirror, Top, Unicorns of Love, and Ballas heading into the second chance. Remember, only 2 teams out of the grouping in that second chance race will have the chance to fight in the quarterfinals. For Arnage, they'll be somewhat disappointed. Veloce as well. Plenty of strong teams will have to fight through here. And one thing I do want to mention is, given that we had the 3 different simulators for the liveries, it does help when you've got someone like Wandy at iLiveries putting your team paints together. Of course, he does the paints for Williams, BS Competition, as well as Altus. He is also our VCO Simi Award Hall of Famer for 2021. Does a great job. But I think we're ready, Luke, for heat number 2.
Well, I'm going to disappear again then and do some maths for you boys in the Discord. Yeah, good luck out there. Should be fun.
33 cars in heat number 1 just about managed to make turn 1, but after that, it became a lot more chaotic. And Lewis, I am not expecting any differently here now in this second heat.
No, well, what was it that we had over in the previous couple of rounds, where, you know, over day 1, day 2, Heat 1, we've been able to pick out one team, and then everyone else is sort of like, oh, okay, we'll see what it is towards the checkered flag. Heat 2 in both days, I'm pretty sure, has been a very clear-cut thing, and I wonder if it's going to be the same here. You can see already on the grid a couple of Carbon Sim Sports up towards the front. You've got the Rocket Sim Sports car there. I'm going to guess that is Simeon Lynch, who is absolutely fantastic on the iRacing platform. This is going to be very, very interesting. I'm seeing the BS competition cars a bit further down than I'd have expected.
It's not necessarily the car that we've associated with BS competition, so...
BMW, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You stole the words right out of my mouth, Lewis.
If it was a BMW, do you think we need a BMW supercar?
Ooh, don't give me ideas to go and bug the BMW guys about. Well, let's run you through the starting grid then for this second heat, and the final heat, indeed, of this inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. And, well, Martin van Lozenoord, we know him as an open-wheel ace, but he's put it on pole position here in this very interesting and very technical Holden Commodore supercar. Alongside will be a familiar foe. These two dueled it out in the Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix World Championship. Johan Hoth lines up to his outside. Jamie Fluke, nicest man in all of sim racing, will be alongside Simeon Lynch for Rocket Simsport. Kazuki Umeshima, lots of you will know him back in the day in iRacing. He'll be alongside the hard-charging and ever-present in terms of his pace, Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports. Michael Romanidis right behind his teammate in 7th, with the first of the Zebras, Phil Denez, in 8th. Carbon Simsport R8G round out the top 10. Erhan Yoyovsky, good debut for him, only half a second off the pace here, with Fordzilla in, well, we were talking about liveries. That is a pretty shocking one if we're talking about that. Carbon Simsport, though, look at them. We thought they may be dark horses, 2 cars inside of the first 6 rows. Juan Bustamante has jumped over from the Apex Academy over to the full Apex Racing team. He'll be inside of that 3rd Carbon Simsport car, while Martin Stefanko and Isaac Price, row number 8, Yaltine and Mitchie Hoyer, row number 9. Completing the top 20, it's Evan Marion and Daniel Handover, with Gregor Schill and Nuno Pinto right behind them. John Lacey Esports Academy, not the best qualifying for them, but they'll be alongside rather muscular Sean Arnold for Team Fordzilla. He'll be muscling that car around plenty, we know that. RaceSpot's own Stefan Schlacker will be inside of Casper Stoltz, while Luca D'Amelio and Aidan Brow through row 14. Patrick Long Esports and Jean Lacey Esports Academy round out the top 30. Final couple of rows here, it'll be Henry Drury and Ibrahim Khan, with Heiko Colvin back, the final of the starters for Butler Pal Motorsports. We've already seen Eamon Murphy. Don't worry, he's not racing here again. He's just joined into the wrong session. Once again, though, Lewis, we are seeing familiar iRacing names at the front getting to grips with this car quicker than others.
Yeah, so here's the question. How is Daniel Lafuente going to lead into turn 1, knowing how good he is on race starts?
Yeah, we've seen him double dip in terms of the starts. We'll see if he can do that again. One thing that I'm also noting here, Lewis, look how dark it is. Dynamic weather. This is what I love. There is no fixed conditions here. It's about adapting to what the track is doing around you.
Yeah, of course, no rain yet. We're not expecting to see that today. Well, I'd think we'd be very shocked. It does mean, though, the track temperature is going to change. The wind direction is going to change. All things which change the balance of the car, and in a car so sensitive like this, that is really not what you want. You want it consistent, you want it stable.
Here we go then for heat number 2. 33 Holden Commodores locked and ready to race. Martin van Lozenoord has Apex Racing for company. As the green flag flies, we're racing in heat number 2. How many cars abreast do they want to try and enter turn number 1? Can they make this work? Looks like one of the Apex Racing cars got bagged. Carbon Sim Sport's going to go around, and 2 Carbon Sim Sport cars are off the track. One of the RAG cars off as well. Martin van Lozenoord has no assistance at the front of this field.
Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. This is smoky. This is dirty towards the back. It was chaotic, of course. It had to be. What other way were we expecting to start? RAG leading from 2 Apex, going very, very well indeed. For the Rocket Sim Sports car, it's not been so good for the teammates because Simeon Lynch might well be in 4th, but Handover and Ibrahim Khan are still right towards the back, although Ibrahim Khan's made a good bit of progress. It's all about Umashima, though, who's looking to the inside more as a defense from Lafuente.
Lafuente not charging as much as maybe we expected. It's Romanides who's on the charge, trying to get past Phil Denez. He'll be on the outside, heading in through the revolver corner. They're still side by side, working their way through. Bit of a battered Ford behind, which is definitely not a Ford, but we're going to continue to poke fun at William Chadwick in that car. For Martin van Lozenoord, though, Erhan Yuyovski, starting inside the top 10, has been bundled off the road and bundled out of good positions. It's going to be difficult now for RAG, and we already know Redline versus RAG, not only do they need Redline to suffer and struggle, RAG need to win here in day number 3.
Yeah, and that is easier said than done for sure. Teams that are looking strong right now, though, as Carbon come into the pit lane, so clearly a lot of damage on that car. There's a couple of cars off in the background as well. Looks to me like it might be one of the Patrick Long Esports cars or whatnot in the background that is well off of the road for RAG. Like I say, where is the backup right now? Apex looking really strong. Burst got a couple of cars up there, 5th and 12th as well. Williams with 9th and 11th. Remember, the points we're looking for, realistically, we're looking to try and score around 21 to 25 points as Umashima gets to the inside of Simeon Lynch, but he makes a huge mistake and he's going straight on.
Can he get that one back in time to recover as many positions as possible? There goes Marion. Umashima's going to drop outside of the top 15 potentially. Yes, he will. My oh my, just like that, how things can change, and Umashima continues to feel the pain. There goes Yuyovski up his inside.
Yeah, well, what happened to Yuyovski and all of that? Like, yes, that would have been the RAG that was right off down at T1. John Lacey Esports Academy with Santoro straight down the inside of Erhan Yuyovski, picking up that position in the John Lacey Esports Academy car. I still like that dark blue, by the way. Don't get me wrong, sorry, Jordi, but it's just not the right colour for the team. I think it looks fantastic, but still, we're on board with Kasper Stoltz, his teammate, who's just all over the curbs on the inside, still trying to work out some of these drivers how to wrestle this car around this track.
One thing you'll also note is that the rear brake rotors glow a lot more than the fronts, and that's not unexpected. A, it minimizes locking, but B as well, it just handles the weight transfer of this car just a little bit easier. Out front though, Johan Harth knows that unlike when these two were fighting in the Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Championship, he doesn't need to fight Martin van Lozenoord. Harth and Fluke, 2nd and 3rd, will advance if things stand as they are. It's now about patience and surviving the next 11 and a half odd minutes. Ibrahim Khan down onto pit road as well. So for Simeon Lynch, really no backup in that Rocket Sim Sport team. Lewis, no bias from you, but you must be somewhat disappointed.
Yeah, it's just a struggle. So poor qualifying. Dan Handover was a bit further down the grid, and then Ibrahim Khan failed to get a lap onto the board, and issues for the pair of them over the opening start of this race. Issues for a lot of drivers as well. One less so. We're on board with Lafuente. They gained a position courtesy of Umashima's mistake whilst trying to attack Simeon Lynch. Focus on the car directly behind us, though. Might see him popping a couple of times into the mirrors. Phil Denez, BS Competition were a little bit frustrated yesterday. I think that's rightfully so. We did catch the incident, the let's be honest, bad rejoin from Phil Denez. Your car was well in control, mate. 6th position from them at the moment, but fastest lap of this race.
Umashima's been off again. Umashima has been off again. From hero to zero. Burst Esports, well, it goes from bad to worse from them. Evan Marion's had an issue now as well. Burst imploding in this heat. They will go through the second chance race. There's the stricken Burst Esports car on the inside of Redmond Hairpin. My oh my, I said just like that how things can change. We'll get a look at what happened here, and it's self-inflicted like it was with Umashima, and Bustamante feels the pain.
Yeah, I kind of feel for him there. Like, obviously, really overdid that one on the brakes, and then it sort of sat there in the middle of the track, tries to get into reverse, try and get off of the racetrack, was hit by one of the definitely not great liveried Fordzillas, as there was a little bit of a clout into the side. We're ripping them apart on the livery front, and rightfully so, by the way.
It's okay. It's because William Chadwick is now one of the newest members of RaceSpot. So if he's going to complain, I'll just remind him that he's signed the contract. He's got to deal with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he will start to appreciate it more from our point of view, seeing liveries terribly. It is a bad one. We'll go with that. But
to give the update, by the way, to just give a quick update. Sorry, Lewis. Apex are looking great. We know that. Yes. Williams, pretty good. BS, not bad. Fordzilla, not bad. R8G might still be in the mix here. Do not count them out. I think it was 21 points to advance in heat number 1. I think the number is going to go up for the second heat.
Yeah, potentially so. It's Erhan Yovsky who's in 20th position. Right, penalty. Williams Esports, Martin Stefanko causing a collision. 2 penalty points to Williams Esports. They're still in plenty of good spots, so I wouldn't panic too much about that.
You've forgotten, Lewis. Isaac Price is in front of Erhan Yovsky.
Oh, certainly is.
Yeah, so they may still be okay. As it stands, that'll be 18 for them. Look at this. Look at this. They tried 3, they tried 4 wide. There was contact with, I believe that's Bustamante. That's what sent Carbon Simsport and Yayovsky off the road. And then, well, we're talking of rejoins. Race Control's going to have a field day with that one.
I think there's a 5-pointer on its way based on that one. Erhan Yovsky trying to fend off, I think, Santoro. These two have battled a little bit, or it might actually be Casper Stoltz he's going side by side with here. It is indeed. These two have raced a fair few times on rFactor 2, less so on iRacing. It might be like, oh, God, you again? Right, let's go for it then. Casper Stoltz down the inside. Erhan Yovsky goes for the switchback and nearly cuts off the nose of Aidan Brown. Coming through is Rocket Simsports.
That's Daniel Handover, who saw the mistake, or maybe it was just a send from Handover that forced Aidan Brown to just go deep and lock the tires up himself. Remember, Rocket Simsport, we talked about Ibrahim Khan coming to pit road. He exited pit road and immediately had to return. So if Rocket's going to advance, it needs Daniel Handover to get up potentially even into the top 15 to back up the performance of Simeon Lynch. Look at the clouds, menacing. And what a fascinating race number 2 we have here on day 3 as they come down into the hairpin. It's still Van Lozenoord that leads. Hart and Fluke, comfortable as they are, they don't want to force the issue. Latest update that we have from Luke Crane, it's Apex, Williams, BS, Fordzilla, and guess who? R8G that would advance.
Yeah, Martin Van Lozenoord, who is under a lot of pressure from Johan Hart. I think he might be like, look, I can see the Apex lads, you lot are in a great spot. 2nd and 3rd. Please don't attack, because for R8G we want to go through. But for Johan Hart, if this could tick off one of their rivals potentially for later on in the day, you've got to kill them now. You've got to get rid of them now. If you can do so, you're going to be under less threat when it comes to the quarters, when it comes to the semis. So they're focused on eliminating the threat from their point of view. Johan Hart might need to do this move to try and get rid of R8G.
This is great stuff. Lights flashing from Hart as he just tries to apply the pressure. You got to remember, they might want to eliminate R8G from contention. They can't do it while getting penalty points. Isaac Price is up to 16th, so they've been going up. And I'm going to point this out again because Luke Crane has pointed it out as well. Van Lozenoord, in my opinion, should have won the World Championship. Not to discredit Peter Berryman, who had a valiant effort in that Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Championship. But Van Lozenoord just didn't have the team assistant. You had Berryman, you had Hart, you had Costantini, all working together, being able to box Van Lozenoord out of contention at time. They are not necessarily on the best of terms. Looks like Lafuente has dropped behind Dinez. BS looking to try and make up some positions.
Yeah, kind of one of those things, you know, very rough. You need the team assistance right now. He'll be thinking and having a bit of deja vu on the return to that. But Van Lozenoord is in control here. And to be fair to him, with Isaac Price moving forward, he did get briefly up into 15th position. Now he's dropped back down to 17th. Oh, he got past Culver back, but now coming back, going still side by side, just on the cusp of the top 16 at the top of our leaderboard there. Van Lozenoord, he's not fully grasping where his team are.
Umashima's had an issue, so has Rocket Simsport and Daniel Handover. So that's Rocket Simsport done. They're going to the second chance race. You saw the onboard with Johan Hart. Would like to point out, Apex Racing Team have their new team facility in Corby. We've seen Jamie Fluke race from there. We've seen Kevin Ellis as well, Peter Berryman, all moved into their new facilities. Johan Hart will make the transition to the UK at the conclusion of the upcoming Porsche Esports Super Cup. My, oh my, I'm loving the pressure that Hart is putting on. Again, though, we'll reiterate, he cannot afford to take any penalty points here because that might make a good position a bad position if whatever he does also takes himself out.
Well, you say that. I mean, if he... Okay, right. This is me playing devil's advocate and like all the what-ifs and the what-nots and the... Okay, let's just say that Johan Hart, who is far too nice of a driver to actually do this, but if he were to leave it slightly down the inside, if he were to take Van Loozenhoorn off of the racetrack, a bit of a spin, he gets himself a couple of penalty points, maybe even a maximum of, say, 5, which is the highest that we've seen for the rejoins and such, if he spins him out. But they're still running second, third, they're still running 10th, they're still well within the points barrier to keep them within going through to the quarterfinals. Now, this is me going into a full hypothetical here because, let's be honest, Johan Hart is not just going to dive down the inside of Van Loozenhoorn to take him out because they're running second and third and they have no real need to do that. But it would eliminate RHG.
Word from Race Control, there is so much to review that they may have to take a little bit longer with the results. Here's a look at the penalty points for Patrick Long Racing. Not really in the mix as it stands, I believe, so it might not be a huge issue for them. Still watching the front guys as they battle their way in towards Altwood Curve onto that back straightaway. Jamie Fluke's got a nice view of the action. Martin Van Loozenhoorn feeling the pressure. Funnily enough, I like these little random tidbits. Martin Van Loozenhoorn, we've seen him in plenty endurance races as well, but the iRacing Daytona 24, we didn't see him doing top split. Instead, he was paired with none other than team manager Romain Grosjean, or team owner Romain Grosjean, and guess who? So did Jimmy Broadbent.
Broadbent, indeed they were, in a race-long battle with the likes of Casey Kerwin as well from our NASCAR Coca-Cola series here on iRacing. Like I say, this is a pretty intense battle, more of a pressure cooker. This is what I mean about this car being hard to race. It's not really like a proper... You're not getting any assistance in the racing. If you want to overtake, it is about you overtaking. Again, it's why we love this type of racing, this type of car when it comes to racing. I'm going to, by the way, just bash the new Apex facility a little bit here because there's one thing they are missing, more so than anything else. I think you might know what it is, Arjuna. We're on board here with Jamie Fluke. Where's my tracks? I want you to bring a wall. I want you loads of tracks on there, as we normally expect from Jamie Fluke, because then we get to play games on broadcast as a penalty goes the way of Carbon Sim Sport.
Yeah, but we don't need those distractions in races like this. Let's be real. We don't need to be trying to figure out. Yes, I wonder if he's got, if he had Okayama on his old track map. I do remember talking. Did he?
I think he did.
I think you're right, but I don't know for sure. The one thing I'll note about Jamie Fluke is we had a great chat with him on the RaceSpot podcast at the end of 2020, and he indicated that full-time sim racing was something on the horizon. He did intimate that maybe there were bigger plans. I didn't realize how big they were until they announced the team facility. One lap to go after this one, I believe. Doesn't look as though there's too many moves that are relevant in terms of the points positions, and that's the crucial thing, Lewis. There's moves going on further down through the field, but it's not going to affect the top 5. We'll all advance to our quarterfinals here.
So it is the case. This is a fact. This is the how we've been over the last few days. The last couple, it's been Heat 1. Well, I don't know who's going through. Heat 2, bit more clear cut. We're seeing a few more teams in Heat 2. It's obviously nothing like specific because obviously the teams are constantly changing who's in Heat 2 because it's based on championship order and the even numbered positions of the championship order are those that go through into Heat 2 and the odd numbers are in Heat 1. But it's a bit more clear cut. You can see on there, we've got Apex, you can see we've got Fordzilla, we've got Williams, we've got R8Gs on there at the front and the rear. To be fair, I've got to give a shout out to Butler Powell running 12th and 15th. Not had a good run running through the VCO Esports Racing World Cup, but now starting to look a little bit stronger with Stefan Schlacker and Heiko Kolbenbach.
So 2 notes about Jamie Fluke, since we're just focusing on his wall of track maps for a sec. Kevin Ellis Jr. says that they're going to look into it, so thank you, Kevin. We appreciate that. Dominic Engel, who of course ran the SEO Sprint Masters, is 99% sure that Jamie fluke at Okayama.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. I'd need to go back and see, but I'm pretty certain he did, because I think we discussed it once. But there was a lot of track maps on that wall. They're fantastic cutouts. Love them. Absolutely love them. I want them all of my own. Thank you. But yeah, make that so.
Well, we'll put the order down. Hopefully
yes.
Alex Simpson gets the checkbook out and maybe adds a few more track maps to that one. Crucially though for RAG, as the lights continue to flash, there's been a resurgent from both Price and Yuyovsky. They're 16th and 17th. That might be enough as Butler Pal get the elbows out with Team Fordzilla. That's the battle for 12th position, excuse me. Stefan Schlacker is driven up through the field. But out front, of course, Martin van Lozenoord from pole to victory, backed up by good recovery drives from Isaac Price and Erhan Yuyovsky. They should advance directly out of heat number 2, but Martin van Lozenoord wins here at Okayama. Apex Racing Team 2nd and 3rd. They'll advance alongside RAG. The iRacing guns have shown up once more, Lewis, and they put on a clinic.
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers on there, though, that I'm actually genuinely impressed with. The non-rFactor 2, the non-iRacing drivers. I was going to say rFactor 2 because of Nuno Pinto. 12th place for very much an rFactor 2 specialist. That is fantastic. We saw the great qualifying from Erhan Yuyovsky. A few drivers up there, more so than I would have expected. But let's be honest, that top lot, Van Lozenoord, Hart, Fluke, Lynch, Dinez, Lafuente, these are all drivers that we expect to see at the front of a strong field. So that's why they are fighting so strong. Was a bit disappointed with the qualifying from Yaltayan, now going up into 10th place through the race BS competition, clearly showing they have pace when it comes to racing, and that is what we expect.
You shouted at Nuno Pinto. Did you ignore Martin Stefanko?
He's done a bit of iRacing though. To be fair, okay. Martin Stefanko is one driver, maybe not quite strong, but I put him almost in the same kind of category as people like Kevin Siggy and even Erhan Yuyovsky to a degree, where they are good on all simulators. There's not many that actually jump across all and are as quick on each of them as they are on the main one for them.
I agree. No, I know what you mean. Here's a look at the results. Van Lozenoord half a second clear of the Apex Racing Team duo behind. Simeon Lynch for Rocket Simsport. Good drive from him to finish in 4th, with Phil Dinez for the Zebras rounding out the top 5. Daniel Lafuente not really charging up through the field, but he still finishes in 6th, and a good day for Williams Esports. Team Fordzilla 7th, with the other Williams Esports cars just behind him. Yaltayan rounds out the top 10 here. Fastest lap all the way race, by the way, did go to Phil Dinez. Maybe we'll see the pace evolve from BS competition like we've seen the last couple of days, where teams get stronger and stronger. Juan Bustamante in 11th with Nuno Pinto 12th for Team Fordzilla. That should be enough for Fordzilla to advance directly. Stefan Schlack for Butler Pal, along with Gregor Schillen, Butler Pal teammate Heiko Colvin back in 15th. 28 points. Will that be enough for BPM? We'll wait and see. Isaac Price, though, and Erhan Yuyovsky off the road at turn 1 on lap 1. They finished 16th and 17th. Highest place of the Patrick Long Esports cars is in 18th position, while Mitchie Hoyer, disappointment for Burst Esports here. Given how strong they started this race, given how Kazuki Yumashima, really, you expect a lot more from him, but a mistake, and Burst down in 19th position. John Lacey Esports through the top 20, and we'll scroll through the names here, Lewis. Some big surprises, maybe some other names not such a big surprise.
Yeah, the teams on this list, the ones going through, would probably be ones that I would, more so have expected. There are a couple of teams that did better than I thought. One of them was genuinely BPM. Now, going into the second chance races, a few teams in there that we're focused on. Top Racing Mirror, Yaz Heat, they're going to be ones that are going to be very strong. BPM is honestly one that I would put in that list. They might actually be able to put in a decent performance. Hey, they might sneak a quarterfinal appearance out of this.
We'll get the word. Race Control has said they are done reviewing incidents, so should get the points totals to you very, very soon. Luke, another crazy race, this time crazy in turn number 1.
Well, yeah, my prediction, we spoke before the broadcast, I threw a dark horse out there of Carbon Esports. I thought they might have a chance of maybe sneaking the semi-final today, and they qualified really well, and in the blink of an eye, all 3 cars skittled out into turn number 1, so I'm like, okay, probably best I don't mention anything in the future. But look at who is at the front end. The teams that have done well over the course of the whole competition, they've figured out the format, haven't they? They figured out you need to just keep it clean, make sure that you get the job done early in qualifying, or make sure you're not involved in anything silly in turn number 1. I know that sounds very, very simple, but it's very difficult to indeed, pull off. But yeah, we're just seeing the same names up there. I think the real interesting factor is Team Redline did have that 1, 2, 3, but RHE aren't going to be too worried about it, because as much as it's impressive, they'll be like, well, we weren't in that race, so we weren't able to actually, get involved with them and battle with them. So yeah, this is poised beautifully well. And Apex finally showing up, which we expected on iRacing, and of course Altus from race number 1. It's going to be fascinating how today goes.
And I'm really curious now to see how things look in this second chance race, Luke, because you'll have some desperate teams and some teams that got involved in contact in that race 1 where, for example, like Carbon SimSport, we didn't get to see their true potential.
No, we absolutely didn't. And it's a strange one, because of course we've had the second chance twice already, but literally this is the last opportunity, right? They haven't got another day to go into. So I think it's going to be even more frantic because of that reason. And it really is anybody's. I think this is the first time where I could not genuinely go, right, there's 2 teams that stick out. Like Lewis rightly pointed out, Butler Powell Motorsport, they've come out of nowhere really today and looked like a team that could string a result together and could sneak themselves into the quarterfinals, potentially, if there's a little bit of carnage, sneak themselves into the semi-finals. And what we've been saying for the whole 3 days, there's going to be that 1 or 2 teams that have managed to steal a result. And I don't mean that to be in this competition, you've got to be incredible, right? But sometimes you know you beat in terms of pace, but can you just steal that extra 1 or 2 positions? And ultimately today, it's a separate competition every day. You earn more money. If you earn more money today, you're going to go higher up in the actual overall championship naturally and earn more money there. So yeah, it's definitely all to play for.
Sometimes you just need luck to go your way. You can't always make your own luck. Here's the look at the points though after heat number 2. Race Control very quick to finish things off, and well, even lower was the threshold to make it through. We thought maybe you need more than 21, but 19, that magic number here. Apex Racing Team, BS Competition, Williams Esports, RAG, and Team Fordzilla, all iRacing stalwarts advancing from here. Butler Power Motorsports, Rocket SimSport, Burst Esports, Jean Alesi Esports Academy, Patrick Long Esports, and Carbon SimSports, the unlucky ones who will head through to the second chance race, where, of course, remember, we'll enter with 12 teams, only 2 will win. It's go through or go home, as Luke points out. Lewis, let's talk then about what we'll see now in the changing weather conditions. That's one thing that we really haven't seen these last couple of days. The fact that the conditions may change, the cloud cover may change, and you've got to be ready to adapt more than you're already doing this entire weekend.
Yeah, each simulator obviously has its own weather system to its own degree. ACC and rFactor 2, by the way, both have rained in varying ways, whether you count them as positive or negative. I know some of them RF2 sometimes isn't that great, but the actual fact that you can have it, fine. In here, we don't have rain yet in iRacing, but the way they've done it with the sun on the track and how much it heats it up, then the cloud cover, but how that actually affects things. You've had basically like proper weather patterns. For example, as we were discussing a little bit before in the Daytona 24, is that just because you get cloud cover doesn't mean things are going to cool down. It might actually heat things up because of basically it being like a blanket over the top, which is correct. Meteorologists, that is how it works. So in that sense, it's very, very interesting as to how it works the track and how much it changes the balance of the car.
And it's funny you speak of the Daytona 24. One man that I got the pleasure of chatting to was Team Redline manager Atsi Kirchhoff, and he joins us once more after victory yesterday in day number 2. Atsi, delighted to have you join us once more. Talk to us about this format. You guys, of course, we've seen you compete across different platforms before, but never like this where you've got to have drivers that can adapt to the different challenges that different platforms provide.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me again. Yeah, this is something new. This is crazy. 3 days of action-packed racing. Yeah, working as a team mostly. And what we see now is that the team who is strongest in average basically has the best chance of winning the competition. I think it started quite rough for us with ACC. It's not our strongest platform, but yeah, our guys, they did amazing. Still scoring at top 3 there. But yesterday was our day, and I think Croatia, RAG Racing was amazing yesterday. We had a massive battle, quite spectacular, some would say. And yeah, the last race on iRacing, that's the one where we need to score. This is a very important one. We have everything to lose still, so it's all about making it to the final for us. It's yeah, it's going to be a tricky one, but so far it looks good.
Well, Redline have been a team in sim racing for a very, very long time, almost since sim racing was a thing. Redline have been in it. Redline have been battling at the front. What is the secret sauce that makes Redline work, not only on iRacing, not only on rFactor 2, but even still, you said ACC was your weakest platform. You were still third. You were still competing and have still competed in various championships at the front. How's that work?
Yeah, well, I think we expect quite a lot from the drivers, and the only way to hurt us is to beat us. Everything is about results for us. We are not a very spectacular team when it comes to social media stuff about anything. The only thing I personally care about is being on top of the tables at the end of the day, and that's what we put our full focus on. So yeah, that puts a lot of pressure on the drivers, and I think over the last couple of years we have reshaped the team, and we build a structure where we could work together as drivers. We put all the knowledge together, and of course with all the real drivers involved, there's a lot of knowledge pumped into the team where the sim drivers can take advantage of, and the other way around it works as well. But for these competitions, if we talk about the V8 supercar, we have Shane in the team who knows everything about this car. He's driven this car even competitive in iRacing, so he can tell us where to look for. And even though it's a fixed setup, it's a very specific, very annoying car to drive, to put it that way. And I think our guys nailed it, at least in the heats. And now let's see what the other races will do.
One question I have for you, Atsi, is with your experience in sim racing, how difficult is it in your mind to compete across 3 different platforms in 3 very different cars in just 3 days? We're seeing Enzo Benito having to go across all 3 different platforms. We were a little bit unfair, I think, in some ways to him yesterday, calling him the 3rd driver, the one that had to be there to back up the other 2. But today, he's leading the charge here in iRacing.
Yeah, it's not surprising, but it's surprising, and he's of course one of the best drivers in the world. But even in the real car, he's amazing. But cross-platform, he's just the best, I would say. And we can use him on any platform, and he performs. He is so incredibly talented, and we had to pick a team of 5 that could put results in. We have Kevin Siggy, Jeffrey Rietveld. They are both very dynamic when it comes to driving on different platforms as well. So yeah, I think over the whole scene we had, the whole layout, we had quite a strong team, and we knew it. But yeah, just the first one, we knew it was not a fixed setup. We're not very specialized in ACC when it comes to building setups. So yeah, that's the one we had to do the most damage control, which we did successfully. And if it wasn't for the penalty, I think we even made it to the final. So that's where we knew, okay, now we have a chance to win. But yeah, you want to win every race, and like I said, we only care about results in Team Redline. So even in these races, we learned so much, and we know what to do better for the next races, for the next season. I hope this competition will happen a lot in the future, and we just want to dominate, basically.
Got sort of a double question for you here. This one's about practice and such. With how the ERWC has been, with the practice, with the preparation, it's trying to be a bit more, lower on the practice, more about the drivers. Do you think that kind of works in your favour? Do you think that kind of helps your drivers with the fantastic talent pool you have? And of course, that tweet Max Verstappen put out, was that by you? Did you ask him to stick that one out? Did you want to go racing at Okayama a bit earlier on today?
No, actually, the whole voting thing, it's a team championship, and Max loves the team. He's a massive part of the team, so he takes that initiative to do it himself. And for us, it wouldn't even matter if we would have driven Watkins or Okayama. But yeah, we thought, let's shake things up, let's use our strength, and this is how Max can help us out, basically.
Well, thanks for joining us, Atsi. We'll let you go. As someone said, this may be the first time that you've done an interview where you're not in your airport, not in a hotel, something like that. It looks like you're actually at home for once.
I have a vacation this week, and it's the only vacation I have until, I think, it was the first vacation in 3 years, let's put it that way. And it's like 3 days with the family, so it's very pleasant. But even then, I'm watching how the team is doing every night, and the races are quite long, so it's quite you know, get some chips and a beer, and then sometimes enjoy what is happening. But it's a long season ahead, both with Real Racing and Team Redline. So yeah, gotta revitalize a little bit these days to make sure we can perform the rest of the season.
Well, enjoy some much needed family time, and best of luck for the upcoming year, because I know you'll be busy traveling around the world.
Thank you very much.
So that was Team Redline manager Atsi Kirchhoff, and now, well, we're ready for the second chance race. They're about to go qualifying. Again, 5 minutes on the clock. 12 teams enter to advance. And like you said, Luke, it's go through or go home now. This is the last chance for these teams to really put their mark on this inaugural VCO Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, it is the absolute last chance. There's no day 4, there's no day 5. So yeah, even if you don't feel like you've got the pace to potentially get to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, just go out there and give a show. Just give it absolutely everything. You do not want to be getting to later on tonight thinking, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that. Like, you've been invited to this competition because you're part of the biggest esports sim racing teams in the world. Go out there and show it.
Lewis, from your perspective, the thing that I really enjoyed hearing from Atsi is that, you know, Max didn't do that necessarily because he was told to. He wants to, and that's what we love about Max. The three of us were talking before we went on air. Max might not just be the best in the real world. He very well may be the fastest in the virtual world as well.
Yeah, fantastic talent just behind the wheel. But also, I think it is the most important thing, at least from us as a sim racing community, about Max Verstappen, is that he does care about sim racing. It's not just a marketing ploy or something else. There is genuine respect and care. He's been a part of Redline for a long time. That's not something that's just come about because he's a Formula 1 world champion. He's been a part of that team for years. He cares about that team. That's why, you know, he's going to try and help that team, to try and, you know, move it around this way, that way, but still paying attention to the sim racing world, because who's winning titles, who's winning this, who's winning that, still matters to even a Formula 1 world champion, and that's why we respect him. That's the only reason we respect him.
Oh, come on. There's a lot more. Well, we're ready for qualifying, and this one is going to be intense. Luke, cannot wait for it.
Well, yeah, I don't have to commentate on this. I just get to sit back, relax, and enjoy you guys try and dissect what's about to happen. But yeah, good luck with it. And well, only 2 will go through.
It's simple now. Go through or go home here in this first running of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup. 12 teams will enter, only 2 will leave. 36 drivers on track for qualifying once again, and well, we'll see how crazy this is going to be here, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I made a list over the previous few races, and I will give you that list now of teams to look out for in this. Top Racing, Mirror, Yaz Heat, BPM, Carbon, Rocket, Burst. Basically, the whole grid. What's the point? We're looking for 2 teams to go through. This is going to be manic. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be everything we love. And it is 35 cars. Normally we'd expect 36, but of course, Yaz Heat, only 2 cars. We were discussing this before. Yaroslav Honzik not able to make this, of course, being ill. Thoughts around him has been out in the chat, has been trying to keep us as active as possible, which I think massive respect to him, especially considering he doesn't feel very well.
Yeah, no, seriously. One thing I'll note as well, I think Yaz Heat are in a good position here. The field is somewhat whittled down. Emily Jones, put her in a supercar. She just goes quick. She just loves this machine. So many fast drivers. Maybe she's given some tips. Remember, Yaz Heat, Veloce Esports, sister teams in some way. As the times begin to come in, it is Dion Fiallo that's put in the benchmark currently, a 1:32.051. Remember, open qualifying. As long as you've crossed the line before the checkered flag flies, Lewis, you can complete the lap you're on.
Yeah, they're kind of the counter to what normally people expect within iRacing qualifying. Obviously, those that are fairly even new to the platform, even well experienced to the platform, had this conversation with a few people even recently, where yes, you can actually keep going after the checkered flag as long as it is in an open session. We have the closed session, it's just you and the track. That's where it gets closed off. Look at that lap time from Ricardo Rico to go half a second quicker than Dion Fiallo. These opening lap times, probably not super representative right now. They're building themselves up. This is a tricky car that required confidence. Might take a couple of laps to find the real level of speed, although I will say that 31.5 is a pretty healthy lap time around here.
And unlike the days past when we could really compare the lap times, it's going to be more difficult here today just because the temperature continues to change. You want to guess what the track temperature is, Lewis? Because you're not going to guess it.
Well, it's 25.1 air, so 29.
You're cheating. You're cheating. You're looking inside. It is 57.8 degrees Celsius.
These tires, toasty.
Yeah, these tires already get plenty of reviews. This is just a little bit more.
That's pretty hot. I wanted to race at Sebring with around 60 degrees Celsius, and it was not fun. It is so difficult, and especially in a car like this, where you've got to nurse it around on the front and on the rear. No locking up like what we saw in the previous race from Umeshima. Cannot get away with any of that. I mean, he didn't get away with it in that race either, but still, in this session right now, look at the teams that are looking quite strong. Rocket, 4th and 9th. Look at Veloce, 2nd, 5th, 8th. That's an incredible run. Ricardo Rico and Adam Pintesh, 1st and 12th right now, as Lukaszek goes all the way up to 8th position for Carbon Simsport.
I'm going to have to correct myself because now I feel like a bit of a bozo. Yes, he'd already qualified, so excuse me, we're not going to see
Emily Jones. Of course they did.
Yes, no, I'm
off the list.
Yeah, I'm being wrong. That's how it's going to go. Qualifying, the checkered flag is out. Finish the lap you're on. Ricardo Rico, Dion Fiallo, Alex Smoliar. What a breakout competition it's been for him, not just showing his worth in Formula cars, but across the tin tops as well. Carbon Simsport really just trying to come to grips with this machine. I don't even know if this is a valid lap time because it's only showing Sector 1. He'll be one of the final cars to come through across the line. What will it be for the number 1 machine? Will it count? Will it not? It's a 32.486, and it does count. It's good enough for 14th. Still waiting for 3 cars to come across the line. Will anyone jump up into the top 10, get some good positions? Here comes Top Racing. Can they back up Smoliar up front? 8th position currently. Is it going to be quicker across the line? No, it's not. And with these track temperatures, with the way the tires work, Lewis, it was always going to go like that. The fall off is going to be so significant, you've got to nail it on lap number 1.
Yeah, why do you think Phil Denez set the fastest lap of the previous race on lap number 2? Because it is hard to get consistent laps. Few teams right up there. As I said, Top Racing, that improvement, or the lap from Alex Smoliar from Yegor Ogrodnikov to put them up in those positions is excellent. There was a couple of positions, by the way, one that I'm going to speak of. We love a bit of drama, don't we? P12, P13, Ibrahim Khan, Luca D'Amelio. Now, these two are friends, but they both used to drive the same team. The way it worked is Luca D'Amelio drove for Zancho, the team that runs Rocket, and Ibrahim Khan was elsewhere in sim racing. Luca got Ibra into the team, and then Luca left. So they were only teammates for about 3 weeks. But there is a bit of a rapport between those two, starting a bit further down the grid. I wonder if they'll try and work together to bring them both forward.
Let's go take a look at the starting grid here in Okayama for what is bound to be a frantic last chance race. Ricardo Rico puts it on pole. He did this a week ago in the McLaren of the Daytona 24. It's the same. Daytona Okayama Supercar GT3, the same. Dion Fiallo alongside on the front row. Alex Smoliar will be alongside Simeon Lynch, who backs up the good qualifying from heat number 2. Kazuki Umeshima started in 5th in heat 2, but finished down the pack. Can he do better this time around? He'd be alongside Isaac Gillenson, who, well, was in the wars. Attila Bushi and Top Racing, 7th and 8th positions. Carbon and Veloce through the top 10. Veloce in a great spot. Ibrahim Khan needs to back up Simeon Lynch. He'll be alongside Luca D'Amelio for Patrick Long Esports. Back in 13th, it will be Arnage and Adam Pinches with Carbon Simsport alongside Gergo Baldi and Michi Hoyer, 15th and 16th, while the third Carbon Sport car will be alongside the final of the Burst Esports cars. Both Carbon and Burst need good performances from the rest of their roster to push them forward. Daniel Handover will be alongside the John Alesi Esports car. That's through the top 20. Mirror John Alesi, row 11, John Alesi and Butler Pal, row number 12. Again, we've got a big old field, 36 cars. Mika Hakimi and Tobias Gronewald. So strong was Tobias in day number 1. Struggling a bit more here in day 3, but again, Unicorns of Love having some fun. Carlos Martin and Aiden Brow will round out the top 28, while Heiko Kolbenbach and Robert Pound through the top 30. Dennis Grabowski in real racing suit as well will be alongside Marcelo Bonacorsi, and Henry Drury complete the 33 cars. They'll go racing here for what is not going to be 15 minutes, Lewis. 10 minutes on the board here.
Yeah, there were 3 drivers, by the way, missing from that. I don't think they did times, but Antunes, Michael Tauscher, remember about Michael Tauscher on day 1 of that drama that we had, and Konstantin Romanenko. Antunes drives for our Arnage competition, of course. Tauscher is Unicorns of Love, and Romanenko is a Ballast Esports driver. Those ones potentially down towards the back of the grid. Like you say, a few teams with a lot of work to do. Burst are one of them. Burst are the kind of one of those teams. They've got a car with Kazuki Yumashima up towards the front, potentially quite good as long as they remove some of the mistakes. But Michi Hoyer, that lot, they're not really used to racing on iRacing. Needs to move forward, otherwise this is the last we'll see of the team that finished 3rd yesterday.
So quick predictions here, Lewis. I'll go first. I'll let you think about this. I'm going Veloce and Burst.
You're going with Burst. You are going with Burst. Veloce top.
I've got to believe in Umashima to bounce back.
Veloce and top.
Okay, well, there we go.
Igor Rognikov needs to cut out mistakes, though. Needs to have a nice, clean start and cannot cut across the nose of his teammate in this race.
Well, we've agreed on one. We don't agree on the other. Which way will it go? Have we both just put the jinx down on Veloce Esports? Ricardo Rico and Dion Fiallo, front row, waiting for the green flag to fly here in Okayama for the last chance race. It's go through or go home. They stack themselves up. They fan themselves out 5 wide, but we're racing here in Okayama. Burst not getting the best start back in the pack. 5 wide into the corner. Surely that's not going to work out. Looks like, there we go. Patrick Long Esports comes out on the worst. Arnage has had a couple of cars off the road as well. There's chaos and carnage as expected.
Yeah, that's always going to be. We're going to see that in every race. We're going to see that in the quarterfinals. That is absolutely certain. Just how it goes, that fanning out on the rolling start. So is there 2 wide? Then they end up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide. There we've got Alex Molia trying to grab 2nd position from Ricardo Rico. Sorry, from Dion Fiallo. Just saw that Grabowski had jumped towards the top of the tab. It's because he's already retired from this race. So Top Racing only have the 2 up towards the top. And Igor Rognikov on the cusp of the top 10, just at the back of this train.
Fiallo leaves plenty of space for Smolyar, who will try and take 2nd away. Fiallo backs out, which he does. It'll be Simeon Lynch next in line, who we jump on board with now, heading down into the 2nd of the left-handers here in sector number 2. Already stretching his legs. 1 second clear is Ricardo Rico. A couple more cars have gone off the track. Coming in through the hairpin, so plenty of chaos in action. Gergo Baldy's lost out there, and that is going to be a rejoin to watch out for. He just gets on the brakes. That's Casper Stoltz that's gone around. Looks like Arnage is coming down the inside, heading into the hairpin number 1 here.
Yeah, the Dane just making a little bit of a mess there, getting caught up, but like you say, getting on the brakes at the right time. He knows to lock his brakes when he's been sliding around. He's been, well, anyone on RF2 will certainly know that from all the leagues of racing. A bit of a slowdown penalty, I think, for Rocket. Rocket going backwards. We're riding on board now with Ibrahim Khan, who made some good progress, but now has been told, back you go, son. I think he might have just taken a little bit too much through the penultimate corner. That's rough for Rocket.
So how is it shaping up right now? Veloce, as expected, 3 cars in the top 10. They are looking good. Umashima's teammates are not even inside the top 20 right now. Excuse me. Well, Michi Hoyer's at least survived. He's an 18th, but not easy for them. Who would be that 2nd team that's looking good here? Might be Carbon. Oh, Top, you're right.
It's Top, mate. Smolyar and Igor Rognikov. Told you, mate. Told you. For now, it's now going to change.
Mystic Lewis has returned for the first time since Daytona last year.
Yeah, it was a long, long runaway. Although that one was a good prediction. That one was 18 hours ahead. So that was my entrance to the RaceSpot.tv booth, and it went backwards from there.
Coming in through onto the short run down into the first of the hairpins in this final sector. It is Rico that is now 1.5 seconds clear. No assistance from his teammates. Jimmy Antunes, the 2nd of the Arnage cars. He's down in 21st, on board with Attila Bushy. Oh, look at him get the chrome horn out there as he's now just tucked up behind Carbon Simsport as he tries to work his way forward.
Yeah, this is another team that's right on the cusp. 7th and 11th. Zoltan Suti, who's running around in 11th spot on the rear end of Igor Rognikov. That's the team they're trying to get rid of, Top Racing, who are running 2nd and 10th. Again, add the positions together. Those are the points the team's making. It's about the top 2 positions. So Veloce right now with the 3rd and are scoring 11 points in this race. Lowest point goes through. To explain that to you once more, 7 plus 11, not normally numbers we put together unless it's to do with a shop, but this time it is 18 points for them, and then Smolyar and Ogorognikov, it's 12 points for them. That's kind of where it is at the moment in that vein. It's quite tight between all of them. Didn't quite realise again how many points Veloce is scoring. Maybe Isaac Gillison thinks 11 points might not be enough. I've got to get on with this.
11, sure. Well, Smolyar
He'll be fine for now.
That should be fine. Now, so Mira's the one that needs to get a move on, and well, Bushi is getting that message, looking to the inside once more of Luchak, but at least for now, move not forthcoming. We're already done with 4 minutes in this 10-minute dash. Looking rearwards now from the Carbon SimSport man. One thing that I've noticed from some of these pictures, Lynch has got past Fiallo. Fiallo may have made a mistake. Veloce dropping backwards.
Oh, this could be bad for Veloce. This could actually make it Mira and top. If Veloce make any more mistakes, Isaac Gillison is in 8th place, but at 9th place of Eamon Murphy's under a lot of pressure from the Russian of Yiga Rognikov. Those two have raced a fair few times, more so on ACC, less so on iRacing. So this is where they're going to go toe-to-toe now, potentially for an important position. You'll see them come through the back end of the shot there. The white car, the Veloce of Eamon Murphy, the silver, the more kind of chromed out car is Yiga Rognikov. And Zoltan Suti is right on the rear end of that in the other, guess what, white car. Fantastic. Cheers, lads. Mira Esports that's just sat 3rd in line there.
What's happened to Heiko Colvin back? Oh, he gets dived by Jean Alesi Esports and then gets tagged around by, I think, Rocket SimSport. That's Roman Grosjean-esque. You think back to Spain a couple of years ago, at least this time the smoke wasn't so big that he got absolutely T-boned in the aftermath.
Yeah, there's not really too much that those behind could have done. I think it was Ibrahim Khan who came through at the final moment. There wasn't really too much. Khan, by the way, in 15th spot, so moving up into it. Don't necessarily count Rocket out from being a potential transfer. They've been into the semi-finals yesterday, so they've got the pace to get into the quarters. Less accustomed to iRacing. This is the question mark for them. As the big dive down the inside of Carbon SimSport. This is big for Mira. Again, if Bushi can pick up the position, if Zoltan Suti can get past Yiga Rognikov, surely Mira are guaranteed for their first quarter-final appearance here in the VCO ERWC.
As here comes the move potentially from Gillison. He'll look to the inside, coming in towards Redmond. Would give the inside if Bushi wants to fight this one back. At least for now, has to back out of this one. You want to know how close? Oh, he's going to sling it down the inside. Oh, you're going to have to back out here, Veloce, and they will indeed. You want to know how close it is for the second of the transfer spots. Does look as though top would be okay. They're 12 points there. Veloce have 13. Mira now have 18. Guess who also has 18?
Rocket.
And Rocket, you're right.
Yeah, it's close. It is so close to those positions. And again, just to remind everyone back at home, we are fighting for those 2 transfer points, but also we are still fighting for points-paying positions in the championship.
Well,
once we say goodbye to people, that's where they're playing for the points.
The asterisk that I'll put on that, Lewis, is only the top 5 in the championship will take home prize money. So none of these teams are really in that fight right now. Rocket maybe, but they're already behind some of the other cars that have already advanced. So I think they're not in the equation. Top is in that equation as well, so they need to get through. But those are 2 teams which we think might be able to get through. Everyone else is not really in a position to fight for the, what's it, $20,000 that we're going to pay out at the end of this Arnage competition. Well, Jimmy Antunes to add to the misery. Ricardo Rico running away at the front, but the rest of the team. Oh, what's happened to Carbon now?
McGrecky's going backwards, so now down to 14th spot. We'll catch a replay as to what's been going on. There it is. Milos McGrecky going straight over at the hairpin. All right, rejoin, only losing a couple of positions.
Pretty sure he was on the grass into the braking zone there. That would have been a slam dunk spin if he didn't have good car control. So really well done to at least hold on to that car. Looks like Baldy's going backwards. Sakimi will get past him. More race control decisions. Well, there goes Mira's chances up in flames. 2 penalty points to Zoltan Suti, and while Gergo Baldy continues to battle with the Balish team right behind him, well, we thought they may have a chance, but now that hope is basically done.
Yeah, that is sorted for Mirror Esports. We won't see them in the quarterfinals. One of the teams that we won't see in the quarterfinals at any point, unfortunately, over the VCO ERWC. And there we go. See you, mate. That'll be a penalty for Mika Hakimi. I'm pretty sure on that one, straight into the rear of Gergo Baldi. And there's a bit of a shake of the head from Gergo Baldi. Bit of a story on Gergo Baldi's point of view, by the way. He was dominating a race at your favourite circuit, at the Nordschleife. Once he was dominating it so much that he was eating marshmallows whilst driving. And by the way, it wasn't in some random league. That was in the Esports WTCR Championship, where he was absolutely slapping everyone there.
Best track in the world, Lewis, isn't that right?
Nah, second, mate.
Nah, best.
Yeah, I don't know about that. 78's the best number. Bathurst the best track.
See, now the problem with the Nordschleife is you can't put it into this sort of a race because it would legitimately be like 2 laps, but 2 laps there is still 16 minutes, right? So you can't do these 10-minute second chance races. That's the only thing.
Terrible.
That's the only. Oh, wow. We're gonna have to have words after this. White flag will be in the air this time by Ricardo Rico is now 3 odd seconds clear. Kazuki Umeshima is working forward and forward towards Alex Smoliar, but if Smoliar can hold off the pressure, Top Racing will go through here.
Yeah, at the moment things are looking good. Igor Ogrenkov right now with the 10th place finish. Alex Smoliar, as long as he's keeping Umeshima at bay, as long as he's keeping the rest of them at bay behind, this should be okay, should be comfortable for the top transfer spot, but still a bit of work for Smoliar to do, because if Umeshima gets past, then it's all about Dion Fiallo, who's right there, all about Simeon Lynch, who's right there, Luke Shack, not that far off either, and if you drop back to 6th, then things start to become a bit more uncomfortable, a bit more undone. The likelihood of Alex Smoliar dropping back that many positions in one lap, though, seems fairly unlikely, unless it is with assistance.
Look at the setup for Kazuki Umeshima. Looks like he's almost at a desk with an office chair, just a single monitor in front of him. Proof that you don't need all the fancy equipment to go fast, but Umeshima wheel off into the grass. Is that going to put to bed any hopes of him sliding down the inside? Smoliar goes defensive. Umeshima goes deep, side by side. They enter the corner. A little bit loose for Umeshima. Smoliar holds on. Can Fiallo take advantage?
Yeah, nice stuff. He's obviously defending a little bit. That's why we didn't go all the way back over to the right-hand side. I think Vagreki's had a bit more of an issue as he's battling out with Creepy. Promoted Ibrahim Khan a position. Nice and slideways out of the corner there was Alex Smoliar. And trust me, that was not intentional. I did make a mistake there. But either
perfect.
Way, Umeshima defended beautifully there. Ricardo Rico's not had to do any of that. He's just been sat away from everyone.
Well, very similar to how day 1 went when Tobias Pfeffer took the victory in the second chance race, but not backed up by his teammates. Ulsus didn't advance. Ricardo Rico will win in the second chance race, but Arnaud says goodbye to the VCO Esports Racing World Cup. We say hello to the quarterfinals and Alex Smoliar, Top Racing, as well as Dion Fiallo and Veloce Esports. Well, some big names going home, and well, I think I did a bit of a commentator's curse there, Lewis.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little. Who did I say?
You were right, weren't you?
Yeah, I can't remember if that wasn't me. That was so sneaky.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
That is true. It's nothing. The interesting thing though with Ricardo Rico winning, it is yet another time, and I guess it's just how these races go. We've seen this mostly in this race, but it is yet another time that we have seen a race winner, a driver win a race, and then the team go through. We have seen it in all 3 days. We obviously saw it with Tobias Pfeffer. We saw it with BS Competition and Niels Nyox. We also saw it, well, technically, with Manuel Biancalilla, although it wasn't that race that he then won, and then the team was knocked down, so that one doesn't really count. But it is interesting that we see this quite a bit in this style of competition. It shows how close things are and how hard it is to dominate, and why we should be so impressed with what Redline did earlier today. A bit of pressure on their shoulders for what they need to do for the rest of it.
And shows why you don't need just one driver to be fast, you need the roster to be fast. Here's a look at those race results, just 7 laps of action. Ricardo Rico, fastest lap from pole to victory for the Arnaud competition machine. Alex Smoliar for Top Racing drags them through. What a drive from Smoliar here in this V8 supercar. Kazuki Umeshima, a little bit better this time by, but still 3rd is not enough for Burst Esports to advance. But it's Dion Fiallo, big smile on his face as he brings Veloce Esports forward with him. We say goodbye to Rocket SimSport, Simeon Lynch, Carbon SimSport, Mirror Esports, and then 2 Veloce cars, 3 Veloce cars in the top 10. Great for them, while Ogorondikov in that Top Racing car completes the top 10. In 11th, it was Altan Shuti. Couple of penalty points put to bed any hopes that Mirror Esports had of making it through. Patrick Long in 12th. Well, not bad for Luca D'Amelio, but of course, this is not necessarily the sim that we thought they'd be the strongest. Rocket Sim Sport, Ballast Esport, Arnage Competition, Rocket, Burst, Unicorns of Love, and Butler Pal through the top 20. We'll look through the rest of the names. One thing to note, Race Control is still looking at some incidents there. But as things stand, I would be very, very shocked, Lewis, if we get a big change around there, because it would take Veloce or potentially even Top Racing getting some pretty significant penalty points to not make it through.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to see anything switch on that one. It's more of a bit of housekeeping and sorting stuff out, making sure that everything's tidy on there. And we said this before, even with the 2 finals that we've had, it's less so about penalising the drivers to change the result and make it a fair result, because the result is pretty set. It's more so to penalise drivers to tell you, look, lads, you can't be doing that.
Luke, what did you think about that one? Plenty of big names going home, but it's Top and Veloce who make it through.
Yeah, and especially with Veloce, they just seem to find a way, right? Of course, yesterday wasn't the best day in the world for them, but they do tend to still find a way through, and that's the trait of a really good team. I'm just going to talk about this competition in general and maybe moving forward a touch here. We've seen a couple of races where one driver's dominated, and we see sim racers move to different teams every now and again, but not because of a competition, let's say. Could this be the first time we see sim racing go similar to like football, where there might be transfers between teams because of, you know, a consistent money train of competitions like this in the future?
Maybe. I think we will see that teams now have to be a bit more adept in how they build their rosters, Lewis. You can't necessarily just focus on one platform unless you have someone like Josh Rogers, who no matter where you put him, is just going to be quick. I think now you start building a more well-rounded team that is going to be able to adapt to the changing challenges. Maybe even you have different rosters that work together. Maybe we'll see some partnerships in future Esports Racing World Cups. Yeah,
this is the whole thing. I think this is in the football talk that you're talking about there, Luke. Now, this for a lot of sim racing stuff, this is way beyond them. When it talks to football, everyone's like, oh, I'm going to eyes glaze over and all that. But, you know, if you have a team of strikers, that's no good. Where's your goalkeeper? Where's your midfielders? Where's your defenders? You need a whole team to make everything work. I think that's what we need. And that's why I think we might actually see a few more partnerships. Those paving the way at the moment is, of course, Unicorns of Love and NetRex. Those are 2 that have come together to make them better across the whole thing. And to be honest, that partnership has worked. It did what it was intended to do. Obviously, Unicorns of Love, extremely strong on ACC. NetRex boosted their hopes at least a little bit on the on rFactor 2. They were missing on the iRacing platform, but they kind of expected that. I think some teams where they have that, say for example Apex, they didn't enjoy their day yesterday. Maybe they'd be looking at an rFactor 2 team to assist them through on the RF2 side, seeing those partnerships.
We're going to side for a couple of minutes here. We've had 3 races so far, still plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere. The final day of the Esports Racing World Cup continues with the quarterfinals next here on VCO Esports. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this VCO Esports Racing World Cup, where we've just had the second chance races and we've said goodbye for 10 teams in this competition. Quarterfinals are coming up now. We'll whittle down 12 to 6, and then 6 will be whittled down to 2 in day 3 finals. Here's a look at the teams that have advanced. So Race Control is still working through some penalties, but none of them impact Top Racing and Veloce, who do come through to the quarterfinal. What a stacked lineup of teams it is, Luke. But again, we've said this before. You could put any one of the 22 teams into this list, and it would be a huge number of strong outfits.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no surprises there, as we would expect. I think the really cool dynamic here is that there has been one dominating team. We haven't seen that so far. We've had a couple of teams where they've gone first and third, but it's been a case of that's one anomaly race. They haven't done it over the course of the whole day, apart from the final, of course, when there's only 2 teams. So our red line going to continue in that rich vein of form. Now they're going to be mixed in with the other big dogs, if you like. RAG are going to be thinking, well, we absolutely would have stopped that top 3 going through anyway, so it's fine. But at this stage, you really do need your teammates to step up. In the final, if you've got one driver that can absolutely dominate, you can still win the final, right? But at this stage, you cannot have one driver go out there and do it on their own. So it's all about whether RAG can get Erhan up there with him, get maybe Isaac Price up there with Marty van Loosenord. But I don't know. It's going to be super interesting to see how the dynamic changes now. And also, Redline, they have to get through to the semi-finals. That's their objective today, and then the pressure's really off of them. They more than likely will take the crown, but this is a really important race for them.
And just looking, by the way, at the most valuable driver standings, we're doing not just team standings, but of course rewarding the driver that's proving across the platforms that they are the most versatile, the most adaptable. The driver that gets the most podiums across of all 3 days will win the most valuable driver award. They'll win a prize fund that you can donate to by heading to fundraiser.com. $10 gets you an exclusive ERWC pin as well. Tied right now is James Baldwin and Kevin Siggy. Kevin Siggy podiumed in every single race that he was in yesterday. Enzo Benito does have 3 podiums to his name already, Lewis. So we thought maybe it was going to be tough for anyone to go and tie James Baldwin and Kevin Siggy. If Redline make it to the finals and Enzo Benito podiums from every race here on forward, he would be your most valuable driver. Not bad for someone that's competed across all 3 platforms.
But there is one interesting thing with that, because I say he's got 3 already. So if he gets a podium in this, gets a podium in next, I mean, yes, sure. If all the way through, getting onto the podium in each one, is that likely with Enzo Benito? Probably. What if he gets to the final race and thinks, actually, I need another podium? So, you know, it's the second race. Maybe we'll cancel this one. We'll take it to 3 in the shootouts and then go to that. We'll have to wait and see. Based on the last 2 days, I think even regardless of the teams going into the final, I think we're still getting 3 races. To be fair, I wouldn't want anything less.
What about Van Loosenord? Don't forget about him. He got a podium yesterday in the finals as well. Plus today he won the race. He's on 2. So if he went and got podiums throughout the whole day, he would actually, and it went to 3 races, it'd be by 1 ahead of Siggy and Baldwin as well. So yeah, there's 2 drivers here today that could take that MVD.
There's lots of things up for grabs. And going back to your point, Lewis, about the finals and the fact that we've gone to the 3rd race in a best of 3 series, both of these opening days. Luke, you really couldn't have scripted the way that things have gone. First, day 1, we saw that mistake from Mitchie Tauscher coming through the final corner, ready to take the day 1 honors for Unicorns of Loves, drops it by himself, then rebounds and really puts himself back into redemption arc by winning there. And then yesterday, my oh my, the amount of contact and crazy racing that we had. Redline and RAG, I think they were a little bit angsty with one another in the immediate aftermath, but now that they've had some sleep, they reflected on the racing that they've had. I think both teams really loved that battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And sim racing's still so new. You look at the world of motorsport, you know, they've got decades upon decades, centuries in terms of the development in there. Sim racing has become popular over the last sort of maybe, I know a lot of us have been around a lot longer, but really popular over the last sort of 3 years, I would say. It's really sort of hit the mainstream, if you like. So these storylines are great, and they will know that. Team Redline especially will know that. They sometimes like to paint themselves as the villains. Sometimes it's intentional. I like to see sim racing, and again, there's going to be people in the chat going, "Oh, this is so dumb," but I like to see it as a soap opera. I like to see it like WWE. You've got the heels, you've got the faces. People, people like to paint the picture of them being the bad guy, and they don't really care about that. Some people will accidentally do something wrong, and then it will break them by being the bad guy in sim racing. And then there's other people that want to be the good guy. But just seeing personalities for me, and seeing these battles and seeing these teams duke it out, that's what it's all about, storylines.
And we need more of that, don't we, Lewis, to some degree? Because I think there's an element to sim racing where people are reluctant to put themselves out there, put their personalities forward. And that's what we loved after day one when we talked to, I believe it was Tobias Gronewold, where he had some strong words about what he saw from the Veloce team.
Yeah, Mitch Tauscher was like, yeah, no, liked racing. Tobias Gronewold was like, Veloce. And it was interesting. It was different. It was nice to hear a driver speaking their mind. We want to have a bit of beef, because with beef comes rivalries, and rivalries come stories. The rivalry between Redline and Commander. I don't really want them to hate each other, but I like the idea that they're not exactly best mates. They go out there, they want to fight, they want to beat each other up on the track. Not outside of it. I mean, sure, Luke, you're in for something else here.
Yeah, I want them to hate each other.
Combat. I will say, I did chat to Kevin Siggy a little bit after the finals yesterday, and he was saying, regardless of everything, he had so much fun, and that's what this is about. Yes, it's about racing. It's about them having fun. I think you're only really having fun when you're winning, though, so, there is that.
That's what Atsi said, isn't it? It's very similar. You're only having fun when you're winning. I tell you what, though, we're ready for the quarterfinals. Qualifying is underway right now. I'm going to now take a step aside and watch on with the rest of you. Lewis and Luke will take you through the action. Let's go racing in the quarterfinals.
Into the qualifying session then, and another tight one indeed. Just 5 minutes on the clock for them to go and get their laps in. We've seen some mega laps over this weekend. Going to throw it straight to you, Luke. Who's getting pole position? No, I'm joking. I can't do that to you.
Well, no, do you know, I'll put a prediction out there. I think it's going to be either Enzo Benito or Martin van Loozenhoorn. I think those two have been the standouts today for sure. But if Rico was in this race, I would have said him, because that was an outstanding performance there in the second chance. But unfortunately, due to the nature of the format, it's a team sport and they just weren't able to get there. I think it's also going to depend a lot on just getting a clean run, right? Just making sure that you're not impeded by anybody else.
Yeah, you need to be tidy around here, and this is one of the hardest sessions for you to qualify. And again, everyone is out on the track. It is just the 5 minutes, and with the way these cars work, you really need to count on that first lap. It's not necessarily about getting the benchmark. We saw them yesterday being able to do essentially 2 laps. The second lap was never quite as good, but you could still kind of get away with it. On ACC, you really kind of could balance on that second lap. This time, you really need to make it stick on your first. These cars, the rear tyres, and there we go, already straight over onto one side. It was indeed Enzo Benito, who's already bailed from this session. He will return to pit lane, has 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so still will be able to get his lap time onto the board. You need to make that first lap count. I think Benito knew he'd already ruined it.
Yeah, and it's one of those, isn't it? We haven't seen anybody dominate throughout a whole day yet. So Team Redline have that opportunity to do so, but it's also about hitting your peak at the right time. Fatigue's a factor here as well. Like Siggy said yesterday, it was a long 10-hour day for these drivers, and the wheels that they're using, they're not like 10 years ago, right? They've got these high force feedback direct drive machines in front of them effectively, so it's going to take its toll on them throughout the day, and it's really how you deal with that moving forward. We've got Johan Haaf. Again, a lot of these drivers do this on a daily basis, right? But again, this is such a new format. Learning how to deal with it, not only physically but psychologically, is a massive part of this, and a lot of these drivers are learning that. You're learning on the job, right? It's the first time we've been in this situation. Some of these drivers are coming in for the first time as well today, on iRacing being a specialty for them as well. And other drivers are more versed, even though they may have not been on their strongest sims, they're more versed, and they've come as iRacing, and they've come here, all guns blazing already. They've, had their warm-up days, if you like.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, for this, like I say, your arms, sim racing wise, your arms are always very strong. Sometimes one more so than the other, but they're used to wrestling these wheels around us for basically the entire day. 10 hours is a long time, but then I remind you back to the Daytona 24-hour, and Govan Keeney started that race with a 10-hour and 15-minute stint right at the beginning. That is not something where people would really want to do that on a consistent basis. As our junior was saying in the previous session about track conditions changing, basically race to race, second to second, lap to lap. I think in the previous one, wasn't Ricardo Rico's pole time of 31.5? Now, that is not saying that Chris Lullum is half a second faster than Ricardo Rico. It's that the circuit has cooled down a little bit, allowing for faster lap times.
Yeah, or maybe Chris Lullum is half a second faster. But yeah, no, there were different. It was considerably different conditions there from what we saw, as you know. So yeah, the big factor for this is that they'd have to deal with someone like Rico, so Rico's not involved here. But look at this, Holtzman, only P7 as it stands. It is not as dominating as it was in the first race. Now we've got all of the top teams merged together. Interesting to see Van Loosenoord only in P8. And where's his nearest teammate here? I can't even see his nearest teammate on the list there. So, yeah, not ideal. Emily Jones, by the way, P3. And she's a bit of a specialist with this car, so expect her to warm up as we go through.
Yeah, there are a few drivers. I mean, obviously, anyone that's raced in this car to a high level of competition, they know this car inside and out. They know the little tricks. They know the things that you can do that maybe would be classified as counterintuitive. You know, every sim has their own ways of essentially, now this is a word that I'm going to use, and now don't think that I'm jumping to cheating, but there are exploits that you can do within the car. That's not me saying that they're just things that are, you know, insane and you shouldn't be allowed to do them. This is the same thing in real world motorsport. There are exploits that you can do in the car, things that you can do to make the car work to your advantage that maybe aren't necessarily completely obvious. And that's what some of these cars, drivers, teams know how to do. They understand how to take this car to its very limit. Might even be something really weird, like when you go out of the pit lane, you drive at 115,000%, warming the tyres up, and then you can do a slower lap, and then suddenly your second lap's a million times faster. Not saying that's exactly the case, but you know, we've all seen the issues with brakes and various grass moments in iRacing over the last little while. Either way, Enzo Benito jumped up the 4th position in the final moments of that session, just behind Emily Jones, Phil Denez and Chris Lullum at the top.
I think that's an incredible time from Denez as well, by the way, but look how close the times are. We have seen already during the qualifying stages that there tends to be a gap between P1 and the rest of the field. That is not the case now, and I mentioned yesterday that drivers aren't going to show their full hand in the early stages. If they feel like they've got enough easily to qualify, why would you show everything? Make sure a few of these teams would have identified the fact that it is just 21 points. Make sure you're well within that margin and you're good to go. When it comes to this race, that's when you absolutely have to give everything and really push hard. And again, there will be drivers driving within themselves thinking that, oh, semi-finals are pretty easy to reach for us as a team, so they will be driving within themselves. I don't think we're going to see genuinely the pace of this whole group until the semi-finals.
No, and that's why I kind of love this format. I mean, we've spoken before about it being, you know, head-to-heads and that lot. I like the idea that we do 2 heats, but then from that point on, the entire grid is together. You've got to beat the entire grid. You're seeing these drivers all the way up to the final, rather than that being the first time you're meeting them. I love that idea. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea of bracketed racing as well, but there is something very, very special about how this one works. Let's then take a look at our grid. Chris Lullum on pole position ahead of Phil Denez, Emily Jones and Enzo Benito. Very good for Redline once again. I don't think they're going to be getting a 1-2-3 in this race. Then it is an all Logitech Gialtas Esports third row in the grid. James Scott and Simon Feigl 5th and 6th place. Their teammate Bo Albert a bit further down on the grid. Carl Janssen for Corsa Sim Racing, and then the third of the Team Redline cars, Patrick Holtzman, starts from 8th. Van Loosenoord was looking strong in his heat, but unfortunately less so here. Has to do the work from 9th. And there is the 2 Apex Racing Team drivers of Jamie Fluke and Johan Harth, with Dominic Blyer for Triton rounding out the top 12. Certainly a driver to keep an eye on. Jarl Tyne didn't qualify very well in his heat and then moved all the way forward to get BS competition into the quarterfinals alongside Michael Romanidis on row number 7. There is Bo Albert for the Logitech Gialtas Esports guy. Will need to work forward to assist his team. Same with the 2 Corsa Sim Racing cars of Corentin Guinness and Oscar Mankin starting 16th and 18th. Daniel Lafuente, he needs a good start here. Started 6th in the heats and now has to work his way forward. William Chadwick and then the Triton Racing driver of Jagodinsky with Mateusz Mateusz Tushkovic starts from 21st, with Isaac Price in 22nd. That is a bit further down than what Martin van Loosenor would have wanted. Dion Fiallo, after doing so well in the previous race, with Alex Smolja alongside another driver who did fantastically in the previous one. Veloce not looking super strong in this. Eamon Murphy and Isaac Schillerson, the Veloce teammates, in 26th and 27th. Then we've also got the third R8G Esports driver, Erhan Yovski, 25th. Martin Stefanko for Williams down in 28th. Not too used to how things work here on iRacing. Obviously, one of those drivers that can race on all of them, but still 1 second off the pole time, 28th position. Good luck to you. Nuno Pinto and Sean Arnold in the terribly liveried Team Ford Zilla cars. Then Juan Bustamante, Gregor Schill and Balázs Remenick. Your grid two drivers not on there, Denis Grabowski and Igor Rogenkov. Top Racing really, really struggling in that session.
18 drivers here go through, right? So if you are any of the teams here, have 2 drivers in that top 18, and you're looking very, very good. That's really what it comes down to. It's very unlikely that you're not going to go through if you have both of your drivers up there, so you've got to put the work in right now. This is going to be pretty interesting, this race, I'm not going to lie. The music in the background as you're doing the grid, all of those names, and so many of those sim racers with their crossed arms, which we know is worth 0.4 of a second a lap if you cross your arms for your esports picture in sim racing. Yeah. So there's just so many. I reckon maybe 75% of them. So there's going to be 25% who are going to be a little bit slower because of that.
Right, we've seen issues down into turn 1 before. Do you reckon we're seeing them again? Surely.
I think because there's a couple of drivers such as R8G out of position, they're going to be pushing. I'm not saying they're going to be the drivers that are going to cause any incidents, but they're going to have to be pushing as early as possible. Turn 1 is the best opportunity to make up positions, right? Because of other people's misfortune. So yeah, because of teams like that Top Racing you mentioned as well, they have to push from the outset. It's quarterfinals time.
Yes, it is indeed. 15 minutes onto the clock. 12 will become 6 here in VCO ERWC Day 3 quarterfinals. We're looking towards the grid of Chris Lullum and Phil Dinez starting from the front row. Emily Jones for Yazzie having a fantastic start on the inside, diving it down the inside at T1, but allowing Phil Dinez the space. They're running through 3, 4 wide. Oh, there's a bit of contact. I think it might have been Isaac Price. It was Erhan Yovski rather. The other R8G driver there was Williams Esports. That was Martin Stefanko off at T1 as well. Outside of that, all is looking good, but look at Emily Jones trying to grab second.
Yeah, Emily Jones is an absolute specialist in this car. We were talking about Bo Albert being the hometown hero in terms of the car being the Aussie. Emily Jones has taken that mantle here. P2 it is, and wow, could she do what she did earlier on and drag a G Altus car. Logitech G Altus car is well out. That is a big one. That is a huge one there. And there's a second Yaz heat car. Emily Jones, who dragged the team through earlier on, unfortunately is just not going to have that backup here. So I'm not sure it's going to matter where they finish, but once we see the aftermath here as a couple of Team Ford Zilla cars there, we're just getting involved down towards the hairpin. You can tell who they are because their livery, as Lewis has pointed out, is horrendous. But yeah, this is now going to gift opportunities to certain teams. We won't know until the timing pops up on our left-hand side as to who exactly got away with that, but this is making things very interesting indeed.
One team that definitely did not. BS Competition, you got Phil Dinez here, but one of those teams that was really taken in that, I'm pretty sure there was both of the BS Competitions car. Gregor Schill's down in 27th. I'm pretty sure that Yaltine had lost his rear wing as well through all of that. Veloce, oh my goodness. Now, when it comes to the heats, you get that second chance. We say about the second chance to get through into the quarters. From this point on, there is no second chance. You do it or you don't. It is as simple as that. We are looking for 6 right now. Those 6 that we can look at. We've got Redline up there. We've got ART. We've got, obviously, Apex. We've got Core. Who else, realistically? R8G, Martin van Loosenor, who's in 12th place, his teammates were involved in some of the early issues. You can see Isaac Price had dropped way down the tower. 24th. Oh, 20th, yeah. It's still not so great for R8G either.
No, it's 32 in total. Van Loosenor's going to have to absolutely dominate and gain a hell of a lot of positions here at this late stages of this race. Or, well, I say late stages, it's the early stages, but ultimately being 15 minutes is also the late stages. But he's at the back of this massive train here. He's got to be hoping for a little bit of help, I would say. But right now, if R8G don't get through to the semi-finals, I think that's it. It's done and dusted, right? That hands the championship to Team Redline.
Yeah, 100%. It would just be sorted there and then that Redline would come out on top. It would be theirs to really lose. I don't quite know how they would past that point. Of course, have a 4-point lead in the championship at the moment. What a dramatic way to start the quarterfinals. We'll take a lot of time to get through all of that, and so will race control. Clearly, I think some of the drivers might need a good diagram as to what pedals look like and which one what the middle pedal does. So there was the contact, and that was what spun around BS competition, the contact between the Williams and then everyone else. You can see, there we go, see, there were some with brake lights and some with the right foot down. Look at Core coming through there right in the final moments. That is pretty abysmal.
Yeah, that is not ideal, but again, it just takes one or two drivers in a race start that's so close like this to cause a massive pile up here. Let's have a look at who's likely to go through. So Redline, they're good right now. They're P1 and P4. I think Logitech G-Altis are still pretty good. They're P5 and, well, now P12 as Van Loosnor does make up one position here. Who else are we looking at? BS Competition, currently P3. And where's the second driver? Well, we saw them being involved in turn 1 and in D4. So I'm not sure there's a BS Competition driver anywhere near here. Very similar story to what Loosnor's dealing with. Apex, they're looking good. Core, they're looking good. 6th and 12th position respectively there as well, and that's really the only clear-cut positions. Williams Esports, their top drivers P14. So Williams, again, they're the only team really, if they were to go through today, that would be, like, Veloce are nowhere near here. Williams, if RHE do not go through, Williams would be the only team that could stop Redline. They're nowhere to be found here. So Redline, they have got this competition in the palm of their hands.
Oh, Feigl, Simon Feigl's dropping backwards. He's side by side with Jagodzinski back in 15th spot, just trying to hang on from the Triton man. There is the issues that we were seeing. I think there is no, is there a rear wing? No, there is not. There is no rear wing on Simon Feigl's car. So that explains why there is some struggles for him. I was wondering why he was dropping backwards and also so easily allowed Bo Albert to pass. You can see also the two Team Fortuna cars directly behind this. No disrespect to them, but I almost, part of me is like, nah, please don't go any further to the semis, because that car can't go any further past this point. It's a shame because they've got a brilliant base livery on that car. Let's take another look as to some of the drama that we've had on board with the Team Fortuna driver of Nuno Pinto, and you'll see how quickly this track gets blocked. So already there's smoke in the air. People just trying to find their way through, little tap of the brakes, but then flooring it. Nuno Pinto somehow dived his way through on the outside. Went to the grass, dragged through his teammate as well behind. And there was Jarl Time with no rear wing, so BS Competition struggles right there. Did wonder if he was lacking. That's why the BS Competition cars are so low. I think he might be in 20th spot at the moment.
And again, it's going to be the case of the stewards have got a very busy next, sort of 20 minutes ahead of them to sort that out there, because it was all started by, one set of drivers effectively, and the repercussions have been absolutely huge. MVD watch here, Benito currently P4 in behind Inez, and it's a case of you don't really need to take a chance here, do you, in terms of the team qualifying through, but the fact that Holtzman's P8, if he does go for that overtake for a podium spot and he does make a mess of it, it's not going to have a big impact on their chances of getting through to the semi-finals. So you've got to think about yourself in this situation, I think, and Benito will definitely want that podium, and he want to get there as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah, he wants the MVD. Of course he does. A bit extra prize money into his pocket, from the donations which you can make, and also getting yourself an ERWC pin, $10. Go and check that out over on. I'm pretty sure it's in the description. I can't remember the website that Arjuna was telling us about. I'm sure he'll message me in just a moment. But either way, Enzo Benito, I'm sure he wants to win it, and he's on the cusp of winning. We were expecting it to basically just be James Baldwin and Kevin Siggy, but to be perfectly honest, Enzo Benito is going to potentially sneak this one as long as he can get podiums from the start of the day to the end of the day. And what that means is that he needs to get past Phil Denez. But there are easier men in sim racing to overtake, and women indeed, if he wants to get past Emily Jones as well. And she is so experienced in this car, is so fast in this car, that I don't think that she's going to be easy to pass either.
No, absolutely not. You can see here that Benito trying to make a little bit of a move there ahead, but ultimately the car behind him, being Scott, is so close that if you don't get it done, you're more than likely going to be under some severe pressure that you would lose a spot and end up down into P5. So you've got to be careful. But again, they've got Patrick Holtzman there down in P8 that can really help them in terms of if he makes a mistake, it doesn't really matter if he drops right out of it. As you can see, really late on the brakes there, almost a bit of contact. But again, Benito just being the wily old fox we know he can be, and he'll just try and set this up nicely. Again, a long time to go still, really, 7.5 minutes. In terms of these races, they're only 15 minutes long, so still 50% of the race to go. And right now, let's talk about RHE. Yesterday, in the finals, it was an frantic and it was an amazing final to spectate and commentate on, Lewis. Right now, we're looking at them not even making the semi-finals.
I think what we're really looking at now is over the previous couple of days, we've been going through the competition. We found ourselves, who is really the top team. Of course, it was Redline yesterday, and the first day it was Unicorns of Love. They were the quite obvious top team of the day. But there were teams that were close enough that we were like, yes, that's the challenge. That is the team that is going to challenge, in the final. Right now, which actual team from start to finish is able to challenge Redline's might right now? There isn't really anyone. Does not mean that it's going to be an easy run in the finals. Once everyone's together, once you've removed those ahead, and there was a little bit of movement from Enzo Benito to kind of push Phil Denez out of the way. Phil Denez comes back across. Oh, Enzo Benito's going straight on. It's going to open the door to Scott behind. It was trying to force the issue from Enzo Benito on Phil Denez, and Denez was not having any of it.
Well, if you look at it, Scott cannot afford to get involved here. So, if he wanted to make that move there, he absolutely sends it, right? But he cannot afford to, knowing that his teammate is only P14. Like, it's right now, he's in a good spot. He's golden. They move on. We're going to see them in the semi-finals. And Logitech Gialtas have not had a particularly good competition, if we're being completely honest. And we knew that iRacing would be what they pinpointed in terms of getting a very, very good result. So Benito, again, will know that. He knows that they can't really attack him. And you're right. You're talking about who can challenge Redline. Well, Emily Jones could challenge Redline. Denez could challenge Red9. They're not going to make it through to the semi-finals by the way things are going right now. So you've got to take them out of the equation. And then you've got to look at Logitech Gialtas. Scott, obviously, currently in P5. Albert in P14. Feigl in 16. They've not had much luck. And the less cars on the grid, the more chance you're going to have a clean race. So they may come into fruition there. If you can get someone like Logitech Gialtas into a final where it's directly 3 versus 3, it's a lot easier to follow a car that's maybe a little bit faster than you, especially on Okayama. Look at this long straight here. You can make up a bit of time with the slipstreaming around a circuit like this, but then you've got to use your experience to make the overtakes. We know that if you put Logitech Gialtas in a position where they can go out there and win a championship, they have absolutely got the experience and the pace to do so.
I would also put that at BS competition as well, especially with Gregor Schill and Jarl Tide, two drivers who definitely know how to get into wheel-to-wheel action. I mean, Jarl Tide knows how to get his elbows out. He's been racing in any form of racing you can think of, and Jarl has raced it. Supercars, tick. Open wheelers, tick. NASCAR in the NASCAR Coca-Cola Series, tick. Competed right at the tippy top of that. He's a talented driver, especially when it comes to 1 versus 1, or in this case 3 versus 3. Would do better than he's currently doing. Obviously was involved in that chaotic frantic moment and is struggling with without a rear wing now. That BS competition car could also challenge from it. Right now, I'm not 100% sure which teams would go through. I think it's Redline, obviously. Core, Logitech Gialtas and Apex are ones that we'd be looking at. A BS competition, I think, might actually be doing enough. They're ahead of the likes of Triton and Yazheat. Yazheat, I think, might actually be on their way out.
Yeah, BS are on 24, I think, in terms of third and 21st.
My points sheet that I've got here.
Sorry?
It is according to the points of what I'm seeing.
Right, okay.
It's 24, yeah.
So there'll be the 5th team going through, and it really does come down to the 6th side here. Well, actually, no, hold on. I think it's, oh yeah, there's 25 points there for Triton. Is it Triton Gaming?
Yes. Triton.
They would be the 6th team, right?
Just, yes. By a fair little way. Yazheat on 29, obviously with 2nd and 27th place at the moment for Balash Ramaniak. Race Control stepping in now. Oh! Apex Racing Team, 1 penalty point to Johan Hath. Won't be too bad, but it is dragging them a bit further down.
Yeah, it's not going to make too much of a difference there, because Fluke is backing up Half, and that is something that we have seen you have to do at this stage of the competition. You have to have someone who is backing you up. Otherwise, you just can't be a one-man team. We saw that from Balash yesterday, where it come to the crunch. Unfortunately, didn't have the team to back them up and get them into the finals effectively. And we're seeing very much the same here for the likes of R8G. It's going to be a learning curve for them. Again, a very young team, right, in terms of their experience within the sim world. Maybe not so much the drivers, but as a team. And it's not a lot of those drivers have maybe spent a year together. That's not a long time, really, considering what the lads at Team Redline have spent together. So they've got to take this and see what they can learn from it moving forward, because RAG would have expected to at least hit a semi-final today. This will be a massive disappointment for them, and maybe it's because of the incidents that we've seen, but I'm going to be completely honest. Look at the qualifying. 24th or 25th, wasn't it, for RAG, for their second 2 drivers? That isn't good enough for the names of Isaac Price and Erhan Yayovsky, I'm afraid. Like that, you expect a lot better from them. And Van Lozenoord is going to definitely be feeling like, look, we needed a bit better from you, because yesterday he looked like he was a fish out of water in the first couple of races on rFactor 2, but it came to finals and semi-finals. He really stepped it up, so he just needed a bit of help today.
And he is stepping it up now, gets past Dominic Blyer, swings an extra point towards RAG and an extra point away from Triton, but they need a lot more than just the 1 or 2 to get them through in this. I mean, Erhan Yayovsky, obviously an rFactor 2 specialist, but normally is quite good across the board, obviously races quite well in race room in the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championships and such. Obviously, you know a lot about that. Isaac Price, again, more so on the race room side of things, has taken part in high-level competitions on rFactor 2, like the Virtual Le Mans series. Not really done too much on the iRacing platform, but I do agree with you, regardless, it's still driving. You should still be able to find a little bit more. Here's Top Racing. Oh, my goodness me. Yiga Rognikov making an absolute mess of that braking zone straight into Juan Bustamante. That was not pretty. 2 penalty points to Williams Esports. We'll be saying goodbye to them, unfortunately, which is a shame. But this is just how it goes. This is how this racing goes. We're on the final lap now. Chris Lulham has pulled away from everyone. Where we saw in the Heat 1, it was all about Enzo Benito. It is now about Chris Lulham.
Yeah, what does Chris Lulham do here? Does he look? They're comfortably through. Does he back off and let Benito get into the podium? Are you a good teammate to do that? I think you well within the realm of
the right thing to do, but I don't think.
But then again, Chris Lulham, he's got a podium today. If he gets a podium in the semi-finals, it would be a 3rd, right? And then if it goes to 3 races in the final, it could be 6 as well. So he's got to be looking out for himself as well here. That makes complete sense.
What's happened to Phil Denez?
Oh, he's gone.
Phil
he's P8.
One of the teams that we were expecting to go through, that was on the cusp of going through, Phil Denez has had an absolute mess at the hairpin and has dropped down.
Well, Benito's got that podium. As simple as that. Oh, what's happened here?
It was Benito that did it.
Oh, was it? Well, no, did he? Was there the contact or did he lose it? Was he already losing it?
I think Benito was going for it. We need to see it for another angle. Anyway, at the front.
It looked like a dive.
Yeah, well, we need to take a look on replay. I'm sure we will post-race. Chris Lulham is coming through to score another race victory to stick onto his resume. Emily Jones, fantastic. The second, could well be out of competition here today either way. Enzo Benito, need to take a look at it. Either way, it would be a penalty point rather than a position, so it should well be Enzo Benito on to yet another podium, and his streak and his eye of looking at the most valuable driver of the competition does indeed continue. Scott Peraltas and then Janssen for Court rounds out the top 5. Everyone else big question, but big teams up there. Redline, Apex. Then we've got BS competition. The big question with Phil Denez, is that going to drop them down far enough where they're not going to go through? I think maybe so.
Well, here we go. We get a little look at the replay here. So Denez is the car in front. We're on board with Enzo Benito, that beautiful man with his crossed arms there on screen. Yes, still have a man crush, and he's late on the brakes here.
Yeah, it's big contact.
Yes, well, that's on Benito all day long, isn't it? That's not a good, pretty move there. And that's the case of the carrot, right? He's got the carrot in front of him of, I need to get these podiums. I want to become the most valuable driver. I want to earn a bit of cash. And ultimately, you've got to take that chance. And I said with Patrick Holtzman being only in P8, he could afford to take a chance. He's ultimately gone out there and gone for it. I think everybody goes for that. Doesn't mean it wasn't wrong. It was absolutely wrong. And I'm sure that'll be dealt with by the stewards.
This might actually keep Yazhi into it, because if they're... But we'll discuss the points in a moment. I think Arjuna could go over that a bit more later on once we've gone through the results. For that, if you're Phil Denez, though, and you're seeing that dive bomb coming, do you actually fight it that hard? That's the thing, is that, I mean, yes, of course, you know your teammates are way down. You've got to go for it. I think there might have been a little bit of air between and kind of assisted it, but either way, there was going to be contact. Phil Denez defending quite hard. Enzo Benito for going a gap that really wasn't there. The issue that's going to be, though, and the questions that BS competition are going to ask, and I think fairly rightfully, they're going, oh, look at these drifts coming into pit lane, fantastic stuff. They're going to sit there and go, yeah, but the penalty, a couple of points, fair enough. But We don't really benefit from that. Redline don't really get penalised that. They're still going through, and we're still at this point potentially going out. Let's take a look though at the finishers. Chris Lulham takes the victory just ahead of Emily Jones, 1.1 seconds behind, and then Enzo Benito rounds out the podium for Redline, and yet another one for him. Then it was James Scott, Carl Janssen, then Apex Racing Team, Johan Half, a few positions ahead of his teammate Patrick Holtzman, the third Redline car, maybe the third driver, but I mean, let's be honest, that's fantastic even still for a third driver. Phil Denez got moved down from third to eighth, costing them 5 points. Jamie Fluke in ninth place with Martin van Lozenoord rounding out the top 10 for RHG. A long way down, you'll see the next RHG driver of Erhan Yovski with 30 points to their name. I think they are done for the day. Dominic Blyer for Triton in 11th position with Core and Oscar Mangan in 12th. Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports, their day I think might well be done as well, with more penalty points to be added to the list than the Altus Esports duo, Bo Albert and Simon Feigl. 14th and 15th position, Jagodzinski for Triton mean that as much as they had a decent round, maybe we will see them moving over 27 points to their name. Will we see more of Triton in this? Team Fordzilla, I think we are done with 17th and 18th, so I think they're going to be going back to the paint shop to go and sort their stuff out, with Martin Stefanko in 19th and then Erhan Yovski. The final positions will come through. Discussions from that. It was a little bit cleaner through the first corner, and then it all kind of kicked off, and Race Control had so much to deal with.
Yeah, they absolutely did. My favourite part about that whole broadcast is I've just checked the chat, and Arjuna was trying to help us out, and he was like, Triton a good ? Like asking us to help him, which again just goes to show what the format's all about here. It's very difficult for us to figure out who is going to go through at any point, because it can change with one incident, one overtake, because it is a team event. But yeah, Arjuna, thanks for the help, mate. Really appreciate it, bud.
I was trying. The reason I had the question mark is we know how quickly things change. BS competition were good. Now, tentatively, I think they're out. I think by virtue of Emily Jones bringing that Yassit car all the way into second, Lewis, I think they're through.
And how incredible that. For Balázs Reményik, this is what the whole thing of what we were talking about drivers-wise, teams-wise, is that, yes, in a big race like this, it's easy to trip over everyone else. Once you start moving drivers down, moving teams down, it would only be 17 if they go through in the semi-finals. It's a bit easier to play in that kind of environment. It's a bit easier to go on the attack and actually assist the teammate. And so for Balázs Reményik, might actually be a good thing to get up there and help him. Hey, maybe they go through the final, and rather than it being 3 versus 3, it's 3 versus 2. Who knows?
I do think by virtue of that result, no matter whether BS competition goes through or not, I think it's done. I think Redline are officially your Esports Racing World Champions. World Cup champions. How do you want to put it?
You say it's a bit of a shame that we're probably not going to go to the wire with this in terms of commentary, but the nature of this competition is it's not over for today though, because there's 10 grand up for grabs every single day, plus the 20 grand for the overall champions, or top 5, should we say. So it's not over, absolutely not over at all. And I want to just put, talk about Emily Jones, because the further you go on in this competition, it's always going to still be a team game, but it becomes less about the team. So a one driver performance can indeed really propel you towards that final. And would I like to see Emily Jones versus Team Redline? Absolutely, because she is a superstar, not just on iRacing, but in that car specifically. And as Lulham performed really well there, but Emily Jones is just getting faster and faster and faster, and we've seen across this whole competition so far that it's not necessarily about how fast you're at the start of the competition, it's about how you progress and how you feel at the end of the competition.
The problem with Yassit, of course, is because of late illness to a couple of their drivers, they whittled down the roster quite significantly. There's no 3-driver team for them today. Instead, it's just 2. Yassit really don't have too much if they do get to the finals in terms of what would happen. One more incident is under review from Race Control before we confirm the points out of these quarterfinals. Benito and Dinez, that last lap drama. What do you think about that one, Lewis? I think I agree with you. Dinez maybe should have realized that if he had just let Benito go on through, BS is still advancing.
Yeah, but to be fair to him, to be fair to Phil Denez, he can't know that at that point. He can only know that I've got to finish in as high position as I can, and maybe that third position was what would have made the difference. Looking back on it, hindsight's the better part of valor, or whatever it was. You can't look back on it and think, oh, if only I just got out of the way, because we can all say that. He's fighting for the position as hard as he can. Enzo Benito was making a very aggressive lunge, kind of rightfully so, but maybe a little bit too much from Enzo Benito. And Phil Denez and BS competition might be out of it. It comes down to that instant, though. It comes down to the instant coming onto that straight. That was the real deciding factor for a lot of these teams. I think BS Competition more so than most.
I think that's really harsh on Dinez, by the way. Like, as much as, yeah, maybe he should have tried to protect where he was, he shouldn't have been sent like that. Dinez shouldn't be having to look in his mirror and figure out who's going to take him out on the circuit. 100% blame goes on to Enzo Benito for that one. As much as he's been incredible today, like, Dinez doesn't deserve to have any shade thrown on him there, really. You shouldn't be out there, you know, trying to be as fast as possible, get as many positions, and also avoid people potentially taking you out. So, yeah, I don't think we can really put too much blame on Dinez there at all.
Yeah, I sing Phil's praises more than most. So I'm just trying to point out that the way this format works, Luke, is that maybe it benefits you from having someone who's doing the math and telling you in your ear, you don't have to fight this position, regardless of that move in particular. The point I'm trying to make here is more, Dinez maybe should have got the word from the BS competition cap that if he makes the lunge, just let him go. I'm not saying in that moment he's got to be, you know, thinking like a chess master or anything. More just how the format works and rewards smart driving at times more than aggressive driving.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that as well there. The beauty of us all being human beings is we're allowed to disagree. It'd be a boring broadcast if we didn't, right? But yeah, in the way you've just spun it there, absolutely, completely agree. And back to what Lewis said yesterday, I think that teams are going to grow and they're going to transition, and you're going to see teams take a whole different approach to this moving forward, because it's almost like, I don't know, it's like your first Christmas you remember, right? This kind of competition, because you're all excited, you jump on in, you're like, oh, this is amazing. And then like a couple of days back, you're like, because you've ripped everything open, and then you're like, oh, hold on, this happened, I got this present, but I didn't really acknowledge it at the time. So you don't really fully see what you could have achieved or maybe what you could have done better until you take a step back and look at it. So yeah, the whole approach from each team will be different moving forward.
Well, we're getting confirmation from the points as soon as we can, still working through that final incident. We will step aside for a couple of moments here. We'll be back with the semi-final action. We'll confirm the 6 teams that we wave goodbye to here in this VCO Esports Racing World Cup, and the 6 that will fight out on this final day, day 3 on iRacing and the Esports Racing World Cup. Well, drama, drama, drama. That's the story in this Esports Racing World Cup with just a couple of races left to go. We are still waiting final confirmation of the 6 teams that will advance to the semi-finals here on the final day. But one thing that we are pretty guaranteed of is the fact that no matter what happens from here, it will likely be Redline walking home as your Esports Racing World Cup champions. What a format, Luke. I mean, yes, there's going to be plenty of things that we tweak heading into the Esports Racing League, which is really not far away. We're only about 5-6 weeks away from kicking that off to build the grid for our second Esports Racing World Cup. Let's look forward just for a moment here and let's talk about some of the things that maybe we wish that we could have changed, because then we'll give plenty of suggestions for Florian Hasper to be thinking about. I think one thing that you and I, and we indeed had all been talking about just before we went on air, is the idea of maybe doing more of this as a bracket style race, very similar to what we've been seeing in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to have like almost like Call of Duty, where you have a bracket where if a team loses in the first round, they go down to a loser's bracket, so they have like a double elimination chance of going through, and it's just 1v1 or team v team the whole way through. But I will say one thing: as much as we've seen some contentious points in the chat in terms of some of the incidents and stuff, people are talking, right? People are getting involved in the storylines. But I just asked a question in the chat there, and I said, oh, what do you guys think of the format? Everybody's just like, yeah, this is great. And there's a couple of things like this, certain things like the races maybe a touch short, or there's just things that are easily tweakable. But for the most part, we've taken a chance here, and it's absolutely pulled off because it's been so super entertaining.
One comment about that races being short, Lewis, is that the fact that we have so many of the races, if you were going to make the races longer, then you're just going to make the show longer. And well, do we really have time to be sitting around all day? I mean, the 3 of us do. Will people watch all of that?
I think the races are actually a good length. We like to see the small race, the big attacks, though. That's what this is all about having the entertainment value. Is that sometimes if we had a 25-minute race, it might just be like, you know what, nothing's really happening.
We see it all the time as well.
Where's the drama? Yeah, exactly. I like the shorter races. We're going on the attack. I like the idea of the brackets. The only thing is, I was saying before, I like the idea that once we've come out of the heats, we're all together until we get into the final. You're always seeing the action between them. But I do also like the idea of one team versus another. Maybe we do some brackets, we throw 2 or 3 teams in there from each side, or maybe even 4 or 5, or make a couple of teams in that bracket to really go on the attack. Who knows where this can go? The idea with this format is that we can change it, we can tweak it, we can bring in some new ideas. So to be perfectly honest, if you have ideas, let's hear them, because we're all ears right now. This is something brand new for sim racing.
Let us know in the chat. Let us know maybe even in social media. VCO Esports across of Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And if you're enjoying the content that the VCO Esports team is putting on, give a shout out to Danny Elgabay and the King of Chins, Joshua Chin, for their work on the photos and videos today. We have confirmation of the quarter-final results, and it was close. 1 point separates 6th through 8th. The 6 teams that have advanced, 6 teams are watching on for the sidelines to conclude this Esports Racing World Cup. It will be Team Redline. They're advancing, of course, already provisional champions in our mind. Apex Racing Team, as well as Core, comfortable for them, as well as Altus Esports. Didn't really advance at all on days 1 or 2, but good day for them here today. Triton Racing and Yas Heat are on through. Remember, only 2 drivers for Yas Heat. Will they be able to advance to the finals? We are about to wait and see. BS Competition and RAG, 30 points for each of them. Yas Heat had 29. Gives you an indication of just how close, just how competitive this entire series has been. Williams Esports Team, Fordzilla, Top Racing, and Veloce, the other teams that we say goodbye to. And one question for you, Lewis. We survived turn number 1, but we had another incident of Arca brakes on that back straightaway. I nearly screamed Arca at the top of my voice. But I just didn't want to speak over Luke at the point. That was the whole thing. Don't want to just yell the word Arca over the top of your head, bud. It was a bit mad over there. Obviously, it came from the incident between the Logitech GLC Esports car and Williams, and then BS Competition thrown in there. And then it was just like, oh, yeah, there's the grid. As people were trying to find their way through. Kind of get it, you know, you're attacking, you're trying to gain as much as you can. The 2 Fordzilla cars went all the way over onto the grass to find their way through. But let's be honest,
it was a bit much. Quite similar to how we saw it on ACC, although I did get word on that, by the way, when I screamed the words ARCA on Friday evening. That was actually because quite a few teams didn't see or didn't know about yellow flags at that point. They didn't have any come up. And so they just went over the crest, saw a massive crash, and went, oh, well, it's too late, isn't it? So in that sense, who knows? This one, you can't have avoided it. It was smoke. It was obvious everywhere. We saw that on Bob from Nuno Pinto. It was pretty obvious from seconds before the incident even actually happened.
Yeah, there was a lot of smoke going around, and I think we lost about 10 cars, or at least 10 plus cars were mixed up in that one. Almost ready to go then for the semi-finals. Can anyone stop Redline here, Luke?
Yes, I think the point you just brought up about that massive accident, we haven't seen Logitech G Autos have a clean run yet today. So what have they got in terms, and the longer this goes on and the less cars on that grid, the bigger chance they have as a team. So if they get a clean run here and get themselves into that top 2, then absolutely they have a chance. Sometimes it takes a really special talent to drag a team through. We've seen that a couple of times to get to a semi-final and even into a final over the last couple of days. Emily Jones is that special talent. Yaz Heat don't really look like they're at the races in terms of the team event. A lot of this is out of their hands. They have been incredible, by the way, to only have the 4 drivers across, or 2 drivers each day, let's say. That is against the odds to reach the semi-final today. But can she drag them there one more time? I don't want to do a disservice to everybody else, but we know what to expect with Logitech G Autos. We have seen Emily Jones be incredible and getting faster as the day gone on. And Team Redline, well, we know what they're all about.
Yeah, what can you say about the consistency of Team Redline so far today? One question before we get to qualifying for you, Lewis. It really is going to be the battle for second unless Redline get mixed up in something. I think, don't want to discredit Triton, but I think it's between Apex, Core, and Altus. I'm really shocked at how up to speed both Apex and Core have been in a car I don't think any of them have really competed in before.
It really shows the quality of those teams. You know, thankfully, the idea of being able to race and being able to compete in a whole different car, a bunch of cars, you know, not just like GT3s, example, but obviously we see Core and that lot racing in GT4s, racing in touring cars, racing in, you know, big open wheelers, you know, like you know, right at the top in the Force Dynamics Dallara World Championship. Great. It does actually help in this because you can use things that apply in some different cars, and how did you adapt to that car? How did you adapt to that car? And it works to push you forward in this because it's just those small little nuances that you find. So I think that's kind of helped them getting up to speed, just being able to race in loads of different cars. This is just one more to throw into the mix.
Well, one more 15-minute race before we get to that best of 3 finals. Let's go back to Okayama. Let's get back to the semi-final action here in the Esports Racing World Cup.
Well, who is the 2 going to be? Our final awaits after yet another 4 are eliminated. Luke, this is going to be dicey. We've seen drama, obviously, from the 30-plus car grids that we've had over the last 4 races. Now we dial it back to just 17. Hopefully, we can get through this one a bit cleaner.
Yeah, let's talk about the emotion that you were saying during the break about how this is the last time we're going to commentate this weekend. So let's talk about that first. And
yeah,
like, no one realised that Lewis had a real sensitive side. He had a couple of tears in his eyes. It is what it is, unfortunately, but let's make it an absolute worldie, shall we? Yeah, semi-finals time. Last chance again at this stage of the competition, same as the quarterfinals. If you don't get through at this stage, your whole competition is done and dusted. You cannot earn any more points. But also, none of these teams have earned their points as of yet. They are on 0 until this race is finished. So go out there, give it absolutely everything. Do not get to the end of the day and think, I could have done something better. I could have done something more. Now is the time to leave everything out there. Yes, we've seen incidents, but that is because people are genuinely trying their absolute hardest and just leaving everything out there on the circuit. So I want to see a bit more of that. And could we see a surprise here? Could we potentially see, like we're on board with right now, Triton getting through to the final? And again, when it comes to the final, we know from what we saw yesterday, absolutely anything is possible.
Yeah, and like you say, the less cars you have on the circuit, the kind of easier it is to start keeping up with them, the easier it is to get into their slipstream, to pull that gap back down and to actually go on the attack. The first lap time there from Jagodzinski, not really a particularly great one, instantly beaten and then instantly demolished as here come Redline, 31-4, 31-5, Lullen, Benito, Johan Hath fairly close. That opening lap time from Nunez not quite good enough. Balázs Reményik with a 32.9. I'm sure Emily Jones will be able to beat that one, but unfortunately, Balázs Reményik going to be way down the order with that time. Certainly needs another one. There's Emily Jones onto the leaderboard into 4th spot. Redline are in control, but who's fighting them right now? Here come Altus.
Yeah, both crossing the line right now. James Scott with the first, up to P6 then. And then we've got Feigl in P12. So not the greatest, unfortunately, as it stands. And one team we didn't mention was Apex, of course. They've got a huge history on iRacing. They've been in all of the World Championships. So, yeah, it's more fool me to not even mention them. And I'm not surprised by Johan Hath today. I'm actually very, very surprised by Jamie Fluke. We know he's an incredible driver. Does a lot of content creation these days as well. And to see him still performing at this level, again, he's one of those like the Isaac Prices, right? Been around a long, long time in sim racing. But to see him still performing at this level is just, well, just fair play to him. It just shows that he's still very meticulous in his preparation. He's still absolutely giving it everything out there. So yeah, great to see Jamie Fluke around. And a P4 and a P7, as it stands, those two are looking really good. They would be, if it was to finish like this in the race, they would qualify, right? It would be Team Redline versus Apex in the final, which we've heard that before.
Yeah, P4, P7, P10 for Apex right now. Definitely beating the likes of Yaz Heat, Emily Jones, P4, P13 at the moment. Redline are very much in control. Bo Albert, by the way, what a stunning lap time, 38.6. Obviously, rather than escaping back to garage, has slowed down a lap not to burn out the tyres. So still, hopefully, a good lap time coming in from Bo Albert. If not, going to be starting potentially from 17th on the grid, dependent on the lap time that we see from the two that we're focused on now. Patrick Holtzman yet to set a time. Carl Janssen is the core sim racing driver directly ahead, of course, trying to set a time to stick him up with Oscar Mangan in 5th position. Corentin Guinez only good enough for 11th outside of the top 10 at the moment. There is Bo Albert's improvement. That is not great, though. 32.0 for Bo Albert, and he's hoping that Scott Feigl can increase their speed just a little bit more, even if they're on one. I'm not necessarily sure if they are going to be able to. Out of the final corner, then, what is Carl Janssen? What is Patrick Holtzman going to do? Is Holtzman going to get up there to assist his team across the line? Let's see where they go. Patrick Holtzman, 31.5. Look at that. Beautiful at the top. 1, 2, 3, Team Redline.
Yeah, Team Redline absolutely dominating proceedings right now, and Enzo Benito looking at the MVD as well. Remember, he's currently in P2, and we've not had a team absolutely dominate throughout the whole competition, throughout Friday and Saturday. But on Sunday, it does look like Team Redline have come to party here, and they are looking so strong. Can anyone stop them? Again, it gets a little bit easier in the final for a team to get in and amongst them, but if they're going to qualify like that, it's very difficult.
Yeah, we'll say late improvement there from Carl Janssen to move up just behind Oscar Mangan, but the grid ahead of you. Redline, 1, 2, 3. Chris Lullum, Enzo Benito, Patrick Holtzman lock out the top load of the grid. Johan Hath for ART. They are looking quite strong, but is there a threat from Core? Apex might well be able to do it, but we have to wait and see. Emily Jones definitely will start contending for a podium in this race. We know how fast she is in this car. Starts from 5th. Oscar Mangan from 6th position, just ahead now of Carl Janssen. A fantastic lap time to have thrown in right at the end to have got ahead of James Scott for Logitech Gialtas Esports. Then Apex Racing Team have Jamie Fluke, Dominic Blyer alongside in the Triton car, just ahead of his teammate Mateusz Tuszkiewicz for the Triton car in 11th position. Apex Racing Team with Juan Bustamante starts from 12th. The final cars on the grid. Bo Albert for Logitech Gialtas Esports. Corentin Guinez, obviously not really getting up to grips with the car in these conditions right now, starts from 14th position. Logitech Gialtas Esports team manager Simon Feigl, and then Balázs Reményik way behind his teammate of Emily Jones, starts from 16th. And then Jagodzinski starts in the final position of the grid in 17th. Again, a reminder, the reason we are 17 and not 18 is courtesy of Yaz Heat just having the two cars. But once again, much like they had on day one, Luke, Yaz Heat are going a lot further than some would expect. They did that on ACC. George Boothby dragged that team all the way through as well, and nearly even into the finals. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. But to be fair, Yaz Heat are doing the same thing again today.
You've absolutely got to tip your hat and say, well done. Regardless of how fast your two drivers are, you're a driver down. You do not have that third backup. If one of your drivers has a real messy race, you're done, right? You cannot afford to be involved in any incidents, any crashes, because you're done. It's as simple as that. You can win a race, but if your drivers finish in P30, that's 31 points, and you need around about 21 we've been finding throughout each round. So yeah, fair play to them to get to this stage. I think this might be one race too many, judging by qualifying. But again, there's Emily Jones. Can she perform some magic here? I think the real nice dynamic here is the fact that we've got Apex versus Core, and we've got Apex either side of the two Core drivers with a little mixture of Emily Jones and Logitech G Altus. Don't count them out. So really, it's looking likely that it's going to be Team Redline that go through here. Add a bit of a canter, if we could say such a thing. But there are 3 genuine teams battling, and they are all next to each other on the grid.
And they're all fighting over one single spot. In your mind, who's getting it?
Apex.
Oh, I was going to say Apex as well. Oh, we've just jinxed them too. Oh, hell, poor guys.
Yeah, oh dear. We're sorry, Apex. Please don't put any bad comments on YouTube videos or something.
We live far enough away from Corby. We're okay. We live far enough away from Corby. Either way, coming out of the final corner to begin the semi-final here, day 3, the final day of our opening VCO ERWC, and what a competition it is going to be. Who is going to beat Redline? Can anyone do it? They're starting 1, 2, and 3, and they are away cleanly on that run down into turn 1. Of course, it's going to be Chris Lullum, Enzo Benito, and Patrick Holtzman behind. Then we've got going around the outside, the Apex Racing Team car just trying to grab it, but here comes Emily Jones sticking around the outside of turn 2. Is there any way to make up that position? No, because there's a big Redline roadblock directly ahead. Oh, there was Triton, and I think that might have been Bo Albert off the road in the background. Issues for the Logitech Gialtas team, and of course, Triton.
Yeah, I think another Logitech G Altus has just been... Oh no, it looked like there was going to be some massive contact there up in towards 4. It didn't quite work out like that, but look at this. It is formation here for the Team Redline team, and you see the P2 and P3, they have gone side by side throughout the whole start of this race, and it is just to guarantee one of their drivers gets out to the lead here. But look at the Apex team. They are looking to get involved. Johan Half, who indeed is no stranger to hitting podiums here, needs to be ahead of Emily Jones and the Core team just in behind, as we're on board then with Oscar Mangan as well, who has got his Core teammate just up ahead. So 5th and 7th as it stands, and they are in a great spot here because Jamie Fluke is only down in 8th spot. And actually, if we do a bit of quick maths here, it's 12 points right now for ART, and it's, I think, 12 points or 13 points then for Core. It is super, super close. It is almost too difficult to call here. And Enzo Benito is the 3rd driver of Team Redline. So he's the one under the pressure here, and ultimately he's going for the MVD.
Yeah, no, this is Logitech Gialtas background. That is finally Bo Albert. I was calling it was actually Simon Feigl in the earlier incident of the race, but that one is Bo Albert, dropped towards the back. Jagodinski is also with him. There is Jagodinski for the Triton racing car. It is Redline 1, 2, and 3. You're absolutely right. Enzo Benito is the one who's going to have to do the defending. That's why I kind of thought they might have left Patrick Holtzman as the 3rd car in line, but at the moment, either way, Redline 1, 2, and 3. We've seen that plenty of times. We've seen it earlier today. Johan Half, Apex Racing Team in a real battle with Core. At the moment, if things go as they are going right now, Apex Racing Team will move through. They are the ones that will join Redline in the final, and knowing Johan Half's speed, would definitely be able to challenge them. As look at that, going down the inside, is that Jamie Fluke trying to make it stick on Emily Jones, gets it down the inside of the hairpin, can ill afford a penalty point here, so please be careful. Jamie Fluke around the outside, going through the 2 left-handers. This would be a sick move if he can make it stick, but the drive off this corner tends to lend itself to the outside line if you can make it stick, but you've got the outside line through what the first of the 2 hairpins. Riding on board with Oscar Mangan for Core, the door's going to be open, and Core might be up a position. Inside line for the next hairpin, no, big dive down the inside of Emily Jones, and it's inside all the way home. 1 corner, 2 corners, 3 corners as well.
Yeah, the interesting dynamic here is if Fluke does get this position, ultimately they then go 1 point ahead of Core in this race. You know, as it would stand, they were tied, and it would be positions in terms of Half. He's 4th. He's the lead driver out of all of them, so he would go through. But if the Core driver gets through with Mangan, Mangan's going for both of it here. Up the inside, it's 3 wide, and no way that's going to work out here. It has worked out. Emily Jones on the wide outside line. Fluke does hold on, but now he's under pressure from the Yas Heat driver as well. Can Emily Jones force a move here? I don't think she can. And look at this, Jamie Fluke finally then getting a bit of breathing room, and now he's seeing the perfect scenario unfold behind him as Emily Jones is side by side with that core driver. It's just going to slow the core team down, although there is a little bit of breathing room now to work out as Triton are now getting involved here in this four-way battle. But Jamie Fluke, it took him a whole lap. He's got it done. He's got that extra point, and now ART, not only by position but by points, are leading the way.
Yeah, see, that is how you make it 3 wide down into the first corner without causing an enormous incident. Here comes Oscar Mangan straight down the inside. We saw fantastic racing, a little bit of assistance there from Emily Jones just to push and be like, Oscar, get on with it, son. Going for the cutback, looking to the inside, going through the second of the 2 left-handers in the middle of the circuit. Does dive it in there. Oscar Mangan desperate to get past on Jamie Fluke. These two have raced a fair few times. Jamie Fluke is defending at the moment inside of the hairpin. Might well drift out a little bit wide here. Once again, beautifully judged from Oscar Mangan. Going for the cutback, attempted to get 3 wide with Emily Jones, who's got the door open for Dominic Blyer to come through in that Triton car. Watch out for Scott as well, because Scott's just about there to pass. The top 2 in this little battle are still going to remain in position. Dominic Bly's the inside of Emily Jones. Little bit of a brush between the two. The door is open, and James Scott might well come through as well for Altus. Altus look to potentially be out, but they've not had good luck this race. It looks like the semis might be it for them, but that doesn't mean that James Scott's going to stop fighting.
This is absolutely V8 supercars in a nutshell. Superb stuff from our drivers. We've seen some scrapes and some battles today, but this is absolutely tippity top action. But it is all about the 2 in front now. They've got away here, and it is going to be a 1v1 versus, well, Fluke versus Mangan. As it stands, Half and Janssen, they are only 4/10 apart from each other as well. So right now, Mangan has to get ahead of Fluke, and then he's got to hope that Janssen, does the same on Half, because they would be tied on points. But it's still going on here. Emily Jones just about ahead as we're on board here with James Scott then, the Logitech G Altus driver. They've got Triton just up in front there as Blyer. Is he going to be able to make the move up the inside of the hairpin? He does. Is there going to be some door bang on the outside? Oh, he's going to actually flip maneuver himself there. Drove straight across Emily Jones's bonnet. There's the Logitech G Altus car out. There's the Yaz Heat car out. There's the... Oh, it's just a mess, isn't it? It was always going to go down to something like that, and I just believe that there was a pit maneuver for themselves there by the Triton Gaming car, unfortunately. Emily Jones, how much further left do you expect her to go?
Yeah, I mean, that was a not very pretty. We need to see that one again. We saw these two battling out. Oscar Mangan once again looked down the inside of Jamie Fluke going into that hairpin and nearly made it stick. For Core, though, this becomes a little bit more desperate, because for Apex Racing Team, they are 4th, 6th and 8th. There's Bustamante in the background, getting up into that 8th position. Now, essentially, is back up for Jamie Fluke. Yes, a little bit further behind, but still is there. Core, though, having a bit more of an issue. I think they might have just come together. Maybe it might have just been the Triton car, Dominic Bly coming back across. I think it was just the angle. They kind of met on the exit of the corner. Obviously, Race Control will look over that one. I'm not sure whose fault it was. Okay, I don't really know where Emily Jones could have gone in that scenario, but I think it might have just been them getting locked together as the banking sort of comes off in that hairpin.
Yeah, I think Blyer's tried to get the power really early, but he ultimately hasn't got his car rotated enough to hold a line where Emily Jones is not going to get cut off. So as soon as he tries to then oversteer the car, he knows he's going to lose the rear, so he's kind of got to straight line it towards the next apex, even though he's just come out of the exit of the corner. So that's what's happened there. He knows that if he turns the wheel any further right, he's going to lose the car himself. He has to try and gain a position, because ultimately if he doesn't, you know, they're not going to move any further forward. But, you know, getting that power down, the car is always looking to go in a straight line, right? As soon as you hit the power, and just drove straight across, and Emily Jones was an innocent bystander in that, really, and unfortunately race over. But again, you've got to tip your hat to Emily Jones today. She has been unbelievable in terms of a solo driver, effectively. The team have been hurt because of things out of their control throughout this competition, but Yaz Heat, they've got to take so much pride from this. If they can perform like this with only 2 drivers, when we get to another iteration of this competition, watch out for them. They will be there or in and amongst it across multiple different sims. So yeah, fair play to them.
Yeah, and Yaz Heat, that's the kind of thing with Yaz Heat you say about fighting across multiple sims. Yaz Heat are one of those teams that do fight across multiple sims. They do race in rFactor, they do race on ACC, they do race on iRacing. They do have the full cards that they could really play and use in their arsenal. But things have gone against them in this competition even before it started. So I think it shows so much fight they had. For Emily Jones and Balázs Remenik has a fair amount of experience with rFactor, as there is a penalty for Logitech Gialtas Esports, receiving a penalty from a race control. Not sure how many points it was, mind. But either way, Logitech Gialtas are pretty much out of it. But yeah, Emily Jones, no real experience on rFactor 2, a little bit with the Le Mans Virtual, but outside of that, not really anything. Balázs Remenik, a little bit more, not really any. They're more the iRacing specialists. The other two, George Boothby and Malinovsky, those two are very much Assetto Corsa Competizione specialists, so they've not been used in either of these two. And then obviously we're going to use Jaroslav Honzik as well as else inside the team. It's just a shame that's the way it is. Also remember with Veloce, they're fielding two teams in this between Yazhi and Veloce themselves. That probably played a little bit of a part in it as well. And so, yes, unfortunately for Yazhi, it hasn't gone the way, but they have shown fight, they have shown promise, and I am sure they will come back and fight even harder and even stronger. There is your man. Try not to be too happy there, pal.
Yeah, well, he's just a beautiful human being. What can I say? It is what it is. Just to really simply explain what the disadvantage is for Yazhi, imagine playing a game of darts and your opponent takes 3 darts, and then every time it's your turn, you get 2. That's the simplest way I could put it. It's a massive disadvantage. So yeah, we'll see them again, of course, next time out. But back onto Team Redline. We haven't seen a team dominate at all throughout the whole day on any sim apart from today. This is looking very, very scary for anybody, because it's not a case of there's being 2 semi-finals right now. This is everybody left in the competition. So their nearest rival is right now between Core and ART. ART looking very, very good, but Team Redline don't even look touchable today. They look absolutely bulletproof.
Yeah, and that is honestly so concerning. Their biggest rivals throughout the season, you know, I say it's season over 3 days, but you know, it is a season. Has been RHG. Where are they? They're already gone. They're already out of this title fight. BS competition. Where are they? Gone. Not a part of it. Unicorns of Love. Gone. Not a part of it. It's how this has gone. It's just fallen into Redline. It shows that we kind of knew this coming into it, that iRacing is where Redline like to play. And it shows why they are so good, because over the previous 2 days they came into this day as the champion leaders, going on their unfavoured sims. They said ACC's not really the one for them, and yet still, not only did they do quite well, they nearly got through into the actual final. They ended up finishing 3rd, and then yes, they are like, yeah, okay, they've got a lot of rFactor 2 specialists, but still. They won that race in a fantastic battle between RHG. Logitech Gialtas Esports then picking up another penalty, 2 points. I'm actually going to go back on something that I said a bit earlier in this day. I think it was going to go to 3 races. I think this is going to be done after 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no real evidence to support that not being the case, unless ART are maybe hiding some performance here and still trying to sort of give the air that Redline maybe get complacent in the final, thinking that they've got it won easily, but Team Redline don't tend to be complacent. That's not really in their vocabulary. I will go back to something I said earlier on in the week, and again, it's not very often I'm right, ladies and gentlemen, but if you don't make 3 semi-finals, you do not win this competition. Team Redline are the only team to get to this stage of the competition all 3 days.
Yeah. They are so consistent, so bulletproof.
You should have been scared an ACC.
Huh?
It should have been scared. Everybody else should. As soon as they got P3 on ACC, which is just not their strength at all, everybody should have been petrified.
Absolutely. I think everyone was petrified.
Well, yeah.
There's not really many teams that can actually take it to them consistently across the series. Why I was a bit disappointed not to see Coanda in here. Whether you could argue that Redline are a better team across all the platforms or not, I think Coanda would be one that could maybe field a team strong enough across the board to start attacking Redline, because Redline are getting attacked on each simulator by different teams.
Exactly that. That is, it doesn't work, unfortunately, in this format. You can see that you need to be consistent as a team across all 3 of them. And, we saw Unicorns of Love. Ultimately, they were very happy that they won day 1, but they said it was kind of a case, and we've heard this from their manager, right? We're here to have a bit of fun now over the next couple of days, and that doesn't strike you as a team that are genuinely think they can win it, if that makes any sense. And that's I'm not trying to dig at the team at all there. They're a new team. They've just, relatively new in terms of sim racing, should I say. They'll improve, they'll get better. A lot of these drivers have been signed over the last few months as well, so expect them to become a massive factor moving forward. But I think that's something we will look at as well here. Team Redline have been around a long time. It's very obvious they're performing like they've been around a long time. We know the teams such as ART have been around a long time as well. Logitech G Altus, as an example. But look at the teams that are new. Yaz Heat, they're up and comers. Unicorns of Love Sim Racing, they are up and comers. Veloce, they've been around for a few years, but they're still a relatively new brand. They're going to get better. So the world of sim racing, especially with these types of competitions, is going to be crazy moving forward.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying that Redline's time at the top is coming to an end, most certainly not, but I do fully agree with you. There are a lot of teams that are coming along that are proper giant killers, and Redline is the giant of sim racing. No one's killing them at the moment, though. That is the thing. Apex are trying. Johan Harth is starting to apply a bit of pressure to Enzo Benito. Don't think he's going to quite get through right now, but Enzo Benito's chance of being the most valuable driver of the competition might well be coming under a bit of threat. Remember, he needs a podium in this race and a podium in both of the final races that are guaranteed, and potentially even the third one if it's here.
Johan Harth is absolutely not, zero chance of him going for that overtake, I'm afraid. It would be risking it all, effectively. If he loses 2 positions, they're done. So it is just stay behind. Benito, you're going to win an extra couple of dollars for being MVD. You can absolutely go for that. If I want to stop you from doing that, I'll try and do that in the final. I'm not going to try and stop you today. You crack on. You boys have got your 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, happy Christmas, happy Easter. All your teeth are falling out and the tooth fairy's arrived. It's fine. I'm just going to get to the final, then I'm going to show you what I've got. So maybe Johan Hart's got a bit more, Fluke's got a bit more. Bustamante actually performing really well in this race here. Maybe he's going to find a little bit more.
No traction control to turn off here, so no one's going to be doing a Michi Tauscher. They're all hanging it out all the time anyway. The Giants are here and they're knocking at the door of the VCO ERWC. Chris Lullum crosses the line. Patrick Holtzman and Enzo Benito, the second 1, 2, 3 of the day for Team Redline. They will be joined at the moment in the final by the Apex Racing team. Johan Harth, Jamie Fluke and Bustamante will be taking their trip to the final. The team that will finish third today will most certainly be core at the moment with Janssen and with Mangan. Look at the slip and slide in the background as Bo Albert goes all over the place up towards the line. Not the day for Altus they would have wanted, but still they've come out, they've put on a show, and they've had a better one here than they did in the days past.
But because of the penalties, they actually will finish 5th. So it won't be 4th on what you saw there. So they received penalties. It'll be Triton that go into 4th position. So they've lost themselves a bit of cash there with a bit of disciplinary action towards them. But again, this was a day that they were definitely looking at and targeting as the day they get a big result. And to get to the semi-final with, amongst 22 of the best sim racing teams in the world, it's not a bad day in the office. A bit of cash in your back pocket. Job is a good one. But this is the team to watch out for, Team Redline. Remember the name. They're going to be doing some big things in sim racing over the next few years, I'm sure.
I do love the in-laps where they're sliding all over the place. It looks fantastic. Take a look once again. Lullum, Holtzman and Benito, 1, 2 and 3. The rest of the grid, Harth, Janssen inside the top 5 with Fluke, Mangan and Bustamante. The battle between Core and the Apex Racing team to get through into that final, going with advantage to Apex Racing team. Simon Feigl for Altus in their little battle with Triton Racing. Dominic Blyer rounds out the top 10, but then there's another Triton Racing car of Matusz Tuszkiewicz in 11th position. James Scott and Bo Albert, you're absolutely right though. I think it's Altus that will come out a bit worse in that one, courtesy of some penalties. Jagodzinski in 14th, as it was Altus and Triton really battling out over those 6 positions. Bit of a shame for Yazheat. Emily Jones in 15th, Balash Reminick in 17th. Corentin Cunez having a bit of an issue there for Core, not being able to assist his team in that battle a bit higher up the order. Bit of a shame for Yazheat. Bit of a shame for a few teams, of course. We'll say goodbye to them, not only for today, but for the rest of the ERWC here in VCO, because we've only got one more thing to do. We've only got the final coming up.
And it will be Champions Elect Redline versus Apex Racing Team. What a mouth-watering fight we've got on offer. Of course, something to point out as well, Apex Racing Team, even if they win this race, they won't finish inside the top 5. They aren't fighting for prize money in our overall championship. They are fighting for $2,500 here in what will be a very interesting best of 3 series, Luke. I mean, Is there anything Apex can do now other than just hope for one mistake from Redline to put them in a position to try and fight back? Or are they just going to be hoping to extend this to a best of 3 with that reverse grid race in that second race in the series?
The reverse grid race is the kicker, right? It's a very different... These two are very closely matched. Maybe not as closely matched as what we've seen in terms of finals previously, but if Redline are as quick as they were in that race and they get a 1, 2, 3 in race number 1, that means that they start 4, 5, 6 in race number 2. And Apex, we know, I think their biggest trait is their ability to utilize team surroundings. If they get themselves in a position to be able to work together as a team, they will absolutely be a danger in race number 2. So I think this potentially could go to a race 3. Of course, that's an obvious statement. I think it will go to a race 3.
How do you feel about that, Lewis? Are we guaranteed 3 races in the final for the 3rd consecutive day?
No, I don't think we are. I think we're still going to 2, but I will say one thing. The 1, 2, 3 that we've seen here from Redline does not guarantee dominance in the final. That's just not how it works. The risks, the stuff that Johan Harth could have done in that race, of course he's not going to take it because he wants to go through into the final. Well, you're already there, son. Try and go for the attack. Well, the idea that it's going to be just the 6 of them, it does mean that the slipstream, etc., the assistance that you're going to get from that does mean you can go on the attack a little bit more. Apex will work together. They will try and attack Redline, but I just think that sheer might is almost too big to fail.
MVD is a big factor here. Remember that, because Benito could potentially be 2nd or 3rd, and then they maybe want to drop a driver to get pole position for race number 2 if they're as dominant in race number 1. He's not going to want to budge, right? He wants to get that podium. So if they're in P1, 2, 3 in qualifying, they will actually go out and get that 1, 2, 3, I think. I think it will legitimately be a reverse grid of Apex being at the front. Again, we're speaking well ahead in the future now. Of course, Apex could go out there and ace qualifying themselves. They could actually go out there and win the race themselves in race number 1. We're kind of doing them a little bit of a disservice. But Redline has just been that dominant today. There are a lot of factors here which we haven't seen before, just because of that one little kicker being the MVD.
Lewis, you went 8-bit mode there for a second. That was interesting.
Thank you. I do try.
You do try. One thing that, Luke, we should kind of talk about here is the fact that only one team has gone to the finals in 2 days. And even when you look at the teams that have made it to the semifinals, it's not as though we've seen consistent performances across the Sims from multiple teams. You even think of Unicorns of Love yesterday. Yes, they got through towards this stage of the competition, but it was really scrappy. Not as easy as day number 1 was.
No, they finished out in 11th position overall, didn't they, yesterday, by 2nd last in the quarterfinals. But I think the inconsistency of those teams shows the consistency of the competition. I just think Team Redline are just that one level above right now, whereas everybody else is sort of chasing them. But Team Redline have got minimal improvements they can find, whereas everybody else can get to Team Redline's level and also then find the improvements that Redline. It's a similar story to, let's say, Formula 1. Mercedes, for instance, right? They can only get so much faster. The other teams have a bigger room to grow, if you like, in terms of getting faster. So yeah, okay, Team Redline have looked amazing over 3 days, but in the future, like now there's a genuine benchmark in this format. I'll expect there to be teams coming out of the woodwork, you know, likes of Coanda, for instance, but expect some of the younger teams that are in this competition today to genuinely expand and genuinely grow and be a challenge in the future.
I mean, you're talking of expansion. I mentioned a couple of days ago the Apex Racing Academy, which years and years ago developed the likes of Sebastian Job, Zach Campbell from, you know, teenagers into world championship caliber drivers. Here in iRacing, we're seeing a resurgence in that academy. Juan Bustamante, the next generation potentially of the Apex Racing team. Kind of going to go astray here, Lewis, while we wait to get underway for the finals. We're talking about ways to improve this format as we evolve from this inaugural Esports Racing World Cup. One thing that has been mooted, not just by us, but by the powers that be, is expanding it beyond just PC platforms and bringing into the fold the likes of Gran Turismo and Forza as well.
think we do need to see the idea of it being a full racing esports competition. You'll note one word that's missing from the Esports Racing World Cup: sim. Sim's not in there. Doesn't necessarily need to be a full-on simulator. We like to see racing from all angles, and in that sense, we can see that across the entirety of the esports racing world. Now, what that says to me is, like you say, it opens the door to Gran Turismo, opens the door to Forza. We were discussing the possibilities of how it could happen, how it couldn't happen. Oh, I can't buy a PlayStation, I can't buy an Xbox, I can't buy this. It's a lot to put in for one competition. Well, what if? What if we ordered it in person? How fantastic would that be? Everyone here, all the teams meeting out, the biggest event in sim racing. Come on, we've got to try it.
And kind of goes to the quote that I think I mentioned a couple of days ago, maybe in private. The worst part about sim racing is that you can't go and punch a competitor in the face after they've done something silly. Or a commentator. I mean, let's be honest, Lewis, you and I would be at fisticuffs all the time. But Luke, I mean, drivers are always going to complain. That's the reality of sim racing. Egos are so big, and we've seen plenty of complaints about race control for these last 3 days. I have no doubt if we did do this in person, we'd see some physical altercations between some of these teams.
I would want to physically hold hands with Enzo Benito, and that's a different story.
You're in love with a man.
Yeah, it is a whole different environment. We've all been in those environments, right? We've all been to, I know it feels like 20 years ago, but it wasn't that long ago. It was only 18 months, 2 years ago, where we were at these LAN events, and it is a whole different experience. And you see different drivers thrive, especially the younger ones. When it comes to, being face-to-face with drivers, you see people take less chances because of that fact. They have the fear that someone might go, bark at them effectively. We have a laugh and a joke about punching people in the face. That doesn't happen, and not that I've seen as of yet. But yeah, the fact that you will be held accountable face to face. People don't like confrontation, but also it gives a chance for, again, the younger generation, because you're generally going to get the same result from people who've been around for 5 to 10 years, but the younger generation to thrive in, and you just find absolute new superstars. But talking about expansion, not just games, what about the likes of, Red Bull, Mercedes, just to name a couple? Like, Mercedes have probably got pound for pound the best rFactor 2 driver in the world, Bonner House, right? Throw him into the equation on his own, let alone the team. Like, the possibilities with this format, with this competition, with the money involved and the talent on board is absolutely endless.
To confirm, we're ready for the finals. It will be Apex Racing Team versus Champions-elect Team Redline. Can Redline not only be the only team to make it to the finals on multiple days, can they take multiple day titles away with them as well? Qualifying is going to be crucial, Lewis. How do they play this one if you're Apex Racing?
Well, this might well be one of the hardest qualifying sessions in one of the oddest ways, because it's not necessarily about fighting up towards the front. It's not necessarily about that, because we've said this. The tactics throughout the day mean that this is not an easy one. It's not simple. It's not just 1+1. Obviously, you want to qualify 1, 2, and 3 and run away at the front. But then, when the reverse grid happens, you're then sat 4th, 5th, and 6th, and then have to go on the attack themselves. I think, as Luke said yesterday, in qualifying, you've got to ignore it. You've got to ignore the tactics. You've just got to go out there and put in the fastest lap you possibly can. There is only one way to find out how that's going to go. I think this time I'm going to be the one that steps aside. You two are going to take us through this, and we're going to get into some fisticuffs between Team Redline and the Apex Racing team. Enjoy it.
So it comes down to this to close out the VCO Esports Racing World Cup, a 1v1 versus Team Redline and fierce rivals here in iRacing, the Apex Racing team. Qualifying is underway. Again, 5 minutes on the board, just like it's been for all of the qualifying sessions so far. Tire management and tire preservation is going to be vital. And Luke, if there was ever a time for Johan Harth to throw a blinder of a qualifying lap, this might be one, because even if Jamie Fluke and Juan Bustamante don't necessarily put themselves in the right position, at the very least, Johan can maybe back up the rest of the Redline drivers, just like we saw on day 1 with James Baldwin to close out our finals in Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Yeah, I think you upset one of your drivers here. Again, I mentioned it yesterday. I think you take Bustamante and go, look, the 2 lads have had more pace than you today. We've got to use you as a tow along that back straight and effectively drive into the wall at the end of the straight. Don't turn in for that corner, but give the best tow possible for the for either Hearth or indeed Fluke. That's what I would be doing. That's what I'll be trying to do. We haven't seen it happen yet, and maybe people feel like it's a bit unsportsmanlike to do so. I think when there's money on the line, you absolutely try everything, right? They certainly do during the races, so why not during qualifying?
60 seconds left on the clock. 4 drivers have set lap time, still waiting for Benito and Lallem. As expected, Holtzman is on top, not far back though. It is a 1/4 of a second to Johan Hearth. Jamie Fluke, 1/2 tenth back, but Juan Bustamante is well and truly out of the picture, maybe following in the suggestions of Luke Crane. Benito through these couple of hairpins. You're just having a love affair with Enzo Benito, Luke.
Oh yeah, I always have done. He's a delicious looking human, but he backs it up with the talent as well. He's been around a long time, although you wouldn't say that by looking at him. He still looks very, very young, but he is one of the very best, or has been one of the very best for a long time, for the reason that he is so talented and he genuinely takes this seriously. And he is a massive reason as to why sim racing is in a position as it is. He's come across the line here, and what sort of time are we looking at, ladies and gentlemen?
A banker time.
Oh, no time posted up at all.
I think what happened is he maybe invalidated his lap by going off track early and then decided to back it down and really save the tires. The checkered flag flies for qualifying. Oh, they're not going to get a time chance to finish their lap. Because we're heat racing, it is not the same as what we've seen so far before this one. So, well, right off the bat, throw all of the expectations out of the window. It's Patrick Holtzman all by himself on the front row. Johan Hearth, Jamie Fluke, and Juan Bustamante in front of Chris Lallem and Enzo Benito. Already drama. We love this format. We love it indeed.
Yeah, the pressure's there, and again, it doesn't matter who you are. When you're in this situation, you've got to get one lap in. It can be game over by just running off circuit. Get that 1x and you are done. Apex now have to do what Team Redline did in the quarterfinals. You remember in the first half of the first lap, they went 2x2 to stop any advancements and just let one of their drivers go out ahead. Yes, okay, we know that they have pole position here with Holtzman, but they don't need to be worried about him. He can go out and win this race. If they finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they're good, right? They are absolutely golden here to go through. Even if they finish 2nd and 3rd and 4th gets really mixy with 5th and 6th in Team Redline and just forces them to just have a really terrible slow race, then that's the nature of the format here. This is fascinating.
Well, take a breath, get your popcorn out, and get ready for this 10-minute races. And it's a 1v1 between two teams which have plenty of animosity towards one another. I mentioned the rivalry. Well, it goes back a couple of years, and some drama in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Question will be, how will it fare here today? I'm not going to ask you for a prediction, Luke, because that's just not fair. You said it's going to go 3 races. Does this change anything in your mind?
This only enforces it for me, that it's going to go to 3 races, because you've got to factor in, if Apex have an incredible race here and they do the job in race number 1, it will mean that the reverse grid will be in favor of Redline, which have been so dominant all day from that position. So you would assume that they would just get the point back in race number 2. So yeah, effectively, this is like a game of tennis right now, and Apex have managed to steal the serve. It's like they've had a toss of the coin, they've won the serve. So they've got the serve in the first heat, and then in the second heat, effectively, it will go back to Redline. This is, well, it could go anywhere. And I said that. It's the final. Absolutely anything can happen, and by what we've just seen in qualifying, it absolutely will.
Remember, the winner of the day will get $2,500. Second place, $1,300. In our $50,000 prize pool, $10,000 per day to the champions across the championships on each sim. $20,000 to be shared across of the overall top 5. Team Redline already have a check ready to be mailed for $10,000. One thing that I know for sure, Luke, is no matter the fact that we've only got 6 cars, we're in for some chaos, especially with this drama that we've just had.
Again, I'm going to leave you with one thing here. Apex, what are they best known for? Being a great team in races, within races. Look at the position they're in. They're going to utilize that. Let's get it on.
Redline versus Apex. What can Patrick Holtzman do with the pressure from the blue and white behind? finals of the Esports Racing World Cup on day 3 are underway, and Holtzman is already having to block Jamie Fluke all the way to the inside. Looks like Chris Lullum is trying to take it almost 4 abreast into the corner, around the outside. Hearth and Holtzman come to blows. Now, how does this change the picture? Juan Bustamante has to defend for his life, because now it gets interesting. Race Control have to take a look at an issue straight off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm not too sure there was too much in that, as we see a very late lunge here potentially for the lead of this race. Is it going to come off? I'm not sure it is. And actually Fluke gets on that power beautifully well on the outside. Again, that corner does favour the outside line on the exit, but I tell you what, it is not done yet. The long run then down in towards the hairpin, and who's going to come out on top?
Can Lullum get onto the anchor just a little bit later? Benito took a look to the inside of Bustamante as we jump on board with Enzo Benito. Lullum got a little bit sideways. Fluke is still there. They door each other very slightly, but Chris Lullum takes the lead of the race, and Enzo Benito tries to slide his way into 3rd position. If things stay as they are, Redline will take race number 1 because the tiebreaker is highest individual finishing position. Lullum needs to run away from Jamie Fluke.
Absolutely, but we've got to factor in there might be some penalty points here. We saw it 3 wide into turn number 1. We had a very small glimpse as to how that went down, but ultimately it went down. But look at this. Apex have all 3 drivers in contention here, whereas Redline only have 2. And we've seen how much of a disadvantage that's been for Yas Heat. As much as they've performed incredibly well over the course of 3 days, it is a massive disadvantage here, but it is the quickest driver of the team from the day, Half being 5th. He has to challenge Benito right now. Benito, by the way, the MVD out of the question right now. He needs to be focused on the team here. If he stays in P4, if Lullum stays in P1, they are golden, but Half has to make the move.
I think 2 birds, 1 stone if you're Enzo Benito, because even if Johan Hearth gets past you, you still need to get up to 3rd just to solidify this result. Here's the look at Race Control, and you can see on the screen exactly what they're looking at right now. The incident into turn number 1, and they'll be watching it from so many different angles. We watch as Benito will look outside of Juan Bustamante, Johan Hearth closing bit by bit. Chris Lullum not able to run away from Jamie Fluke with just about 2.5 minutes done in race number 1 of these finals. Johan Hearth has the bit between his teeth as he tries to get on past Benito.
Yeah, if you think about this, if Hearth gets up into, well, ahead of Benito here, it doesn't add a point here for Apex. All it does is take a point away from Redline, which is perfect here. And I'll tell you what, Bustamante is doing an incredible team job here. I said that they needed to throw away as qualifying, but right now, he is doing an incredible job for the team. We've already seen this already from a Toki earlier on for Unicorns of Love Sim Racing, and Johan Hearth then, he has to find a magical overtake here on Benito. And it's one of the hardest drivers to get a move done by, but Bustamante is doing absolutely everything in his power. But I tell you what, it's not over with the leaders. Fluke is super close here to Lullum. Benito makes the move around the outside, potentially late on the brakes here, but he indeed will be hung out to dry. Yeah, he's absolutely jet washed there, and Johan Hearth takes full opportunity here through the left-hander. It will be side by side. Bustamante's got to move over to the right here, give him that toe down towards the hairpin, but ultimately as he moves over to the left here, Benito is going to get that toe himself. Fluke does not get the move done on Lullum, and this is going to go down to the wire.
Benito defends from Hearth. He saw the Frenchman coming. They bang doors once more, but Benito holds on. Bustamante and Hearth have to work together. If Benito finishes fourth and Fluke can't get past Lullum, it's advantage Team Redline. If Hearth and Bustamante can force Benito back into 5th and hold him there for until the conclusion of this race, it would be advantage Apex. But all of this fighting is bringing in Patrick Holtzman, who's now only 4 seconds back from this battle for 3rd on back. That was an optimistic move, Luke, but that's what we know Johan Hearth likes to do. Juan Bustamante, you said that maybe now the focus is going to be trying to get Hearth to get past Benito. It's not just that. They need to hold Benito behind the both of them to control this race.
Yeah, 100% here. They're playing the game perfectly. But don't expect Holtzman to be involved in this at all. Right now, he is Team Redline's insurance policy, because it goes to race 2. When it goes to race 2, he would be pole position. He is not going to get involved in this whatsoever. Whatever happens here, happens. He just needs to stick around at the back there and make sure that he is pole position. Although it didn't go well for him this time round, being pole position, he will indeed be on pole with, what, half? But Benito will be right behind him. So it actually is a bit more favourable than what we've just had for Redline. But as it stands, Redline is still in a very good spot here. We are yet to see what the call was about turn number 1, and I'm wondering whether it might just be put down to a racing incident. But the fact that Holtzman did go down to P6, I'm sure there must have been something awry through that corner for him to end up as far off as he did, but it was 3 wide. You are expecting these drivers to be close, but as it stands, Team Redline are in a golden position here. Lullum leading out. As much as Bustamante's doing his job here on Benito, he needs half to do a little bit more here. I'm wondering from the contact earlier on this race whether he might have a little bit of damage here, because he doesn't seem to be able to really keep pace with them in a straight line. But Bustamante, again, just make that car as wide as possible, force the opportunity for your teammate half, and this is Apex's playground. This is what they're really good at, playing as a team.
What I will say is that I think these cars are sturdy enough that unless you damage the engine, you're not really going to compromise the car too much in terms of top end speed. You may just have a little bit of a change in the vehicle dynamics. I've gone back and taken a look at what we saw on lap number 1. Chris Lullum did try to make it 4 wide in the entry to turn 1. Jamie Fluke responded by covering off and then going aggressive on his own down into turn 1. That wasn't the cause of the contact from how I saw it. I think Johan Harth, optimistically sweeping around the outside, didn't know that Jamie Fluke had taken it 3 wide, and he may have been the one that initiated the contact with Patrick Holtzman. The question will be, is that worthy of a penalty point? Is it not worthy of a penalty point? And again, I'm just glad that we're not in race control and the entire team has got 3 minutes or so to let us know how race number 1 has changed in terms of the points.
Generally, if you're 3 wide, there's only one driver that knows about it. And we get a little replay. Here we go. We've got a race start replay here. As you can see, yeah, it looked like it was nearly going to go 4 wide. Johan Harth turns in, but ultimately, the cars on the outside don't really know it's 3 wide. It's only the car in the middle that will know it's 3 wide. So I don't think there's going to be anything done about that, and I don't think there should be either. It is what it is. That's racing. It's aggressive. But there's 2 cars there that have no idea it's 3 wide, so Haas is turning in as if there's only 1 car up his inside, and Fluke is trying to squeeze Holtzman out wide, or was it Lullum or Holtzman? The Team Redline car, Holtzman, he was trying to squeeze him because he thought he was the only car on his outside. It is what it is. It's unfortunate, but that's racing.
Oh, Harth, I think, almost got into the bumper there of Enzo Benito. Remember, with 2.5 minutes left to go, it will be 2 laps this time by left in race 1 of this best of 3 series. Here's a look, and there's the confirmation. I said it was Johan Harth that turned in a little bit optimistically. I think I agree with you, Luke, that maybe that's not necessarily worthy of a penalty point. But regardless, the way it shakes out right now is Jamie Fluke has to get past Chris Lullum if there's any hope of Apex taking this race 1 in the finals.
Yeah, well, Bustamante and Harth just still got to do their job right. Still got to make sure that they try and get Benito down into what would be P5. Benito has got to be looking for that podium. The door opens up there and Harth has to back out. You can see he looks a little bit stressed behind the wheel. You looked at Benito, he just looked really calm and composed. As Bustamante moves across there, that did not look good at all. But I tell you what, I don't think Benito again was at fault for that. I think Bustamante's just driven across his bonnet. But it's given the opportunity here for Harth. Harth will have the inside line down this long back straight towards the hairpin. But Benito has just got a really nice run here. And it's all about now, can he use the camber of this corner to get on the exit or get on the pace or on the power on the exit sufficiently enough to get an overlap? He absolutely can through the left-hander. Benito is going to hold on to that position. And now Harth, who wasn't able to do it with Bustamante backing Benito up, he's now got to do it all on his own.
Well, another thing for race control to take a look at, a second incident between the 2 of them. Harth says, I want this position and I want it now. Barges Benito out of the way. That's a textbook rallycross move. And of course, Johan Harth has plenty of experience with moves like that. As it stands, though, still would be Redline that take the win by virtue not just of their position on track, but by virtue of that extra penalty point. Jamie Fluke is about 6/10 back from your leader, Chris Lullum. Not going to have much time. 1 lap to go, 3.5 kilometers to get the move done.
Yeah, you see, Benito's just so cool, calm and composed, and I think the only thing he's really annoyed about there is the fact, I think Hearth is probably going to be looking at a penalty point for that. That wasn't a great move, let's be honest. But
well,
Benito is more worried about the MVD at this stage. He's now down to P4. He needs to get into that podium spot.
I've just gone back to take a look at the incident with Bustamante. I don't think the story is done here, because I do think if that was a penalty point for Johan Hearth, we are looking at potentially a penalty point as well, if not an additional one, depending on how race control determines the severity of the incident for Enzo Benito, because he was the one that moved under the brakes. Can Benito get the move done to make it a non-factor? Not this time by through the hairpin for the final time. Johan Hearth will hold on to third.
Yeah, fair play. You're able to watch the replay here, and it does really help with, you know, I can only judge on what I see at once, same as with most games, but the fact that you're actually viewing the server at the same time is really helpful for both of us here. So, yeah, on first glance, it did look like Bustamante kind of messed up his braking and moved slightly left, but yeah, you saw it differently there. I think there's going to be a couple of things looked at here. Ultimately, these drivers have given it everything. Lullen, by the way, didn't qualify well, but boy, as he took the opportunity once he got up into the lead here. Benito just looking for that podium ultimately, because it's all about the MVD and that extra bit of cash. We round the final corner here, and well, it's looking great for Team Redline.
Strike one goes to Team Redline. Chris Lullen across the line wins the first race in the final day of the Esports Racing World Cup Finals. But my oh my, more drama for us to talk about. Jamie Fluke, Johan Hearth second and third, Benito fourth, Holtzman fifth. But we won Bustamante with our inverted race 2 that will start on pole position. Two teams with plenty of history between the two of them, and well, it intensified once more here. Here's a look at the result. Confirmation. Lullen and Benito, if things stand as they are and race control doesn't change this, it will be race 1 going to Team Redline. But let's wait and see. Crazy race number 1 there, Luke. And well, if that was race 1, what does race 2 hold in store for us?
Well, we saw yesterday that race 2 was bananas, right? So we're probably going to be expecting exactly the same here. We've also got to factor in that they are actually not tied on points, because Johan Hearth did get a penalty point during that race as well for the contact into turn number 1. Here's the incident we're all talking about. Who was at fault for that? I'm sure that's going to be discussed as well. If it was to be 1 penalty point, it would tie things up. Redline would still be in a good spot. If it was to be 2 penalty points, it would indeed then give it to Apex here, race number 1. And again, see, I'm looking at that there, and I'm thinking Bustamante has moved to the left, if you like, or not gone with the corner where he could have done. I don't see Benito moving to the right. Again, I'll go with what you've seen. Of course, you've looked at it from multiple angles. But for me, again, I think that's one of those that is completely 50-50.
No, I think it is 50-50, but I also think that you say the same for the lap 1 incident. I think that was 50-50 as well. The reason I say it, yes, you can say Bustamante moves to the left, but look how Benito is moving away from the natural track limits. Yes, the corner is always going that way because there's a little sweeper that comes into the corner, but I would argue, and this is what's beautiful about racing, no one's going to have the same idea here. I would argue that it was Benito that initiates the contact there. We'll get the word from race control because our opinions don't really matter. Here's a good view from Hearth. I don't think Bustamante moves there. I think that's a better view of it.
Yeah, I guess what he's tried to do is he's tried to force Benito to be... What he's trying to do is force Benito to be right on the outside of the corner on entry to maybe open the door up for Hearth.
Yes.
And it's just gone wrong, effectively. So basically, he's turning late. He's waiting to turn in later so that Benito basically can't turn in. Leave the door open, Hearth comes through, jobs are good in. So we still back him up for, you know, the entirety of the race pretty much to try and get Hearth involved. Here, again, this was Benito versus Hearth after Bustamante wasn't involved in this. I will say one thing, though. That might be a blessing in disguise for Apex, because Bustamante will start pole position. We get to see this incident once again, and this is great to see. This is nice for the audience to see this as well, because sometimes, you know, they get all, you know, irate and hot-headed as well. That's because we're all fans of this. We're all excited about this as well, and sometimes they only get one view as well, so they're instantly like, well, you know, oh, my favorite team's Redline, so I'm probably going to go with them on that. Oh, my favorite team's Apex, I'm probably going to go with them. But when you look at it multiple times, as you can see here, we still have no idea. It's brilliant.
And this is the beauty of racing, right? Everyone can disagree on what they think happened there, and I'm sure the fans of each team will disagree, but the reality is only one voice matters, and that is not Lewis McClade's, it is race control. But Lewis, what did you think about that one?
It's not an easy one for me. The turn one thing, I agree 50-50. I think that was it was a little bit harsh for a penalty, but again, race control, they're viewing it from every angle. I think that's the important thing we need to say here, is race control can view it from any angle. We're looking at it from TV cameras, we're looking at it from onboards, they can look at it from magical cameras that could never exist in the world. For me, I think it is a penalty for Benito. Whether it's 1, whether it's 2 penalty points, Benito is the one that moves away from the white line. Everyone else is holding a straight line and a trajectory towards the corner, which you could argue would then take them away from the apex, but they're in a straight line. Benito's the one that moves across. For me, it's a penalty for Benito. But if that's 1 penalty point, it just ties them up, and then red line still win the heat. So it is what it is.
Looks like I've got to fight both of you then. Great, cool, you win. Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
that's why I do this in person.
We're literally seeing exactly the same thing, aren't we? And we disagree. Like that's the fine margins of motorsport sim racing. Simple as that.
And this is why we don't just have 1 steward, we have multiple. I think 4 or 5 stewards. We had 5 yesterday. Yeah, no, I'm not doing it. You couldn't pay me enough.
Nope.
You could not pay me enough to do incidents and turn them around this quickly. Final results, though, from race 1, Team Redline 7. So they got 2 penalty points. The Apex Racing team, 8. They got 2 penalty points for the dive bomb between Johan Harth and Enzo Benito there, Luke.
Yeah, for me, that was the easiest one out of all of them, right? As you said, it was a rallycross move. We're not rallycrossing. it's as simple as that. There, it was. I'm going to be optimistic here and try and make a move. And do you know what? Benito even drove out the way. He actually moved the car to the right, going into the corner, and there's still contact. So yeah, that's something that was never going to be contested. And it just goes to show. Lewis was alluding to this yesterday that you just cannot afford penalty points at this stage of the competition. It will kill your. Imagine if Harth got that done, or if he didn't get it done on that corner, he still had 2 laps to try and get it done. And if he could have got it done cleanly, they would have won by 1 point there, but now they're up against it. But the kicker is Bustamante, who did a very good job of holding people up in that first race, is starting pole position in the second race. It's not all done for Apex as of yet.
A little bit of a hold here while we just get ready for race number 2. Lewis, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who thought this would go 2 races.
I thought it would go 2. Yeah, I thought it would go 2. I thought we were close to getting 3 there. Now, say it this way. If Johan Harth hadn't made that done, because this is the critical thing with that move, by the way, because it's the 2 penalty points that it was. If he hadn't gone for that move, if he hadn't tried it, which you've got to, then they would be going through, because the 2 penalty points to Enzo Benito would have then given Redline 7 points, and they would have had 6, and they would have gone through.
No, it would have tied it. It would have tied it.
They would have tied it.
Back anyway, so Redline would have got on count back.
1 penalty point, and then we're 2nd and 3rd.
No, because you're assuming that Harth gets past. Yep, you're
right.
assuming that Harth gets past Benito cleanly in that situation.
This is why I'm not very good at this.
So you had to take it on, and that, again, that's the format, isn't it? It lends itself to people having to take chances, and I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, what Harth did is disgraceful. You know, what these drivers are doing is disgraceful. Again, I'm asking for these drivers to absolutely leave everything out there. What's the point? You're battling for $2.5 grand here. This is, this is not chump change. You've absolutely got to go for things. Sometimes it doesn't work. That's the beauty of motorsport. It happens. It's as simple as that. We see it more in real life, to be honest, than we do in sim racing. Sim racing, I speak to Moritz Lerner quite often as we work within the same brand, and he was astounded as to how dirty the real world of sim racing is in terms of it's brutal. You leave the door open, people are sending it every single time. You try and go for a gap, they are closing the door on you every single time. This is, the more and more sim racing gets popular, the more and more drivers appear at the top level of this sim. The closer and closer it gets, the more chances people have to take. It's the nature of the beast.
I actually found this out a couple of weeks ago at Le Mans Virtual when chatting to people like Alex Brundle, chatting to people like Jimmy Broadbent. Obviously, Broadbent's gone from one side to the other, from sim racing into the real world. Says all of them say exactly the same thing: is that sim races, and this is one thing that we would never say, but these sim races are all quite respectful. Right? They're asking for too much. They're always asking for the overlap and stuff. Meanwhile, in motorsport, it's just like, I am sending it down the inside whether you like it or not. I think it's obviously because if you crash the car, then you get a big fat bill, so people tend to be a little bit more wise to it. But yeah, in motorsport, they are sending it 110% all of the time, and you don't really realise that so much as a spectator. But when you start racing in it, when you start driving, it is immediately apparent.
Maybe the idea for the next World Cup is we give a damage bill, virtual damage bill, to those that don't keep a clean car. But race 1, fireworks, incredible. I think we're ready for race number 2 here, Lewis.
And indeed it is. I'll step aside once more. We'll see if it's 2-0 or we'll see if we'll go 1-1 and need a third race. The finals, we're back. It's Redline 1-0.
Well, plenty of controversy, but the reality is it's advantage Redline as we head into the second race here in the finals of this Esports Racing World Cup. Here's a look at the starting grid for the inverted race number 2. Juan Bustamante alongside Patrick Holtzman. Enzo Benito and Johan Hoth came to blows in that previous race. Will we see the same here today? They'll be alongside one another with Jamie Fluke and Chris Lullum, who both tried some optimistic moves into turn 1 on lap 1 last time. What can they do from the tail end of this grid? The reality is...
He's been the star of the show. He's been the absolute star of the show, hasn't he? So expect something massive here. We need an Apex win. It's as simple as that. We're neutrals, right? We want us to go to a third race. We need an Apex win. Does it need a miracle? I think before race number 1, I absolutely thought that might be the case. But after qualifying in race number 1, it becomes very clear that these teams aren't as far apart as they may have seen all day. Apex have been maybe not able to qualify as well as Redline, but when it comes down to a 1v1, they are very, very close indeed.
Yeah, and I think the reality is that once you got rid of the other contenders, we saw that Juan Bustamante, who hasn't really been... Again, it's being somewhat unfair, but he hasn't been up to the same level as Johan Hoth and Jamie Fluke. He was able to play roadblock against Enzo Benito, driver in contention for the most valuable driver award. And giving you the update, because Benito missed out on the podium last time, if Redline wins race number 2 here and we don't go to the third race, Benito needs a podium to tie James Baldwin and Kevin Siggy for the most valuable driver award.
Right, so they'll be sharing it then. So effectively right now, Benito needs to get a podium here and let Apex win for himself personally. We know that's not going to be the case. This is a team sport. They're going to work together. But it comes down to this here. Is this the final race we're going to have? If it is the final race, I tell you what, I've been pretty satisfied with the ERWC for sure for season number 1. But we do want a second. We want another, or a third, shall I say. We want a third race here. We want this to go down to the wire. What can Bustamante do? Are we going to see something similar to what we saw from Rotuki earlier on this weekend, where he just puts on an absolute clinic and showcases why there are 3 drivers in each team? Because Bustamante hasn't really been in and amongst it until the last race. When he was called upon, he absolutely was there for his team. Can he do it again?
What more could he want in this Esports Racing World Cup? Drama, twist that even Drive to Survive could not script, but it comes down potentially to one final race. It's Apex needing to win to extend this to a third race in the finals on day 3 of the Esports Racing World Cup. We're underway, and already Chris Lullum looks to the middle as he tries to take it in towards turn number 1 as aggressive as possible. Bustamante parks it on the apex. To the outside of him, Patrick Holtzman stays in second spot. Benito holds on to third. They now have to block the way for Jamie Fluke and Johan Hoth as they work their way down into the hairpin.
How clever was that from Lullum? Remember that little expression on his face there. He looked to make a move. Oh no, big moment. That's it, he's done. Oh, that's 2 of them out. 2 of them out. Oh, collided. Apex at 1-2. Apex at 1-2 here. This is incredible scenes. Now they can control the race from the start. These 2 drivers were not involved in anything. And also, the lead driver for the Apex team didn't touch anybody. They're not going to get any penalty points here. It's in Apex's hands.
The unintentional mistake that might just extend this to a third race. I am losing my mind. Poor Juan Bustamante, because one side, oh, what a mistake. The second side, what relief for Apex. Chris Lullum is only about a second back from Jamie Fluke, but Enzo Benito is miles away. Might as well be on another racetrack, 4 seconds back. Jamie Fluke and Johan Hoth, all they've got to do is not let Chris Lullum slow them down and bring them into the clutches of Benito and Holtzman.
Lullum here, again, I'm going to bring this back to what I saw in turn number 1. He had an opportunity to go 3 wide on the exit of turn 1 with the Apex drivers.
Sorry, Luke, sorry. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. There was contact between Holtzman and Bustamante from what I've just seen.
Well, yeah, but it was the initial mistake. He's lost it under braking, right, and shot straight across the...
there was a mistake. There was a mistake, I think, from the red line car. Here, we'll get the replay. This is vital because you can see.
Oh yeah!
It's not exactly. It's not a mistake under the brakes. Poor Juan Bustamante. We're throwing him under the bus. Nothing he could do in that situation.
Team Redline are capitulating right in front of our very own eyes. They're imploding right before our very own eyes. And remember, it goes to a qualifying session again in race 3. If it goes to a race 3, it's not a reverse grid. It is another qualifying session. And in race 1, Team Redline just did not nail their qualifying. So the pressure here, which is something that only this kind of final can produce, is really bringing out the best here of Apex. As I say that, Half makes a mistake here. Fluke's now still side by side. You cannot be giving opportunities to someone like Lullum, though, by the way. It was 4 seconds. It's absolutely nothing now. If Lullum could get 2 overtakes here, he would indeed be ahead. Team Redline would win because Benito, maybe Holtz would get the penalty here. I'm not too sure. But ultimately, right now, I think Fluke's got to play the team driver. Slow Lullum down.
You were saying that Redline was, trying to capitulate. Maybe we'll see an Apex choke as well, but it is all on the line. 7 minutes to go. And you're right. If there's no penalty handed down, which I think based on race number 1, we likely will get a penalty. Not saying which way I'll go on that. I'm just saying based on the form book, it might be a penalty point. Chris Lullum might not be able to take this victory in the race by getting to the front of the field. He's gone purple this last time by, closing bit by bit. And Benito's closing as well, now only about 2.8 seconds. There's the live look in with race control. They are looking at every single angle, and you can see they are just analyzing and over-analyzing that initial contact between Bustamante and Holtzman.
Yeah, it's really strange there because we can see it very clearly what they're looking at, and it's Bustamante either has had to get off the gas for that contact to have happened, or the slips, because the slipstreaming isn't that strong for it to be that big of a close-up. So again, I'm not doing that job. Let them crack on. Lullum here has to make 2 overtakes, right? Don't worry about any penalty situations. Just, you've got to now go out and win this race. But I just want to know, how important is it that Lullum was reserved and just said, right, I'm going to fight, I'm going to, give up this position, stay in P6 at the start of this race and wait to fight another day? How important is that going to be at the end of this race? I know there's 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go, so there's plenty of time, not that a lot of time really for Lullum to make a move, but if he does get up to P1, that could have been a stroke of genius. But again, Fluke right now has just got to say, look, you go, Half. I'm going to make this very difficult for Lullum, because even if he gets up to P2, ultimately it's still in Apex's hand, right? And if there's going to be a penalty, it's only going to go one way. It would only go Redline's way. So Fluke has to basically park it on the Apex. Give Half the easiest opportunity to go out there and get a race win that you possibly can.
Suggestions from the chat that potentially there was some netcode involved in that incident, but it's so hard to make a determination at this point in time. Half this race is done, and Chris Lullum has not forced the issue just yet. Jamie Fluke is a cool, calm cucumber when the pressure is on, but right now, Chris Lullum has been almost impervious to some of the pressures that he's dealt with across of the last year as he's joined Team Redline, got him quicker and quicker and quicker, and now Redline's hopes of not having to go through into race number 3 rest on Lullum's shoulders. The champions-elect, did they capitulate? We'll have to wait and see, because right now, if we go to race 3, like you mentioned, Luke, that's qualifying all over again. And drama's in qualifying for race 1 of these finals. Will we see a repeat for that race 3?
Yeah, this makes no difference to Apex in terms of the overall championship, ladies and gentlemen. But if they win today, they win $1,300 more. Sorry, they win $1,200 more dollars. So it's $1,300 for second, and it's $2.5 grand for first. So there's a big difference in terms of prize money just for winning today. So absolutely, they're going to be giving it their all. They have to. It's as simple as that. There's money on the line. But I'm going to talk about the format here. The format, again, lends itself to mistakes. These drivers, they could have been in scenarios like, hour-long races, 24-hour endurance races, some of the biggest races in sim racing. Have they been in this scenario, a 1v1 against Apex or 1v1 versus Team Redline in a 10-minute race, a 5-minute sprint qualifying? Have they been in that situation before? No, they absolutely have not been. And you don't know how you're going to react. So right now, Team Redline, they've got the buffer of that 1 point. So don't forget that. As much as this is in Apex's hand right now, they've got that buffer of 1 point going into this race. So if they lose now, it's still going to be 1-1. They then go into the final race, and they still being the strongest team overall. So they're not going to panic here for sure. Mistakes happen, incidents happen. It's all about how you bounce back. But Apex, they have taken their opportunity right now, and they are looking golden to take victory here.
And to your point about mistakes, I mean, let's not forget that we're all human. Lalem will lunge to the inside. Fluke's just going to be able to cover that one off just a little bit, releasing off the brakes. Oh, lights up the rear end almost. Look at the damage on the right side of Lalem's car. But to your point about pressure, yes, these are the finest drivers in sim racing, and I argue to some degree the mental focus you need in sim racing is even higher than in real racing, just because you don't have physical sensations that ground you to what you are doing. We've seen even last week, someone like Joshua Rogers, king of qualifying, king of so many different competitions, king of so many different simulators at times as well. Not once, but twice, we saw mistakes from Josh Rogers, even in a format like this, Luke. Let's not forget, these drivers are human, and in some cases, Chris Lalem, he's not even 18 years of age yet.
That's scary for a start. I'm nearly old enough to be his dad. That's even scarier. But yeah, does he know what panicking is yet in sim racing? Does he know what nerves are? Like, I'm not sure you get nerves at that age, but you can just see in his face he's very much concentrated. But ultimately, he hasn't really made the mistake here, has he? He was the driver, was P6 on the grid. He's actually taken advantage of what's gone down. But ultimately, the Apex team have just done their job as it stands. Again, they're going to have one more lap after this one, and it really is 1.5 laps away from just taking it to a third race, which many people would definitely have said wasn't going to be a possibility today. But again, the VCO ERWC is delivering. I said this last night. As much as everybody's like, oh, serious, sim racing, serious, it's an entertainment product, right? It's for people to watch and get excited about, enjoy, maybe post a few things on Twitter, have a discussion with their mates. Did you watch this last night? Or, watching along together in a Discord call. This is what it's all about. We are absolutely delivering that right now. This is epic.
This is fantastic. Lalem hasn't forced the issue. 1 lap to go here. Is he going to try it? Maybe turn one. Is he going to even get the opportunity? Benito hasn't really closed, so it does look as though it will get extended to race 3. And Luke, I mean, you said before we even started this competition that you're right about once a day. You're right a couple of times over the past few days. You're right again. It does look as though race 3 is about to get underway as white flag is in the air.
I'm going to have to work with you guys more often, because I seem to be right a lot more often, that's for sure. But yeah, it's when you've got the best sim racers in the world, how can you bet against it being a 3, really? You know what I mean? We don't know what the outcome's going to be, and I guess what we go on is the form of the day. But ultimately, when it comes to it is, in the final, it's not a case of, oh, we've had 7 rounds before this and we've earned this many points to get here. Like, we're so many points ahead of you. They're both on 0 again, right? They start on an even playing field. So it's not a case of they've got anything to protect. They go all out trying to gain the end goal of that 22 points, or that 2.5 grand. Or for Redline, of course, it's not just the 2.5 grand, it's the 20 grand in total for the prize pool, in terms of the 10 grand for them on their own. So it's such a unique format, and I'm absolutely in love with it. I think it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Obviously, there are things that we can build on, we can improve. If you're not looking to improve, then probably shouldn't be putting on competitions. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I think we got something really special here, and Apex, they needed a special performance. They are delivering a special performance, and I'm going to say this with 3 corners to go. We're going to race 3.
And confirmation from the stewards, no further action for the lap 1 incident, but it doesn't matter. You can't script this. I've said that so many times before. This Esports Racing World Cup has had twists and turns, the ups and downs, the things we love about motorsports, whether it's real or virtual. Drama on lap number 1 once more, and we're going to race 3 on day 3 in this Esports Racing World Cup. Johan Harth and Jamie Fluke 1 and 2. And did you notice that swap around between Enzo Benito and Chris Lalem? Benito, in the Most Valuable Driver Award, is now tied with James Baldwin and Kevin Siggy. Remember, there's $1,000 on the line for the Most Valuable Driver. One more podium, and Benito takes that award.
Yeah, that's really fair play to Lullum there. In the heat of the moment, still understanding the other avenues of this competition, other ways of his teammates making money. Maybe they've got a deal as well together that if one of them wins it, they split it. I'm not sure. Normally, the MVP in most esports, one person would split that with their team in terms of prize money. It doesn't always happen, but maybe that's in the offering. But fair play there to Lullum. Again, for me, Lullum's been star of the show up until this point. Johan Harth, we know he's an exceptionally talented driver, and same with Jamie Fluke. They're starting to turn up here, and as much as we're going to go to a race 3 and people will still probably say Redline are favourites, Apex are here, and they are here to win.
And it's there's no second chances here. It's win and you win. It's as simple as that. Here are your race results. Johan Harth, Jamie Fluke, of course, 1 and 2. Benito, Lullum, Holtzman, with Juan Bustamante rounding out the tail after being turned around on lap number 1. We'll bring back in Lewis McLeod as we get ready to close things off in this 2022 Esports Racing World Cup. Lewis, more drama, more drama. These finals just always seem to have it.
It had to be. I've never been happy to be wrong. Actually, that's not true. I have a few times, but this definitely is one to be added to the list. I thought it was going to be 2. I thought Redline were going to be done. They'd walk away with it, but they created their own demise in my book. It was a misjudgment from Holtzman, sent Bustamante ahead of them. I didn't know if there was a netcode between them. Didn't look like it to me, but it was such a light tap between them. And also Redline were the one that paid the price. We kind of get it from Race Control to be like, look, you know what, meh. They've looked at it from a load of different angles, trying to pick it apart. So clearly they've seen something which shows that it isn't necessarily the fault of Holtzman. Either way, it created drama, and that is one thing that we have not been short on the last 3 days. And as I said yesterday when we went into that final race, we're not done with it yet.
And what are we calling this documentary? You got Drive to Survive for Formula One. How about the Thrill of Victory or something? It's not dramatic enough, is that, Luke? We need a documentary for this Esports Racing World Cup.
Well, for me, it's a defib to survive at this point. This is ridiculous. We don't need a documentary. We actually don't need one. Like, this is like it's scripted. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't even think Hollywood would have been able to conceive some of the stuff that we've seen. You think back to day 1 where, of course, Mitchie Tauscher lit it up out of the last corner in race 2 when it looked like Unicorns of Love were on track to victory, but he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Yesterday, Redline versus R8G. My word, what racing we had there. And then today, Contact on lap number 1 extends this one. Regardless, though, we are getting ready to go racing for race number 3, and the beauty of what we've done with these weather conditions, Lewis, is we've made it dynamic. There is no fixed setting across this particular day of racing. Yes, you can do that in both ACC and rFactor, but we didn't do that, and it's looking like a much colder race for this final one.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you can change it on the fly. And I think this is actually where we've spoken before about practice and such, and sometimes practicing too much isn't actually a good thing. This competition, you can't practice too much. You only really find out what you're doing on the day. And so what that means, to go back to the lack of practice, is that by not practicing as much, you're driving. You're learning what's happening on the fly. You're figuring out as you go. And so if you haven't practiced too much, that means that you're more open to what's going on in the conditions. You're more understanding of what's happening with your hands, what your feet are doing, etc., and finding out where the grip is on the car. They need to learn that all the time. As the track conditions change, as it gets hotter, as it gets colder, as it gets this, as it gets that, they need to learn how the track is evolving bit by bit. And that is even across the race. Because if you're not quick enough with it, you will snatch a break.
Wow, incredible. I think we're going to get a chance to, in between these 2 races, while we wait for the drivers to come and join us, we're going to talk to the CEO of VCO, our big boss for this 3-day marathon, because it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I don't think Florian's probably got more than a couple of hours of sleep in between each of these days.
Is he sober?
Probably not at this point, let's be honest. He's going to have to decompress somehow. You're talking about needing a defib. Surely Florian is already at that point.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I know we know how passionate he is about this. He comes in like almost instantly as soon as the broadcast finished, like, oh my God, like he's as big a fan as everybody. You know, obviously invested in the product as well. But yeah, he's just, I don't know, it's a breath of fresh air actually, from what I've seen. And also someone who doesn't like to micromanage the situation as well. We've been just let loose with this, very similar to like the actual format. It's a loose format, right? But yeah, it's just, I'm just very pleased that he's happy. I'm very pleased at how things have gone, and I think we're about to hear from him, right?
Yeah, we are now joined by the man who's let us run free with this competition. Florian, my oh my, you couldn't script any of this. How excited are you about how this inaugural VCO Esports Racing World Cup has gone?
Well, by now I would say I'm quite an old guy, and I'm getting older every day here. This is the point, and I mean, yeah, it's been a roller coaster over the past days, and as I always say, we'll keep learning a lot. We keep learning every race that we see, that we try to organize and do things. We do mistakes, maybe we do some things quite well. So I'm just happy how it went so far. I mean, the races have been mental. I mean, there's a lot of controversy out there, and this is, to be honest, always sometimes a good sign, sometimes a bad one, but I think we need to find the mix, and just really happy how it went so far.
The ERWC, I think a lot of people can classify as being a success so far. The drivers have enjoyed it. We've certainly enjoyed it, and the audience definitely has. The messages that I've been receiving over the last couple of days. I think everyone wants to know, what is coming next? What are the plans of the future?
Well, I mean, for the moment, I'm just happy. Well, it's a very short-term future. It's about getting a party going here, because we are really, really happy after having quite a few weeks of hard work on this. And I mean, as you know us, or you know me and my team here in Munich, I mean, we are always working on new ideas. But to be honest, the pinnacle thing in 22 is the Esports Racing League, and this World Cup is opening this league. So we are far from over with that topic. So we need to fine-tune it. We will just get it going. But I think this tournament here, which we did this weekend, has been a good start, a promising start. Again, a lot to fine-tune, but I think we have this vision that sim racing can be a sort of let's say a proper esports discipline, inspired by other esports titles that are huge, and I think sim racing can generate this sort of suspension and tension and action and all that. And I think this is what we've seen, that this is possible, and I just love these one-on-one encounters in the finals. And you can be sure that we are thinking about this now, and also to fine-tune the ERL concept. Maybe we will see far more of these one-on-one matchups, because this is just great, and it just brings this extra spice into sim racing. And you can have the beef, you can have the battles between the teams. There, I mean, there can be fan communities surrounding the teams, supporting their teams in the direct battles against the rivals. And this is something new to sim racing, and I just love it.
Well, thanks for joining us, Florian. Get the beers cracked open and get ready for this final. It's Apex and Redline, and it's going to be a show. It is going to be a show. Thank you for all of your hard work, and can't wait to get the Esports Racing League underway at the start of March.
Thank you, guys. You did an awesome job. Congratulations, congrats to Redline for the overall win. And now, I mean, it all goes to the wire here with the final race. And good luck to Apex and Redline. May the best team win on iRacing.
So that's the big man behind everything VCO, Florian Hasper, giving us some insight into this Esports Racing World Cup. But Lewis, well, it's one apiece, one final race in this Esports Racing World Cup to go.
It just had to be, didn't it? 3 days of fantastic action. Veloce versus Unicorns of Love on day 1 went to 3 races. Yesterday, RHG versus Redline went to 3 races, and today it's gone to 3 as well. Who's coming out on top? Team Redline versus Apex. Our Junior and Luke, take it away.
So here we go, qualifying underway again, 5 minutes on the clock, but unlike what we saw in the first race of these finals, drivers will get the time to finish the lap that they're on when the checkered flag flies. Luke, it's been a treat having you join us. Very last minute, and I know you've loved every single moment of it, but it's such a unique format, one that I don't think many people would have even been thinking about before, you know, unfortunately coronavirus kind of shut things down, and we had people like VCO push forward their plans to enter sim racing and try and grow the sport, as it were. And it's something that it's taken a couple of years to get here, but now that we're here, we are never going to look back.
No, absolutely not. It's always about growing. It's always about progressing. It's always about trying something new. You can tell by the people in the chat that this has captured people's imagination. This is what esports is all about. I am an advocate for sim racing to be different to real world racing. What we can do in sim racing is absolutely anything and everything. You can do whatever the hell you want. That is the tagline. Sim racing, I don't think. I think there's a, you know, you should have the like for likes as well. Why not do both? Again, we can do whatever the hell we want. But yes, I think this format has huge potential, huge legs. I feel sorry for Ben and George, to be honest, because they didn't get to commentate on this absolute craziness, because it's been absolutely amazing fun. And I want to thank you for the opportunity, VCO, because I didn't know what to expect from this, but I have had so much fun. I have gone to sleep every single night with a massive smile on my face, and I've had a blast working with you two as well, especially, and also the production team and just everyone, really. It's worked out really, really nicely. But I'm going to sign off with one more thing, because we've got, you know, predictions between me and you, right? The chat have been very vocal about incidents. They've been very, very vocal about stuff they've liked or maybe not liked. I'm going to throw them under the bus then. Who's winning, Apex or Team Redline? I want everybody to answer right now. Who is winning this one?
We're watching your answers on YouTube and Twitch. Let us know. Get involved. It's going to be Apex, or will Redline take 2 victories across the 2 different platforms here? And, well, hopefully we get you back, Luke. I mean, I love Ben and George, don't get me wrong, but this has been incredible. It's just been... I've been part of some long shows. I think back to the Cup of Nations, for example, where we had to fill a lot of time. And I know Paul Smith and John Monroe may not like me saying this, but we had fun then. I've had so much fun today. It's just one of those things where it's flowed. Even today, for example, when we didn't even know what we were going to be talking about half the time. No,
that's the beauty of this. You can't script this, right? When you have like let's say a 12-hour race, it's Enzo Benito does go pole, there's Holtzman, and then it's Lullum. They're all working together, same as Apex. Can any of the Apex drivers split them though? Oh yes, they can. Half P2. That is massive. That is huge here. It's not going to go the whole way, and what we saw already as well into turn number 1. P2, P3 could end up P1 by the end of turn 1. So this is really, really exciting times. But you're right, we've had an absolute blast, because in a 12-hour race, you kind of know what to expect. Of course, there's going to be trials, tribulations, people are going to make mistakes, but generally you kind of, it's a format that's been tried and tested, right? You kind of know what to expect. With this, we had no idea, right? Like, we all turned up on Friday and we're like, oh, hi guys, you right? What's going on here? And ultimately it's, oh no, Apex, what are you doing? Oh, they've made a huge error.
Well, I don't think it's as huge as I was just trying to calculate. I think Redline may be able to cool their tires a little bit and get back to the start-finish line before time expires. When Apex crossed the line, there was about 1:28 left on the clock. Lap times in qualifying, 1:30. I don't think they'll have time. One of the Redline cars, Enzo Benito, is pulled across to the side and is not going to try again. Who will get the opportunity to go again? It does look as though Jamie Fluke is pushing. Another Redline car might be calling it quits. That's Chris Lullum. Patrick Holtzman has 10 seconds to get to the line. Oh, it's going to be close. Has he managed to back up enough to get the tires up to the right point? Checkered flag dropped, and they're not across the line. I don't believe any of these drivers will have this lap count. I think qualifying is done and dusted.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This is very Monza-esque, isn't it? A couple of years ago, where only 3 drivers managed to get a lap time in. So yeah, a little bit of, again, it's a new format here. They're trying something new. This is the first time we've really seen teams work as a team, right? Effectively. So yeah, it was expected to maybe not go perfectly, although they're still going here. So are they able to finish a lap this time? What's going on?
Oh, I don't think Fluke is going to be able to. And in fact, Fluke has backed out.
Hold on, so if they've crossed the line now, they're good to go. Because normally it goes to 0 and you're done in iRacing. So this is something I've not seen on iRacing before.
In open qualifying, as long as you cross the line before the checkered flag flies, you're allowed to finish the lap. Fluke, I'm 100% convinced, did not cross the line. In fact, he is towed back to pit lane. He is done. Patrick Holtzman I don't know. And Chris Lullam, I'm also not sure. Chris Lullam was the one that backed up the most. Not sure if that was trying to get some separation between Holtzman and the Apex car, or if he was just cooling his tires a little bit more. But you can see how cool the track is right now. It is cold and it is really dark here. Track temperature earlier today, 57 degrees Celsius. Now, 36 degrees Celsius. 20 degrees swing in track temperature through the final corner. Can Redline ensure it's a 1-2? Benito's out of the equation. For Lullam, can he go faster? Lullam not across the line, and Holtzman doesn't improve.
Johan Harth here has gone huge, because we've seen so many times Redline go 1-2-3 today, or at least 1-2. They've got Johan Harth to contend with, and he really has stepped up, and we know how good he is, but he really has stepped up when we've got to this final today, and he is the kicker for Apex. Can he perform well? We know that it can merely take one driver to be exceptional, and you have a chance in the final. It comes down to the final race, but it is still a Redline driver on pole.
It is Patrick Holtzman, a 1:30.107. What a lap time. Quarter of a second quicker than the Frenchman Johan Harth. Chris Lullam and his teammate Enzo Benito, row number 2. While Jamie Fluke will be alongside Juan Bustamante at the tail end of this field. Well, if you weren't already tense, get ready. And if Christian Horner is watching, his foot would be tapping. Redline, of course, are your champions elect. But Apex Racing Team do not want to let this one go. They want to end the Esports Racing World Cup as winners here on iRacing. And what a day it's been so far, and one more 10-minute sprint to decide it all. It's a lonely pace truck waiting for the 6 cars to grid on up. Poor Juan Bustamante hasn't managed to survive one of these races yet, Luke. Is this going to be the race where he finally at least gets to the checkered flag? Because I think if he does, he is going to be in the mix. We've already seen race 1. His pace is good enough when we get rid of the traffic, the peak hour traffic that we've seen throughout the day so far.
He's actually the most supported driver in the Twitch chat, by the way. He's got quite a following for such a young man. And he's been performing well. The last 12 months, he really has come into the ascendancy. He's always been a talented driver, but really is now sort of at the tippity top, maybe a level below, let's say, the Redline drivers through consistency. But he has those performances, those one-off performances where he can challenge them. This is a one-off race. This is perfect playground for someone like Bustamante to really announce himself on the esports stage. Johan Harth, though, for me, is the most important driver on this grid. Can he go down in towards turn number 1 and take the lead? He also has to be wary of what happened in race number 1. So he will still take a chance, don't get me wrong. He'll just be hoping it's not 3 wide down into turn number 1. So expect to see an Apex driver, well, I'm going to say expect to see an Apex driver in the lead of this race. But as we've seen already so far, absolutely anything is possible. In the chat as well, it's very split. Apex, maybe Redline have got a couple more people that are supporting them, but it is very split right now. I just think everyone's excited for this. I certainly am.
I could be evil and put you on the spot here, Luke, but I'm going to be honest, I don't even think I can predict who's going to win this one. I will say we've got variety of ages here on this grid. Patrick Holtzman, 26 years young. But I tell you what, Jamie Fluke's not far behind as well. They're similar ages. Johan Harth, about 24 years of age. Then you've got, of course, Enzo Benito, what's he, 22? And then Chris Lullam, 18. Juan Bustamante, 17 years of age. One thing to keep our eyes on as well here, Luke. If Enzo Benito finishes on the podium, he will win the Most Valuable Driver award. Otherwise, it's a 3-way tie between him, Kevin Siggy, and James Baldwin.
Yeah, exactly that. So, you know, he'll be playing the team game here. He will not be worried about that. Here we go. It's the final. It's the final race. Oh, I'm so excited.
What a 3 days it's been in these Esports Racing World Cup. A new format and plenty of excitement. It leads down to this, though. One final 10-minute dash. Apex Racing Team versus Team Redline. And we're ready to get underway. Jamie Fluke to the inside already. They're 4 wide for the race lead. Patrick Holtzman covering the move down the inside, shuts the door on Jamie Fluke, as do Chris Lullam and Enzo Benito. Johan Harth in danger of being boxed out as around the outside. Chris Lullam to 2nd position.
Oh, this is phenomenal stuff from all 6 drivers here. This is what we wanted to see. A nice nice, clean, concise race here, but it's a phenomenal start from Redline. I think it's going to be a 1-2 for them. Hearth here is definitely going to be sent out to dry or hung out to dry here. Mistake from the leader though, but again, it's formation stations for Redline. It is a P1, it's a P2. Holtzman's got an absolute worldie of a start, but look at Lullum. I think Holtzman's going to let him go. I think Holtzman's letting Lullum go here. Watch Lullum. Is Lullum the quicker of the two drivers? Does he? He doesn't open the door. That looked like he might be looking to let him go because he's been the quickest driver overall. But there's a big spin. Oh, how important is that going to be then? There's a big spin there, and that's Johan Hearth, the talisman of Apex today, and you can see there in Fluke's face, Jamie Fluke's expression. He knows what's just happened behind him. They're in contact. He's furious, but he's got to get that out of his system right now. He has to split the front two.
That was Benito that got into the rear end of Johan Hearth as they went too wide, too deep into the hairpin. Now, does Race Control have something to say? One shot in the barrel for Apex Racing Team is now 8 seconds back, 9 seconds back from the race lead. As it runs, Redline 1 and 2 would walk away, not just with the Esports Racing World Cup, but top honors on day 3 here. We'll have to get a look at the replay, but I'm just going to say from the initial look that we got, Luke, that was racing. That was hard, fair racing, just like we saw yesterday.
I'm sure we're going to see it again. I'm just not even going to pass a judgment on that one there. I'm just so focused right on Fluke here. Fluke has to get that out of his system. We are going to look at it again, though. Here we go. Yeah, no, there's nothing in that. Nothing really in that.
Did Fluke make contact with Hearth? I wonder, because I think Fluke may have missed the apex very slightly there and just ran up into Hearth and slowed down his momentum and allowed Benito to run into him. Race Control will be taking a look as Bustamante pulls to the inside to try and cover off a potential move from Enzo Benito, who's late on the brakes but not able to get alongside. Well, if you're Apex now, the pressure is fully on. If you're Redline, you're in control of your destiny.
Yeah, I think Redline are golden here. I think that was more to do with the Apex teammates. We saw the yeah, here we go. It's really close. It is. It's Apex teammates. Wow. Well, there we go. So that is the question answered there. Just overextends ever so slightly. Fluke then it gets up to P3, but at the expense of his teammate. Team Redline are golden here. So right now, Fluke has to go out there and take P2 and P1, because ultimately, Fluke's not going to get given a penalty for taking his own teammate out. That would just be ridiculous, right? So he has to now go up and get P1 from the front two, and he's got to have Bustamante go huge. Bustamante has to absolutely go huge here and stay in that position, because again, Enzo Benito, who's currently in P5, he absolutely isn't going to gain a point here by going past Bustamante, but he takes a point away from him. That is the dynamic of this. But on the flip side, and Lewis mentions this all the time, Benito cannot afford to give away a penalty here.
Absolutely, but Benito's got to have one thought in the back of his mind about the most valuable driver. They are 3 seconds back, give or take 2 and a bit seconds back from Jamie Fluke. I think Benito might just have to now focus on making sure, like you say, he doesn't get into trouble. I don't think Jamie Fluke is going to be able to work past 2 of the Redline cars, let alone 1, given the performance. Oh, was there a lockup from Holtzman as Benito sends it into the hairpin? Bustamante shuts the door on him, but that was a big puff of smoke. I think Patrick Holtzman made a huge mistake in the braking zone.
I'll tell you one thing, there's one thing about iRacing, it's that tyres are king. He's going to suffer now. He's going to be in a bit of trouble here with that lockup, and I'm not sure whether it's Holtzman or Lullum, so I'm going to go with you. It was Holtzman. It looked like Lullum to me in second, but I think one of these Redline cars are going to be very slow now for the rest of this race, or not very slow, but a little bit slower, because their tyres, once they go, right? It takes a lot longer than, what, 5 minutes, 30 seconds to get them back in a decent temperature range, especially when you're pushing lap after lap, corner after corner.
Again, though, I wonder if the cooler track temperatures will come into play as once more behind the top 3, Benito and Bustamante dancing down this main straightaway. Long way around for Benito, who might try and do the up and under. Bustamante is going to hold on once more, but this is relentless pressure at this point in time. And Bustamante, 17 years young, is showing his class and why Apex have signed him up to the Apex Racing Academy. To the outside, they'll go in towards Allwood curve. Benito's going to try and get the power down a bit earlier, but Bustamante looking good as Benito, a little bit squirrely on the exit of the corner, loses some momentum, but here he comes in the draft once more.
Yeah, 100% Juan Bustamante here. Again, he should have probably won the Logitech McLaren G Challenge just only a couple of weeks ago, but I think the occasion got the better of him, unfortunately. And, well, he's got his chance of redemption here, hasn't he? He's got to try and keep Benito behind him, and that's still not going to be enough. He needs Fluke to go out there and win this race. It's becoming increasingly more difficult for Fluke. Fluke's got to roll back those years. But ultimately, Benito has got to be thinking about that MVD as well. He has to make this overtake for someone like Lullum then to drop back, because Fluke finishes second, and then Benito swapping places with Lullum. Team Redline still win, right? And if they are sharing the money, they absolutely want to maximize the money. They don't want Benito to be sharing it with two other drivers that are not in their team. He wants to be sharing it with just his team. So right now, there's a massive dynamic here as to whether Benito can even get past. So Bustamante has just got to hold him up here, and Fluke has just got to hope for something to go awry between the front two.
This time into turn one, Benito's 3 or 4 car lengths back, not close enough to try and make a lunge this time by. Fluke's dropping back, I think. He's what, 3 tenths back from Chris Lullum in second. To your point, I don't think that if you are Lullum, you can afford to let Fluke pass. Because let's say Fluke gets past Holtzman, you're then hoping and praying that Bustamante doesn't hold on to 4th position. As much of a shame as it would be for the most valuable driver honors to be shared, at least the Redline team would have the consolation as to the fact that they'll share it amongst at least 2 of their drivers. Bustamante trying to squeeze Benito on the entry into the braking zone. 3 minutes should mean 2 laps to go this time by. We're coming down to the end of this Esports Racing World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes down. Again, Redline in a prime position here. They have been pushed. They have been absolutely pushed in this format today, which is all we really can have expected coming into the day. We knew that there was going to be a certain amount of strong teams, and it tends to be all 22, ridiculous as that may sound. This championship's delivered. Team Redline, when they were called upon, they have absolutely delivered. Apex have been phenomenal in this final. From what we saw in the first couple of rounds in the heats and in terms of the quarterfinals, Apex should be absolutely nowhere near Redline, but they have improved. They really have indeed just given everything here, and they've genuinely pushed Redline to the wire when we thought it was almost done and dusted after race 1. Yeah,
No, seriously, I think you look after the heats, and the reality is we were thinking that it was going to be a walkaway victory for Team Redline. Now, though, it's been extended to race 3. Yes, there's been a couple of things out, maybe of Redline's hands, but maybe you go back to the first race of these finals and say, well, maybe Redline should have put the qualifying time in without needing to go an extra lap. That's what we loved about the VCO Pro Sim. It was 1 and you're done for qualifying. There was no second chance. That was slightly different this time around. It's been so much fun. Benito will look to the inside. Bustamante shuts the door once more on him. Benito has to be careful here. All that he can do in terms of making contact is adding penalty points to Team Redline here. That is not what he wants to do to close out this championship.
Yeah, but it would take 4 penalty points for them to be tied. It would take 5 penalty points for them to lose it from this position here. So, yeah, I think there's got to be a risk worth taking. 1 minute to go here. If he wants to win the MVD, which is very much as important as a championship really for an individual driver, it's always nice not only for the bank balance, but it's also nice for your ego, right? I was the most valuable driver out of 110 drivers that are the very best in the world. Like, what? How many of the best drivers in the world are missing from this? Maybe 4 or 5? The 110 of the best out there. To have that trophy, to have that in the back of your mind, that's amazing. You know, it doesn't matter how many competitions you've been in if you're Benito, you're still looking to get those honors. And with his other 2 teammates absolutely taking care of business at the front here, he just needs to find that one overtake. Because I do believe Lullum will swap positions here. He will, as much as it'll be risky, he will absolutely do it, because I think as a team, they would split the money. So, yeah, I think it's on here. But again, Benito's not able to do it because Bustamante, who is being given a lot of energy, by the way, by the Twitch chat, he is absolutely extrapolating that energy and he is putting it out onto the racetrack. As much as you can say, well, P4 isn't very good, Bustamante would have come into this, ladies and gentlemen, as the least favoured driver out of the whole grid here, because he's so young and he's so new and so fresh to all of this esports scene. Like, at this level, this guy is coming of age. It's a new star that we are seeing. Watch out for the name of Juan Bustamante. He is going to be an absolute superstar from the country of Colombia. I guarantee it right now. Today, maybe not enough. Team Redline have absolutely come out here and showed why they are the class of the field, but it has taken that 3 races. Apex have got a lot they can take away from this, but what a competition it's been.
New format, new excitement, but the same old great racing action. 3 different platforms, 3 different days. Redline not only win the VCO Esports World Cup, they'll conquer iRacing as well. Patrick Holzman across the line, along with Chris Slalom. What can you say other than Redline domination over the weekend here? Apex put up a good fight, but it was too little, too late. And my, oh my, another competition, another trophy goes the way of Team Redline.
Incredible stuff here, very much deserved. It's something we probably expected for sure. When I looked at the grids for all 3 days, Team Redline were the first that jumped off the page, as it happens at every single sim racing competition. They've been pushed close today. Were pushed close on ACC. The fact they got the result on ACC was mega, to be fair. They were pushed close yesterday by R8G. Sim racing is in an incredible spot.
3rd on day 1, 1st on day 2, 1st on day 3 as well. Congratulations, Team Redline, winners in iRacing, winners of the Esports Racing World Cup.
Amazing. That must feel awesome to them. Again, it's such a unique competition. It's such a unique format. It would have tested them in different ways that they never would have been tested before as well. So they can, again, just add that string to their bow, you know? Look at this. We're doing a bit of drifting here as well, which, you know, if I tried to do that, that would be very short drifting. It'd be me drifting into a wall. And again, impressive stuff here.
We'll bring in Lewis McLeod as we begin to look back on everything that we've seen over these 3 days. And Lewis, incredible stuff, and wow, I'm just lost for words at how special this tournament has been.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that crash on the entry to pit lane loses them the points to me. It's done. Obviously,
but it's Benito, and he is gorgeous, so he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I was going to say, your heart rate must be going through the roof every time that Enzo Benito goes onto the screen. I knew you wanted 3 races for a reason. Obviously, Redline are one of the greatest teams that have ever been in sim racing, and they're not going to turn that down at any point throughout the running of this. They're obviously going to fight at the front regardless. Fantastic to see them win. A bit of a shame for Apex, who, let's be honest, fought harder than even coming into it we could have possibly imagined. They are a great team, and let's be honest, Arjuna, me and you, we've spoken about this a little bit before. 2022 Apex Racing team on iRacing, they've started out great with the way they've been fighting. They dethroned Coanda at the Daytona 24 to start the season in iRacing. They fought hard in the BMW Sim GT Cup as well. This year is starting to turn around for Apex, and the fact that they are going toe-to-toe with one of sim racing's very, very best shows good things for Apex's future.
You say it's starting to turn around, but I'll make the point that 2 world championships here on iRacing for Apex Racing Team in 2021. Of course, like you said, they also did dethrone Coanda in the iRacing Daytona 24, becoming only the 2nd team since 2015 to beat the purple and orange at the World Center of Racing. Sure, we'll see more from them, and I'm sure these 2 teams will do battle plenty, especially heading into the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, to get underway in just a week's time. I'm still just glowing, Luke, with everything that we've seen. So many different teams that I never would have thought we'd see racing against one another. And, you know, 9th of March, that's when the Esports Racing League will pick up once more. We'll go racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We're not far away from getting this circus on the road once more.
Everyone's going to laugh at me right now, and they're going to be like, oh, this is a bit dramatic. I think we're going to look back 2 and 3 years' time, and this competition would have changed the landscape of sim racing forever. I genuinely believe that. I think that something started here that is going to snowball and be absolutely massive. And just to the point you were talking about, Coanda being overturned at Daytona by Apex, that's not because the levels have dropped from the likes of Coanda or indeed from the likes of Redline. It's because everybody else is reaching that level. It's super exciting to be in sim racing right now.
It is exciting indeed. believe we are going to go now for some winners interviews, and I tell you what, let's start with the man that came across the line to take the checker flag to confirm victory here on day 3. We're joined by Patrick Holtzman. Congratulations, Patrick, on winning the Esports Racing World Cup. What a fun format. You weren't here for all the days, but you were here when it mattered. You were here for iRacing. How much fun have you and the entire team had?
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, but we're also drained mentally. What a day that was, and the last 3 days actually. The team once again proved that it's probably the best in the world, and yeah, I'm super proud that I was able to represent them today, and that we also, you know, won this iRacing day on top of the overall standings.
Now, how did you find racing on the other simulators? Of course, you know, racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione seemed to struggle a little bit there, but still the team came through to a 3rd spot finish there. Do you think that's kind of impacted you, sort of helped you a little bit with where your position is in the sim racing world?
Sure. I mean, I feel like every team has a like a weak point, right? You can't be on top of every game, so the main thing to win this tournament is to you know, make a damage limitation on your weakest game, and that's what we did. The guys did phenomenal. I think pretty much no experience in Assetto Corsa. Yeah, also winning, or yeah, I think they won yesterday, right? I'm not sure. They won rFactor, and just a phenomenal team effort. Like, everyone is so everyone is working together, everyone is cheering for each other. It's such good vibes in the team, and yeah, super proud of them.
Congratulations, Patrick. Really fun watching you duke it out with familiar rivals Apex, and can't wait to see what the rest of the year holds in store for you.
Thank you.
We'll now bring in Chris Lullum to chat with us here. And Chris, I mean, you joined up with the team last year, Team Redline, and since then, you've kind of gone from strength to strength. Talk to us about how things have gone, and now in this Esports Racing World Cup, taking the victory in a very, very fun fight with Apex.
Yeah, no, I mean, the improvement in me and everything around me has just been phenomenal over the past few months, especially. And yeah, no, the preparation I put into this was completely worth it. Learning a whole new car, and you know, it's so mentally taxing, this car in specific. I've been sweating all day. But no, I'm really enjoying the atmosphere, and obviously the results we're getting.
Well, mate, for me, you're absolutely the star of the show today. You started off very strongly, and I wouldn't say tailed off. I just think Apex just upped their performance. Can you talk me through what happened in qualifying 1 for race number 1? Because that was just out of character for you guys. You just didn't hook it up.
Yeah, so in obviously there's a slight change of format due to the reverse grid race, and in the first qualifying of that race 1 on the final, there was no overtime in qualifying. So we all went round, we started a lap within the time allowed. But as we were going round, it suddenly cut us off the cars and kicked us out because the time ran out. It didn't let us complete our lap. So that meant two of us didn't get a lap in that qualifying, which really made it way harder than it needed to be. But you know, we came back from that, so it was all good.
Congratulations, Chris, and what a fantastic format. You've been part of this team now for a while, and I'm sure you'll continue to grow more and more, and we'll see you soon here in VCO Esports.
Thank you.
Now joined by Luke Crane's favorite Redline member, we're now joined by Enzo Benito. And Enzo, wow, you've had some fun. 3 days, 3 different sims, and what a way to close it off. Don't technically get the most valuable driver award all to yourself, but 6 podiums across of the 3 days. You must be pretty excited about that.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for having me here. I'm exhausted. It was funny because Patrick was just saying before, after we finished, that he's exhausted. I was like, oh yeah, you are exhausted. So, no, yeah, it was 3 intense days, but I got help from the team, obviously, and you know, it's not easy to switch sim like that in a day after day, and the team helped me out, of course. You know, they were dragging everything as lap times and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I'm really proud of them. Could have done these 3 days without them for sure, but yeah, I'm super happy for the win overall. We deserve it, I think, a lot.
question on everybody's lips is, what is your beauty rate? I'm joking. Right. What did you think of the format here? Obviously, it's something so unique. How did you take to it personally? Someone who's been around, again, you're still a very young man, but you've been around for such a long time in terms of sim racing. How did you feel about the format as a whole?
It's very unique. I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, it's good to see like this kind of transition between all the simulators, because usually we say, oh, this is the best team in the world, you know, but actually people then come back and say, oh, but this is the best team in the world only on this simulator. So it's actually great to have this such an event like this, and really shows what a guy is capable of doing on a sim, and maybe not on the other, or maybe all of them, or maybe not on any of them. You know, it's crazy good, and it's very unique, and I hope there is a lot more to come like this.
Well, congratulations, Enzo. It's been so much fun. And not just can Redline say that they're the best team, but you think back to last year in the Cup of Nations where Germany, aka Team Redline, won that as well. You guys continue to prove it time after time. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Enzo Benito joins us here in the VCO Esports booth. But guys, 3 very long but exciting days comes to a close now. Luke, like I said, so glad that you were able to join us on very short notice, and hopefully not for the last time here in VCO Esports competition.
Oh, absolutely. I've had an absolute blast. It's been so much fun to be involved in this, and we've just, it's just kind of very much like the format. We just had a bit of a free flow and a bit of fun with it, and that's what this should be all about. And I tell you what's the hardest thing to do in sim racing? Please the drivers. They all seem pretty happy with the format. That is a massive win.
Maybe not always so happy with how things went in the races itself. Lewis, from your perspective, I mean, you've been around with VCO since, our start. Started back with the Pro Sim. You joined us midway through that first running. You stayed with us for the second season. You've been with us with so many more things as well, hosting the Simmies last year. But this is the new step. And I think, like Luke says, in a couple of years' time, I hope we look back on this, hopefully in person, with a live Esports Racing World Cup and say, this was the start of the next step in sim racing.
I think first off, do a little bit of housekeeping. Number one, congrats to Luke there for not sweating too much in that interview with Enzo. Well done, mate. And also, I've got to say, I was the only commentator here who didn't mute their microphone and forget to unmute it. So I think I should win bonus points on that. Of course, it has been such a brilliant 3-day event. It feels like we've done a full season, because we have, just over a 3-day period. It's been brilliant. The ERWC, when it was first announced back at the end of the first Pro Sim season, said it on day one, it was really this turning point in sim racing. Even back then, we could see it coming off from a mile off, like a comet that you could see just coming in to change things beyond what we could know. I agree with Luke. This is something we're going to look back on in a few years and think, wow, that is where it happened. I've nearly lost my voice over the last few days because of some of the frantic racing that our drivers have put on, and I just hope that everyone sat back at home has watched it, has enjoyed it for the entertainment value, and will be back for the ERL and the ERWC when we return, because honestly, this is the future.
Well, before we say goodbye, let's give you the final points update. How things stand after 3 days of action across 3 different platforms. Team Redline, 11 points clear. Finished on the podium in every single day of competition. They'll walk away with $10,000 in addition to the $5,000 that they gained from winning day 2 and day 3. A big congrats to R8G, and if not for some disappointing heat races, especially here in the last day, who knows if they could have challenged all the way to the end. BS Competition, Triton Racing, and Veloce Esports complete the top 5, where we pay out our $20,000 of prize money. It wasn't just about the teams though, it was about the drivers as well. Most valuable driver, it's a tie. James Baldwin, Kevin Siggy, Enzo Benito, 6 podiums apiece. Enzo Benito, 3 different sims, got podiums on 2 of those days. With that said though, it is time to close things out here in the Esports Racing World Cup. On behalf of our entire team, for the VCO team, powered as well this time by SimGrid, P1 and RaceSpot, for all of our race control, all of our server management, and so much more, we thank you for your hard work. For our content people, our content wizards, we had Danny Elgabre and Josh Chin today. We had Iku Merakala and Gary Paravani on the previous 2 days, putting out so much wonderful content, not just on social media, but for the teams as well. For the entire production stuff, Hugo Luis, as well as Mike Yao, and for the co-commentators, Lewis McLeod and Luke Crane. My name is Arjuna Kengipati. We're not done yet. We'll be back on 9th of March for the Esports Racing League. We'll be racing at Assetto Corsa Competizione. Don't forget to keep involved with us across the social media. Get involved. Tell us what you want to see from future iterations of the Esports Racing League and the Esports Racing World Cup. But for now, it's congratulations to Team Redline winners in the VCO Esports World Cup. So long.